The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the show. It is May the 31st, 2024, and on this day in history, in 1279 BC, Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, became pharaoh of ancient Egypt, part of the 19th dynasty. In 1578, Martin Frobisher sails from Harwich, England, to Frobisher Bay, Canada, eventually mines fool's gold, famously used to pave the streets of London. In 1902, Boer War ends. Treaty of Unity signed. Britain annexes Transvaal. In 1910, Union of South Africa declares independence from the United Kingdom. In 1916, Battle of Jutland, largest naval battle of World War I, begins. The British Grand Fleet and the German High Seas Fleet engage in a battle which killed 8,645 in an inconclusive battle but strategic British victory. German fleet never puts to sea again in World War I. In 1935, 7.7 magnitude earthquake destroys Quetta in Balochistan, British India, now Pakistan, killing an estimated 40,000 people. In 1947, communists seize power in Hungary. In 1970, 7.77 Ancash earthquake off the coast of Peru kills between 66 and 70,000 and sets off world's deadliest avalanche. In 2014, Psy's Gangnam Style becomes the first video to reach 2,000 views on YouTube. In 2007, Rihanna releases her breakthrough album, Good Girl Gone Bad. In 1868, Dr. James Moore wins first recorded bicycle race, velocipede race, at Parc Fade St. Cloud, Paris. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Wyatt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. Listen to the rhythm of Alan Roth and his orchestra, the great song styles of Connie Haynes and Bob Matthews, and that chubby, chunky little comedian who, when asked to carry his own trunk to the Roxy Theater for his personal appearance next week, quickly cried,
Well, Costello, I'm glad to see that you got here safely from California. You know, I didn't see you on the train. Where were you?
Abbott, I was riding in a private car.
You came from Hollywood to New York in a private car?
Yeah, me and 200 privates.
You dummy. Didn't you have any place to sleep on the train?
Oh, sorry. I had a bedroom on the end of the smoker.
Costello, there's no bedroom on the smoker. That's the washroom.
I wondered why I had 6 sinks.
Costello, you're stupid. It's the one you got here at all. Look, did anybody meet you at the station?
Oh, yeah, my favorite cousin was there to meet me. Cuspidor Costello.
Cuspidor?
Yeah.
Why did they ever name him Cuspidor?
Because he's a spitting image of his father.
Look,
come on, will you, lady?
All right. Never mind your cousin, Costello. Did you see anybody important at the station?
Oh, yeah, I saw Mayor LaGuardia standing in line at the ticket window with 2 policemen.
LaGuardia was standing in line at the ticket window with 2 policemen? Where were they going?
The policemen weren't going anywhere. They just come along to lift LaGuardia up to the ticket window.
Costello.
He's cute, LaGuardia.
Yes, indeed he is. Costello, I understand Mayor LaGuardia is a very good friend of yours.
Oh, yeah, we're pals. I call him the little flower, and he calls me the big stinkweed.
Big stinkweed. Costello, if you're so intimate with Mayor LaGuardia, tell me, why does he wear that big hat?
He has to wear that big hat, Abbott.
Why?
Under it, he's got his own fire engine.
Oh. Costello, I don't believe you even know Mayor LaGuardia. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I have a personal message from the mayor for Mr. Lou Costello.
Oh, did you hear that, Abbott? Mister, I am Lou Costello.
The mayor has asked me to tell you that he is very, very, very happy that you are here in New York.
Give my thanks to the mayor of New York.
The mayor of New York? I represent the mayor of Los Angeles.
Go get your check, brother. You're through.
Costello, you're getting dumber every day. I'd give $25 to find out what school you went to.
I can't take it, Abbott.
Why not?
The school gave me $50 to keep my mouth shut.
Look, Costello, I understand that you're staying at the St. Moritz Hotel, and I hope you're behaving yourself there.
Oh, I am. I only had one party since I got in yesterday. Some of my old gang from Patterson visited me last night.
They did?
Yeah, there's 75 of us sat around my room lapping up sarsaparilla and singing songs. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, the house detective had the nerve to knock on my door.
Did he tell you you were making too much noise?
No, all he said was, Costello, we'll be glad when you leave and the American Legion convention starts.
You idiot. Well, while you were here, why don't you visit the top of the Empire State Building? It overlooks all of New York. Now, for $1, you can see 5 boroughs.
For $1, I can see what?
5 boroughs.
Why should I pay $1 to look at a bunch of jackasses?
No.
I'd go over to your house and look at them for nothing.
No. Here. I'm talking about the 5 boroughs of New York. And the whole city is built on those 5 boroughs.
The whole city is built on top of 5 boroughs?
Certainly.
Shame on the people of New York. Shame on the
What do you
people
mean?
of New York.
For what?
Putting all those big buildings on top of them 5 little donkeys.
No.
Don't put the Roxy on top of them.
No. Forget about the boroughs. Tell me, have you been to the Automat?
I beg your pardon?
Have you been to the Automat?
Yes, I was there. That's a very dangerous restaurant.
Well, what's dangerous about the Automat?
I was eating a piece of pie and that little door came down and hit me on the head.
You idiot, you're supposed to
Come on, will you, lady?
Oh, look. Don't you understand? You're supposed to take the pie out of that little door and eat it at the table.
Now he tells me.
You know what the Automat is famous for? Their coffee.
I know that. I put a nickel in the slot, and out came a cup of coffee. Then I put another nickel in the slot, and out came another cup of coffee. I put another nickel in, and out came another cup of coffee. Another nickel, another cup of coffee. Another nickel, another cup of coffee. Then I had more coffee.
Wait a minute.
I kept putting nickels in.
Wait a minute, Costello. Why didn't you stop putting in nickels?
Why should I quit when I'm on a winning streak?
Get him on.
Navy, Marines, Coast Guard. Yes, Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, wherever they go in their winning of the war, they have first call on camels. Billions and billions of camels traveling to thousands and thousands of places on the globe to give our fighting men the cigarettes they want. So when you can't get camels every time you want them, here's what's happening. You are sharing your smokes with the men who are doing our fighting. But when you do get camels, they're still camels. Rich and full to your taste, cool and mild to your throat. Ask for them every time you buy cigarettes.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, war or peace, still a cigarette of costlier tobaccos. And now here's that romantic Bob Matthews with Alan Roth and the orchestra. Bob sings our Camel audience the song, A Friend of Yours.
Just say that I'm a friend of yours, and I'm sure that they won't get wise. And when they see us together, I'll brush the dream from my eyes. I'll tell my heart it mustn't sing that song of remember when. So just say that I'm a friend of yours, that you happen to meet
Costello, isn't it wonderful to be back into New York here? I spent my childhood here. Oh, it seems like only yesterday that I was just a little boy.
Yes, it seems like the day before yesterday that Washington crossed the Delaware.
Costello, I'm very proud of the fact that I come from Brooklyn.
Tell me something. Why is it so many people come from Brooklyn and nobody ever goes there?
Shame on you, Costello, to think that you would make an unkind remark about Brooklyn. What's gotten into you?
I don't know, Abbott. I got it just no good. I'm nothing but a bounder.
I know it.
I'm worse than a bounder.
I know it.
I'm a pop fly to the third baseman.
I'll say you are.
I should have said nothing about Brooklyn. After all, they're one of our allies.
Hey, look. Never mind that. Brooklyn has one of the most popular resorts in the world, Coney Island.
I went to Coney Island yesterday.
You did?
Yeah.
How did you get there?
I followed a couple of sailors.
You followed a couple of sailors?
Yeah, the sailors and their girlfriends went down into the Tunnel of Love at 42nd Street and Broadway.
You dummy, that's a subway. That's not the Tunnel of Love.
How long have you been in town?
Hey, look. Costello, why don't you grow up?
Nothing hits you, hey, lady?
All right. Look, while you're in New York, Lou, have some fun. Go to a nightclub.
Oh, I went to one last night, Abbott. And I'm going back again to Copacabana. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yes?
Hey, Abbott, they got a beautiful girl there.
Copacabana?
Yeah, she wears real short dresses. They come right up to the table where you're sitting.
She does?
Yeah, and brother, she sells the best popcorn you ever tasted.
Costello, that's not a nightclub. Look, why don't you go to one of those Latin nightclubs like the El Chizo?
Oh, I went to the El Chizo, and when they handed me the El Checo, I was El Broco. So they hit me in the El Chino, and I landed out in the El Streeto.
Come in.
I have a telegram for Lou Costello.
Thank you, boy. Don't go away. I'm going to give you a nice tip. Have you got change for 5?
No, I haven't.
All right, then. Keep the whole nickel.
A nickel? Oh, thank goodness. Now my wife can have another baby.
Well, go ahead. Costello, read the telegram.
All right. Oh, boy.
What do you mean? Oh, my goodness. All right, don't get excited. Well, take it easy.
Wow.
Wait a minute. What does the telegram say?
I don't know. I'm looking at that girl in the first row.
Give me that. I'll read it. Give it to me. Give me that telegram.
You got it.
Hey,
Go ahead.
my. It's from the city of Patterson, New Jersey. It's from the citizen of Patterson.
City of Patterson, New Jersey.
Yeah.
I knew my hometown wouldn't forget me.
Wait a minute. It says, Dear Lou, the city of Patterson will be proud to honor you by holding a Lou Costello Day in conjunction with the garbage disposal week.
Now, ain't that swell? A swell? I'll bet they want to make a speech at the opening of the new dumps.
But Costello, you never made a speech in your life.
You're right, Abbott. If I could only find somebody to learn me.
Yeah, hey, wait a minute. I'm glad you said that, Costello, because we have with us tonight the world's greatest authority on public speaking.
Good evening, gentlemen. I am Professor Melonhead, better known in oratorical circles as Windy Melonhead.
Windy Melonhead. From the looks of your head, a cyclone must have struck it. Get a load of that shiny dome. I've seen more hair on a ball bearing.
Now, Costello, are you insinuating that my head is completely stripped of hair?
Stripped of hair? Melonhead, you've got more skin showing than Gypsy Rose Lee. And it's shinier.
All right. I like my head this way, Costello. It gives the air a chance to get into my skull.
Melonhead, I'd like to stick a pin in your skull and let the air out.
Now, Costello, don't talk like that. The professor can't help it if he's bald and ugly.
Well, he could stay home. He don't have to go roaming around, does he?
Costello, are you casting reflections on my head?
Reflections? Melonhead, with that shining dome, you should be in the Coast Guard.
With my head, what could I do in the Coast Guard?
You could release a lighthouse for active duty.
Well, Professor Melonhead, Costello is going to speak in Patterson. Do you think that you can make a public speaker out of him?
Abbott, I could make 2 public speakers out of him and have enough left over for a talking dog. Now, Costello, the important thing in public speaking is the proper tone. There's the head tone, which is the up tone.
Yes, sir.
And there's the stomach tone, which is the down tone.
Yes, sir.
And then there's the chest tone, which is the cross tone. See? Yes. Up tone, down tone, cross tone. Up tone, down tone, cross tone.
That's enough.
Up tone. What's the matter? You ticklish?
Only down tone.
Which tone do you prefer?
I don't know. I'll take a transfer.
Professor?
Yes?
Do you think Costello's ready to make a speech?
He will be when I finish with him. Costello, when you walk out on the rostrum to speak, remember to put on a big front.
Put on a big front? How can I do that?
In your case, walk out backwards. Now I'll show you, Costello, how to improve your speaking. First, I'll break down your timidity. I will hammer on your enunciation. I'll put fiery resonance into your declamatory proclivities. I'll inject precision into your participles. I'll clarify your consonants, correct your vowels, and then I will cut out your split infinitive.
You wouldn't dare. You haven't got the nerve.
Get him out of here!
Why, Melonhead.
Lou, what are you doing with a gun? Lou, what's that for? Lou, what's happening?
Abbott, there's somebody following us, and it looks awful mysterious to me.
Yes, there's mystery following Abbot and Costello. There'll be Mystery in the Air next Thursday night at the same time and station. Mystery in the Air is the title of Camel's great new thrill-packed program being introduced while Bud Abbott and Lou Costello are taking their summer vacations. We're going to miss you two, Muggs. And on behalf of the gang here and our sponsors, may I toss a few assorted bouquets in your direction for the swell Camel shows you've done. Tell you how glad we'll all be to see you back again for Camels this fall. In the meantime, we're going to do our best to keep you listeners right on the edges of your chairs with as potent a mixture of mystery, action, dangers, suspense, laughs, and ice cubes up and down your spine as has ever been devised for your entertainment. Yes, you must meet our new hero, Stonewall Scott, ex-G2 secret agent, who returns to civilian life only to find that there are still enemies to fight, and that there is still mystery in the air. C-A-M-E-L-S. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you. Lovely Connie Haynes on stage now to bring her Camel fans a song they've asked to hear. With Alan Roth and the orchestra, Connie sings Sentimental Journey.
Gonna take a sentimental journey. Gonna set my heart at ease. Gonna make a sentimental journey to renew old memories. Got my bag, got my reservation. Spent each dime I could afford. Like a child in wild anticipation. Long to hear that all aboard. Seven, that's the time we leave at 7. I'll be waiting up for heaven, counting every mile of railroad track that takes me back. Never thought my heart could be so yearning. Why did I decide to roam? Gotta take the sentimental journey. Sentimental journey home. I gotta take that journey, that sentimental journey, 'cause it takes me back home.
Right, my boy, right. Well, Costello, in a few minutes we'll be leaving for Patterson.
Yeah, good old New Jersey, the biggest state in the Union.
Oh, no, Costello, you're wrong there. No, Texas is the biggest state in the Union. Why do you know that the state of Texas is bigger than Germany?
Abbott, right now, anything is bigger than Germany.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, dear Mr. Costello. They told me I wouldn't have any trouble recognizing you. Everyone said you look just like Buster.
I look like Buster? What Buster?
A blockbuster.
Oh, yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. You know, I think I got enemies, but who sent this dame here? Is there anybody else in that dress besides you?
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. Now, just take it easy, Costello. Madam, what is it you wish?
Well, I have been sent here by the committee in charge of Patterson's Lou Costello Day in conjunction with Garbage Disposal Week. I have come to prepare Mr. Costello for his part in the pageant. I am the coach.
You're the what?
I'm the coach.
Coach, you look more like a late freight with a loose caboose.
Costello, you imbecile, this lady is a dramatic coach. And that's the kind of a coach you see in a railroad station.
Well, she ought to be in a railroad station.
All right, never mind that.
Tell me, you two-ton termite.
Now you shut up!
Why should I be in a railroad station?
Because the bags under your eyes hang down so far that your nose looks like a red cap.
No. Now, shut up, Costello. Madam, what does Costello do in this garbage disposal pageant?
Well, he represents the spirit of sanitation.
Spirit.
Sounds like a nice clean pot.
Well, because I have the leading role, I am the princess of water supply.
She looks more like a rusty drain pipe.
I am sure. In fact, I am positive that Costello will cooperate. Just tell him what he has to do.
Very well. Costello, as Sir Sanitation, you are a knight in shining armor, preparing to launch Patterson's new self-dumping, germ-proof garbage scow. Yes, you are seated on the poop deck. I, the princess, approach you and say, hello, good night.
Hello, good night. What kind of talk is that?
No, dummy. When I say good night, I don't mean the kind of night like night in the salutation, good night. I mean the kind of night that has been nighted, and that night is as different from night as night is from day.
Oh, when you say good night, you don't mean the kind of night like night in the salutation good night. You mean the kind of night that has been nighted, and that night is different from night, and night is from day.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and I continued it. I didn't even see it here. Excuse me. Hey, Abbott, is this dame your sister?
Oh, certainly not, Costello. Continue, madam.
Very well. Where were we?
I don't know. Someplace on the page.
Well, you had me sitting on the poop deck on a garbage scow.
Oh, yes. Now, as a spirit of sanitation, you take this big squirt gun, and you read this speech to the germs. Here, read it.
Okay. Listen unto me, you microbes, big and small. I'm the spirit of sanitation, and I hate you all. I'll bump off all you germs and bugs and keep Patterson clean, even if I have to squirt out every drop of my chlorine.
Oh, that's fine. We'll expect you in Patterson within the hour. Good night. Good night.
Oh, get that kid out of here, will you? Hey, Abbott, look at all the mob that turned out to welcome me back to Patterson.
Isn't it wonderful?
Look, there's my old school teacher, Miss Blackboard.
Do you think she'll remember you?
She should. Many's the time I slapped her erasers. Oh, Miss Blackboard.
Well, what do you want?
Don't you remember me? Little Lou Costello? I used to stand up in the back of the room and raise my hand.
Well, you can go now.
Now she tells me.
Your friends sure remember you, Costello.
Oh, yeah. Why, there's Mr. Hackett over there. I'll bet he remembers me. I used to mow his lawn every Saturday, and his grandmother used to sit on the backyard and watch me. Oh, Mr. Hackett!
Aha, there you are, Costello. Why didn't you mow my lawn last Saturday?
I haven't mowed your lawn in 15 years.
Oh, no wonder we can't find Grandma.
Say, Costello, who was that tough-looking kid sitting on that picket fence? He's waving to you.
Oh, that stinky, dinky Shields. He was the toughest kid in our gang.
Yeah.
That's our old hangout over there.
Go
Us
away.
guys used to sit on that picket fence for hours.
Oh, now, come. How could your gang sit on those sharp pickets?
Ain't you never heard of the dead-end kids?
Oh, yes.
Hey, look, Abbott.
Right.
There's poor old Mr. Peter Shamino. He's the saddest guy in Patterson.
What is he so sad about?
20 years ago, his wife suddenly left the house, dressed in a nightgown and carrying a coffee pot, and he hasn't seen her since.
She left the house suddenly in her nightgown and carrying a coffee pot? She must have been wacky.
She was not. She was cooking breakfast and the stove blew up.
Ah, there you are, Costello. The crowd is waiting for you to appear at the launching platform and christen the new garbage scow. Now, do you know how to perform that ceremony?
Sure, Melonhead. I was the guest of honor last year at the opening of the new dump.
Guest of honor at the opening of the new dumps. What did you do?
I threw out the first pail.
Look, talk sense, Costello. Let's get up on the launching platform. Professor Melonhead will introduce you.
Ladies and gentlemen!
Yes, sir.
Citizens of Patterson, I have the honor to present the man who will launch our new garbage scow, a local boy who has achieved great success. He left this city a dismal illiterate. From an illiterate, he worked his way up to a moron. From a moron, he became a lowly nitwit. From a nitwit, he forged onward to become a nincompoop. Not satisfied, mind you, with being a nincompoop, he struggled upward. Until today, he stands before you, America's #1 jerk. I give you Lou Costello. Well, Costello, how did you like that speech?
Melonhead, your speech would make ice melt.
Ice melt?
You sure did.
Come on, Costello. The crowd is waiting for you to launch the scow. Here, take this bottle of champagne.
Oh, hand it to me slow.
There
We
you
gotta
are.
stretch.
Take it easy now.
Thank you. Good. Where's the glasses?
No, you dummy. You don't drink it. You break the bottle.
Oh.
That's when you launch the scow.
Yeah.
Here, the professor will tell you when.
Now, look, you watch me, Costello. Now, when I nod my head, you stand close to the garbage scow, and you hit it with the bottle.
I have that again, please?
Yes, of course. I'll be very nice and careful.
Yeah, will you give it to me slow? I want to understand everything.
All right.
No more
Are you ready?
mistakes.
You got the champagne, a very heavy, the big quart of champagne.
I got the quart champagne bottle in my hand.
All right, you hold it in your right hand. Now, when I nod my head, you hit it with the bottle.
Did you hear what I heard?
That's right.
Okay, Melonhead, but remember, you asked for this.
All right, now I'm going to nod my head. Hit.
Costello! Lou! Where are you? You've launched Professor Melonhead. He's out there in the water. Save him. He's coming up.
I can't have it. He came up the wrong way.
Get him out of here. Get him out.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Army Private Richard Arnold McCurdy of Boise, Idaho. Critically wounded and without medical care, food, or water, he lay for 3 full days and nights under murderous gunfire in Japanese territory, finally making his way back to our own lines. In honor of your miraculous escape, Private McCurdy, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 2 Camel shows honors the Yank of the Week by sending free 500,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of 1 million Camels sent free each week. Next week, however, the salute to the Yank of the Week will be made by a most exciting gentleman, new to the American public, but destined, we believe, to become extremely well known. His name, Stonewall Scott, ex-GI for military intelligence, and now, back in civilian life, a super sleuth. He's the hero of Camel's new, thrill-packed, tense, suspenseful program, Mystery in the Air. Come along with Stonewall on his first adventure, this station, this same time. Don't miss it. And now, here are Abbott and Costello on the final.
Well, Costello, we're back on the air October 4th for the next 3 weeks, starting July 3rd, of course, we'll be at the Roxy Theater here in New York.
Yes, and while we're gone this summer, Camel is bringing you folks a swell program at this same time. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. It's called Mystery in the Air. Bud and I will be listening, and I hope you will be too. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mother. Good night, Pop. Good night, Patty and Carol. Good night,
Cold weather and pipe smoking somehow go together, especially if you can settle by the fire and take it easy. But you want the right kind of fire in your pipe, too. The cooler, slow-burning fire of Prince Albert tobacco. Prince Albert burns slowly because it's crimp cut. A special no-bite treatment takes out the parch and sting, lets you enjoy the rich, mellow flavor of Prince Albert as often as you wish. Do you wonder why Prince Albert is the world's favorite? Try it just once, and you'll know. And be sure on Saturday night to tune in the great Prince Albert radio show, Grand Ole Opry, Coast to Coast on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jared's here, and he's eating a hot sweet onion chicken teriyaki.
That I can't miss.
Sounds delicious.
I'm on my way.
Subway's hot dinner idea. Delicious chicken teriyaki topped with a tangy sweet onion sauce.
Wow.
Subway, eat fresh.
It's away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, hello there, Rosie.
Well, hello there, Bing.
Hello there, everybody.
With this everybody, we could include Buddy Cole, couldn't we?
He's our key man. Buddy, let's go now. Think of an evening in June under a crystal-like moon. Think of an old Spanish tune. You're in Avalon town. Closing your eyes for a while. Picture a tropical isle, studded with flowers that smile. You're in Avalon town. Romance lingers through every hour. Romance beckons with all her power to you. Think about old Captain Kidd. Think of the chest that he hid. Dream that you've opened a lid. You're in Avalon town. Picture a tropical isle, flowers that smile. You're in Avalon town. Romance lingers through every hour. Romance beckons with all her power to you. Think about old Captain Kidd. Dream of the chest that he hid. Dream that you've opened a lid. You're in Avalon town. Love that Avalon town.
Rosie, you suppose women will ever rise up against washing dishes or, maybe insist on disposable dishes?
Oh, no, Bing. Dishes are a family possession. Besides, any woman who uses gentle fells to wash dishes doesn't mind at all.
Could that be gentle, F-E-L-S? Gentle Fells with the lanolin D?
It could, and it is. Gentle Fells is the only dishwashing detergent with lanolin D. And you know what lanolin does for your skin.
Well, it keeps it soft and smooth.
And prevents skin from looking prematurely old. That's why women keep lanolin lotions right by the sink and drench their hands with it after washing dishes. But you don't need lotions with Gentle Fells.
You save a bit of money, I'd imagine.
It certainly does. Time, too. And Gentle Fells comes in the prettiest new pink and purple plastic bottle. Smart in the kitchen for dishes or in the bathroom for washing hosiery or lingerie. That's Gentle F-E-L-S Fells.
For a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products.
I suppose now it's my turn to sing, and my song is Love Among the Young. Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. That's the way with love among the young. Every vow's forever, parting is a never. That's the way with love among the young. Every thrill and every sigh is greater than before. And every time you say goodbye, you cry a little more. Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. Such is youth, but when the truth is told, it's the same with love among the young and
say goodbye, you cry a little more. Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. Such is youth, but when the truth is told, it's the same with love among the young and old.
Is your husband the kind of man you can depend on?
Coming home every night, asking what's for dessert before he says hello?
Men love rich desserts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if your husband is overweight, heavier than he should be, what do you do?
Peel him a grape?
Uh-uh.
No?
No. Give him the rich-tasting desserts he loves, with low-calorie dessert pudding. Sweet and satisfying. Yet desserta is made without sugar, so a serving has fewer calories than half a large grapefruit.
Or give your guy a real dessert. Smooth, sweet desserta pudding in his favorite flavor. Chocolate, butterscotch, vanilla, luscious.
And low-calorie. Get delicious desserta puddings and desserta gelatin desserts, too, in the low-calorie section of your grocery store.
Made by the makers of Jell-O desserts. Especially for all of us Weight Watchers. D-Z-E-R-T-A.
I suppose Bing really should move in here, shouldn't he?
A very logical suggestion, Ken.
Bing, will you contribute a song to the proceedings?
Oh, of course I will, Ken. I'm glad to do it anytime. I'm just breezing along with the breeze, trailing the rails, roaming the seas. The bird is that sing in the trees. I'm pleasing to live, and I'm living to please. The sky is the only roof I have over my head, and when I'm weary, Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please, breezing along with the breeze.
sky is the only roof I have over my head. And when I'm weary, Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please. Oh, yes, breezing along with the breeze.
Well, you're certainly cheery today.
Cheery, 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 cheery. There's something about that word. Cheery, cheery, bing, jum, doo, doo.
No.
No?
Cheerios, Bing.
Cheerios.
The cereal with a toasted oat flavor that practically sings. You were mighty, mighty close, though.
So I should be. I've been a Cheerios fan for years. Those round little O's have never ceased to fascinate me, and the way they bounce in the bowl is real crazy.
Not crazy, crispy.
Yum.
Yeah. Those round little O's are toasted, crisp, and golden all round.
Shall we go round again?
No, seriously, Bing. Cheerios really have a deliciously different toasted oat flavor, grown-up flavor for a real adult breakfast.
I'd enjoy that right now.
Everybody, but everybody enjoys the wake-up, cheerful flavor of Cheerios.
Oh, that was such a nice lead-in, Rosemary. But when are we going to do the commercial?
It's all over, Bing.
Oh?
Love letters straight from your heart keep us so near while apart. I'm not alone in the night when I can have all the love you write. I memorize every line. I kiss the name that you sign. And, darling, then I read again right from the start. Love letters straight from your heart. Darling, then I read again right from the start. Love letters straight from your heart.
A brief moment here now, and a moment which should prove highly profitable to you, I really feel, with our Mr. Carpenter.
According to a survey, the thing Americans cherish most is privacy. And that insistence for privacy is one reason for the continuing strong popularity of Venetian blinds, especially Eastern's roll-ahead Venetian blinds. Why roll-ahead? Well, because this low-priced, custom-made Venetian puts the sought-after advantages of light, air, and privacy control within reach of everyone who demands true custom fit and quality. The roll-ahead has a unique roller mechanism assuring greater strength, better tape alignment, smoother operation. Precision engineered by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, the world's largest manufacturer of Venetian blinds, its maintenance-free dependability has made it for years a favorite of homemakers seeking fashion and service. Expensive? Oh, not at all. Its low cost will surprise you. At department and drapery stores, look for roll-ahead Venetians and world-famous Eastern's Star horizontal and vertical Venetian blinds, custom-made to your specifications by local franchise manufacturers in a choice of beautiful decorator colors. Or call this station for your nearest dealer.
Rosemary, would you sing something now?
I thought you might sing now, Bing.
Well, perhaps we can effect a compromise. Let's sing something together.
That seems to be a slick way of handling the situation.
Very tactical. They say that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful. So they say.
And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So they tell me.
I can't recall who said it. I know I never read it.
I only know they tell me that love is grand. And
to hold a girl in your arms is wonderful, wonderful. In every way, so they say.
You'll find that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful, so they say.
And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So they tell me.
To leave your house some morning and without any warning. You're stopping people shouting that love is grand. And the thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way. So they say.
Well, now, we got it done for today.
We hit the road now?
Righto, but we'll be back here same time, same station on Monday.
Have a nice weekend, everybody.
Bye now. You drive carefully, you hear?
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. This is Ken Carpenter, hoping you have a pleasant weekend and inviting you to join us again on Monday.
Girlfriends Golden Brooks and R&B sensation Maya guest star on an all-new Haunted, coming up next on UPN.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Time for a sensational announcement later in this program. Tonight from Hollywood, on behalf of the Hollywood YMCA Building Fund, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Lana Turner.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, first for Lana, second to none. Tonight she's my guest, so she's carrying a gun, Hope. Telling you to use Pepsodent, and like John L. Lewis, your teeth will never be held in contempt. John L. Lewis is getting pretty tough. For his next strike, he doesn't want the miners to come up. He's demanding that the owners lower the mines. John L. is the only man I know who can use 3 Tony Cole waves at the same time. Pretty funny, huh? Well, I bet I get as many laughs as Bergen did Sunday. A lot of people were upset about that program not getting on the air, you know. Stalin wired Molotov and said, not Bergen, Winchell. But anyway, tonight we're broadcasting for the YMCA Building Fund. I like the YMCAs. I used to live there during my vaudeville days. I had a wonderful place to sleep, but it was pretty hard getting used to breathing underwater. And every day I used to go to the gym to exercise, and everybody used to stop to watch me. You'd think they never saw Jim Bloomers before. It's been a long time since we've done a broadcast from Hollywood. Hollywood, that's the only place in the world where on a clear day you can see the sun fighting its way through an Honest John commercial. I gotta explain that for the radio listeners. Honest John is a used car dealer out here who advertises by skywriting. If a pedestrian dies and goes to heaven, Honest John hits him again on the way up. Well, I want to tell you, there's nothing like being in Hollywood in the spring. Everything is so romantic. I just crossed Sunset Boulevard and all the cars were holding fenders. Yes, sir, Hollywood is a wonderful town. It's the only place I know where you can get suntan coal germs. This is a town where the tourists wander around peeking at each other through dark...
And Lana Turner.
You mean Lana Turner's replacing Miriam? I settle. Well, tell our listeners about it, Wendell.
It's Pepsodent's sensational new offer, the Lana Turner Ballpoint Pocket Perfumer, fashion's newest accessory for carrying perfume in your purse. Now you can get this exclusive new Lana Turner Pocket Perfumer at an amazing bargain. What's more, receive a generous supply of Harriet Hubbard Air's costly U perfume, a really good perfume. This pocket perfumer's so lovely, it's all the rage in Hollywood. Designed by Vicki Laurel for the personal use of glamorous Lana Turner, whom you'll soon see opposite Clark Gable in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great new picture, Homecoming. With this new ballpoint perfumer, you'll always have your perfume at your fingertips. It's dainty as a lipstick, beautiful gold-toned case, easy to refill, too. Ballpoint seals in your precious perfume, yet a touch gives just the right amount for haunting, alluring fragrance. And what a bargain! Nationally advertised at $1.95. But now it's yours, plus the U perfume, for only 50 cents. Yes, mail 50 cents and both blue end flaps from any Pepsodent carton to Pepsodent, Box 776, Chicago, Illinois. Offer good United States and Territories only. You can see the Lana Turner Perfumer and U Perfume in special Pepsodent displays at drug counters everywhere. Act tonight. Mail 50 cents and both blue end flaps from any Pepsodent carton, toothpaste, tooth powder, antiseptic, or toothbrush label to Pepsodent, Box 776, Chicago, Illinois. Send now.
With the Metropolitan Opera season opening here in Los Angeles, we have many fine voices in the vicinity. And now... I love you, Signor Colonna. Comes the April breeze. I love you. Echo the hills.
melody. As once more it sees the putting again, the birds on the wing again, seem to sing again, lovely melody.
Can't help it. Strong union.
That's the song of songs. Oh, song of songs, song of melody. Oh, but a keen memory of love. And if I ever feel the blue, I know what I'll do. I'll make the San Fernando Valley my
That was Professor Jeremiah Colonna setting romance back 32 bars and a couple of centuries with his version of I Love You. Assisted by Les Brown and his Makes You Want to Grunt Like Gorgeous George Orchestra. Next week we'll have Tony Martin to bring it all back to normal, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, it is only appropriate that we have as our guest an alumnus of Hollywood High School. She was discovered by MGM while attending school here and became one of our top actresses. Here she is, the reason for the G in MGM, Miss Lana Turner.
Thank you, Bob.
Jane Russell, and now this. Oh, well, back to work. Say, welcome back to Hollywood High, Lana. I bet you had a lot of fun when you went to school here, huh?
Oh, I really did, Bob. Where did you go during your high school days?
The grammar school. I was kidding, Lana. I cherish every memory of my high school days. In fact, I still have my graduation suit.
Yes, it looks nice on you, too.
It isn't really the same suit. I've had the lapels re-notched. But, Lana, we haven't touched the subject that folks are really interested in. What's the latest with your career?
Well, I just finished a new picture called Homecoming.
Homecoming? You mean they made a movie about MacArthur already? You know, it's a double thrill having you on the show, Lana, because you don't often bother with radio. How come?
Well, the studio has ideas about glamour. They figure it would destroy the illusion if I appeared on comedy shows.
Oh, no kidding. Then it's quite a compliment to me that they consented to let you come on my show.
Well, there's that way of looking at it, too.
All this and ad-libbing, too. Say, you know, the boys in the band are really excited about you being here tonight.
Well, I don't know why. I'm just a girl.
Then I've been going out with men. But what an amazing girl you are. Glamorous actress, star, mother, baseball pitcher.
Oh, you must be talking about the softball scene in Cass Timberlake.
Yeah, very unusual.
Unusual?
Yeah, it's the first time I ever saw a guy hit a single and run to the pitcher.
Well, you'd better sign me up, Bob. You see, I just got an offer from Crosby to play for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I'm warning you, Lana, don't go down in that cellar alone. Thank you, Cleveland fans, but there's something... Don't push my padding around. There's something... You're ready for the game, too, aren't you? My shoulders. Who makes a hero out of you? Look, there's something I wanted to ask you, Lana, about that pictures of yours called Green Dolphin Street. What's that title all about?
Oh, Bob, you've never seen a green dolphin?
No, I'm a straight Coca-Cola man. You're such a big star now. I bet it's hard to realize that just a few short years ago you were a student here at Hollywood High, huh, Lana?
Yes, it is, Bob. But I loved it here. School was wonderful. Especially when that closing bell rang and we all made a rush for the street.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Now, wait, fellas. Please, fellas, I want to go toward sunset. Hey, Lana! Lana! Wait for me! Gee, Gee, I had an awful time catching you.
Well, Robert, you could run faster if you wore suspenders.
And these blue jeans? Look, I'll give you a ride home and in my hot rod. Get in while I connect it up.
Oh, Robert, you act like somebody's going to steal your old hot rod all the time.
Well, they might. A guy's got to be careful.
But gee whiz, carrying it to classes with you.
Well, I chained my dog to it and it started to chase cats. Well, get in. Here we go. Gee, we were really parked in there tight.
Gee, there sure is a lot of traffic this afternoon.
Yeah. Say, look in that other car. Hey, hi, you cutie. What are you doing Saturday night, eh? Hey, Lana, you jealous?
Certainly not.
You ain't?
Certainly not. Why should I be jealous of a cocker spaniel?
That's what I keep telling my pa. He's got to have a talk with me.
Robert.
Yeah.
Did you mean what you said in the soda fountain yesterday? That you loved me?
Of course I meant it. Didn't I let you use 2 straws to my 1?
Sure, but I found out later you sewed up the bottoms.
Yeah, that's cheaper than buying soda. Say, here's your house, Lana.
Uh-huh, and there's Dad out digging in the garden.
Hasn't he found that bottle yet?
Robert, if you're really serious about me, it's time you and Father had a talk.
Oh, gee, I'm scared to talk to him. He'll bite my head off.
Oh, no, he won't. He wants it to grow as much as you do. He does.
I want that laugh to grow a little, too. It ain't the size of a man's head, it's what's inside. Hey, I'm in trouble, ain't I?
Oh, come on. Come on, Robert, I'll go in with you. Robert, there's the afternoon paper on the lawn. You can make a good impression on Father by taking it in to him.
Okay.
Oh, Robert. Stand up and take that newspaper out of your teeth.
Oh, no, this way at least I got the Humane Society on my side.
Oh, Father! Father!
Home from school already, Lana? Oh, and what's that you brought with you? Some homework from your psychology class?
No, Father. This is Robert Hope. Go ahead, Robert. Ask him.
Well, sir, I've got a very important question I'd like to ask you.
What is it?
I'd like permission to walk down the aisle with your daughter.
Okay, but you better hurry. The last show at the Paramount starts in 5 minutes.
No, you don't understand. I'm asking for her hand.
All right, but no necking.
You don't understand, Mr. Attorney. I want to marry Lana.
Marry Lana?
Oh, say yes, Father. You've got to look at my side of it.
Well, maybe I should. He's pretty disgusting from this side.
Well, I'm the type that grows on you. If only I'd stop growing on myself.
Well, maybe this is a real romance between you two after all. Just look at that beautiful engagement ring you're wearing.
Yeah, and if things go well later on, I'll get one for Lana, too.
Just as I thought from the first, young man. You're just a selfish, good-for-nothing bum. I'm going to kick you right out on your ear.
Oh.
Yeah, there. Well?
Don't know your anatomy very well, do you? Thank you, Lana. Here's Les Brown and his vocalist, Miss Eileen Wilson in Little White Lie.
tears. I sigh, but there's no regret in spite of my tears. The devil was in your heart, but heaven was in your eyes. The night that you told me those little white
That's very nice. Say, Lana, will you come here? Say, so you're the one who's been causing all the mystery in our program, huh?
Oh, just for tonight. You can take over again next week.
Wish I had my Adler heels on. I'd look down on you. No, I mean in our commercials. That Pepsodent pocket perfumer is quite a thing.
Oh, I'm really proud to have my name associated with it, Bob. They're so clever and new and really useful. I carry it in my purse and have my perfume with me wherever I go.
Yes, ladies, like Lana Turner, you can have your perfume right at your fingertips by accepting Pepsodent's sensational offer. Send for your Lana Turner ballpoint pocket perfumer tonight. Regular $1.95 value, now yours for only 50 cents. What's more, receive a generous supply of Harriet Hubbard Ayre's costly U perfume. These ballpoint perfumers are Hollywood's newest fashion accessory for carrying perfume in your purse. Designed for glamorous Lana Turner, who stars opposite Clark Gable in MGM's hit Homecoming, they're so lovely you'll want several for gifts and party prizes. Dainty as a lipstick, beautiful gold-tone case. Refillable, too. Ballpoint seals perfume in, yet applies just the right amount. Sells regularly for $1.95. Now yours plus the U perfume for only 50 cents. Yes, 50 cents, and both blue end flaps from any Pepsodent carton, toothpaste, powder, antiseptic, or toothbrush label. Mail to Pepsodent, Box 776, Chicago, Illinois. Don't delay. Send tonight. Anything further you'd like to say, Lana?
No, Wendell, you said it perfectly. The new ballpoint perfume is wonderful. Or when a girl wears it, there isn't a man who can resist her.
Well, don't just stand there. Spray me with the stuff.
Well, step into my office, Miss Vague. This is Lana Turner.
Lana Turner!
In the flesh. And Lana, this is Miss Vague. Well, figure it out for yourself.
Mr. Hope, how much is it costing you to keep Bob Ripley from spilling the beans?
Now, just a second.
Well,
Please,
no, I
stay on
won't
the
wait.
subject.
You know, I love this ballpoint perfume, Lana. I'll have to get one.
Well, what do you usually use, Miss Vague? Bath crystals?
Oh, I should say not. That stuff costs a fortune. I tried it once, and I had to buy 300 packages to fill up my tub.
Well, Miss Vague, I'll lend you my ballpoint perfumer if you like.
Well, thank you, dear. I have a date with my boyfriend Waldo tonight. I think I'll dab some on my ankles, too.
Miss Vague, why do you want to dab it on your ankles?
Well, he spends so much time in the gutter, that's the only place he can smell it.
Great. What is that perfume you're wearing, Lana?
Oh, do you like it, Bob? Well, it's you perfume. This particular scent is called Spring Night.
Spring Night.
Take a whiff of me, Mr. Hope.
What's that called, Miss Vague?
Spring training. By the way, Lana, I hear your leading man, Mr. Gable, is going to make another picture, and I'm going to have a little talk with him. Do you think Clark would be interested in me?
Not right now, Miss Vague. Ducks are out of season.
Oh, you sweet boy. The next time I go fishing, I want you to go with me. In a can. Anyway, I certainly wouldn't want to be in a picture with you.
Oh, steady. Lana, tell Miss Vague what kind of leading man I am. Wouldn't you compare me to Gable?
Oh, definitely.
Lana, you compare him with Gable?
Oh, I thought he said Grable.
Oh, stop. Let's face it, some guys have it and some don't.
Maybe you can buy it, Mr. Hope.
All right, so Gable has broad shoulders. So what? I've got broad shoulders.
Yes, but Gable doesn't have to take his off when he goes to bed.
Well, I could prove I'm as good as Gable if I had a director here.
Okay, quiet on the set. Roll 'em. Cut. Print it. Let's see the Russians.
Colonna, you finished a whole picture in one sentence.
Small budget.
Now, wait a minute, Feather Duster. Don't tell me you're a director.
That's right. J. Mervyn Leroy Colonna. Director of cinema hits, molder of stars, producer of extravaganzas, and personal friend of Lassie.
Personal friend of Lassie? How come?
Apartment shortage.
Do you think you could direct us in a scene, Professor?
Well, it might be a bit strenuous for me. My last job made me lazy.
Your last job? What was that?
Wardrobe man for Naked City. Hope you can trust me. I'm an old hand. I have had experience in all kinds of pictures.
Well, okay, Colonna. In this scene, I play Clark Gable.
Of course, I've never directed any fantasies.
Easy, brush mush, or you'll be back jumping on grapes for the Roma Company.
Well, I'm ready. Let's start the scene.
Well, just a minute. I have to look like a woman. I'll put some makeup on.
And Hope, you have to look like a man. Take yours off.
I can't. This is 24-hour cream, and it's got 3 hours to go.
Ready, folks? Miss Turner can have the lead in the scene.
Professor, have you a part for me?
Why, are you missing a few? All right. You play the butler.
Oh, that's ridiculous. How can I play a butler?
That's right. She has no English accent. Okay, Colonna, I'll play... Where are you going, off tackle? Looks like 42nd and Broadway at the mic. You don't have sharp elbows, you don't get a line in here. Oh, I wish Heart's Desire was like this. Anyway. Okay, Colonna, I'll play Gable. That's the part I can sink my teeth into. Remember Gable in Call of the Wild? What a beast he was in that. Oh.
Bob, you're Gable, not Leo the Lion.
All right, in your places. Action. Camera. Roll 'em.
Now listen, baby. I'm leaving for the Yukon to tear some gold out of the hills with my bare hands. I'll be back as soon as I think I got enough.
Oh, don't leave me, Clark. You're all I've got. Well, anyway, I thought you were rough and tough.
I am, baby, I am.
Well, then why don't you bring the hills back and we're closer to town?
Why didn't I think of that? Well, I gotta go and say goodbye around the neighborhood.
Oh, Clark, honey, don't tell me you've got another girl.
Yoo-hoo, Clark!
Lana, baby, this is Sleuthfoot Sue. I got a confession to make. She and I have been seeing each other. I haven't exactly been faithful.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. But no woman is going to take you away from me. I love you. You're mine.
Yes, but what about me? I love him, too.
Poor devils, maybe out a bottle of stuff. Really, I don't see what women see in me.
Oh, he's so virile, so manly.
Yes, and so ragged.
That's rugged. Wonder if Gable has this trouble. What's the matter with you?
Lost my place. All right, I found it again.
Great
Action!
Clark, my hero.
You can't have him. I love him. He's the strongest man in Alaska.
Oh, and what a spender that boy is. He lights cigars with $100 bills.
Oh? What'd he give you?
A cigar. Anyway, I say he's mine, Lana.
And I say he's mine. There's no other way. But we'll let Clark decide between you and me.
Oh, no, I'm not going to give up that easy. Oh, all right. Clark, which do you choose? Lana or me?
Don't laugh, folks. She gets paid to read that line. But I've made my choice. I'll take you, Lana.
You beast casting me out like an old shoe.
Your tongue was hanging out.
Look out, Clark. She's got a gun.
Oh, you got me right in the money belt. I'm dying, baby. This is it. What a fool I've been. Ooh, the pain. The pain. I want you to know one thing, baby. I love you, baby. I'm a-going fast. Say something, Lana.
And they cut Jack Benny off the air.
Next Tuesday, on an all-new Buffy, Anya's had a 1,200-year career as a world-class vengeance demon. Will it all end here?
I have to kill Anya. Are there any friends of yours left you haven't tried to kill?
Shall we leave you in suspense or get to the point? That's just the beginning of an all-new Buffy. Next Tuesday at 8, 7 Central on UPN.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Vice Detail. A professional gambling ring has set up operations in your city. Dozens of citizens are being victimized. The gamblers keep on the move, changing their locations day to day. Your job? Get them. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
Yes, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, February 9th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Vice Detail. My partner's Bill Lockwood. The boss is Lieutenant Bingham. My name's Friday. It was 4:20 p.m. when I got to the second floor of the old Central Jail building. Vice Detail.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Bill. Did he show up yet?
Yeah, waiting in the next room.
Oh, fine. Did you talk to him yet?
No, he just came in a couple of minutes ago. Figured I'd wait for you.
Well, how's he seem? Sober? Does he look like he's off the lush?
Yeah, he looks pretty good. Shaved, cleaned up a little.
Fine. Dave, how are you?
Oh, hiya, Friday. Thought I'd drop by and see you. Remember you were talking to me last week about that thing.
You hear anything, Dave?
Yeah, I think I might have something for you. I think it's what you're looking for. Tried to get you on the phone last night. You weren't in.
Well, you should have left a message.
Oh, I didn't want to do that. You know how it is. Guess I shouldn't even be coming up here like this.
You got some kind of a permanent address, Dave? Phone number? Someplace we can contact you?
No, I'm still floating around a little.
Mm-hmm. Now, about this thing we were talking about, what'd you hear?
I picked up a little chatter. I think it's what you want. Say, you fellas had your coffee. I haven't had mine. What do you say?
Okay, how about the place down at the corner?
Fine with me.
All right, you want to check us out, Bill? Tell him we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you. All right, Dave, we can go out this way.
Okay. You're looking pretty good, Friday. World treating you okay?
Well, I can't complain, I guess. Go ahead.
Thank you. Guess we better wait for your partner, huh? What's his name?
Lockwood.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Skipper's got something for us when we get back, Joe.
All right.
You're looking pretty good yourself, Lockwood. Yeah, real good.
You seem to be in pretty fair shape. That pocket full of change sounds healthy.
That's not too good. Still got a few dimes to rattle. Hasn't been coming too fast lately, though.
Mm-hmm. You still setting pins down there at that bowling alley?
Yeah, uh-huh. A lot of help hanging around, though. They really got to hustle for it.
That's so.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the alley's changing over to those automatic machines, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Quite a few guys out. Realize the machines can set pins better than a man can.
Hi, Matthews. How are you?
Hi, Joe. Hi, Bill. What do you say, John?
Not too much.
Hey, who's that guy?
He works out of the office. Why?
Nothing. I thought I'd seen him around. Yeah.
No, down this way, Dave. Just a couple of doors.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, did you hear anything about Tony? You know if he's in town?
No, I've been working on it. That dirty Tony, he's not going to show.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Now, why don't you two grab the back table? I'll order up.
All right, fine, Bill.
Black
thanks.
with sugar, huh?
All right. Cream and sugar for you, Joe?
Yeah, that's fine. Bring a couple of those jelly donuts, could you?
Okay.
All right. Well, what's the story, Dave? What do you hear?
I heard about it last night, right after I left the alley. You told me to keep my ears open, you know.
Yeah.
Said you figured there might be something on that new bunch hanging around the bar down from the alleys. You figured they might tie in with a new bunch of high rollers in town.
Yeah. What'd you pick up?
I think you figured right, from what I heard anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. Have a donut, Dave?
Oh, yeah, thanks. You make a fine waiter, Lockwood.
Thanks. We don't get a lead pretty soon. I may have to take it up.
Dave was just telling me that he figures he might have something for us. He picked it up at the spot down from the alleys last night.
Well, like I said, after I was through at the alleys, I stopped by the place and had a couple of beers. Can't afford anything else. A few nickels they'd pay me. Lucky to get enough to eat the way things are going.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, I know. Well, what's the pitch you got, Dave?
Well, I was sitting there having a beer, and a couple of those new faces were sitting next to me. So I put my ear out and tried to pick up some of the talk.
Yeah.
I couldn't get all of it, but I did get enough to make out there's going to be a big game tonight. From what I could get, there's going to be a lot of scratch floating around.
You hear what it's going to be, Dave?
I had to play it careful, you know. Couldn't be too nosy.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I sat and had another beer, and one of these new monks heard the other guy call him Mike, I think. He asked the bartender for change to make a phone call. He got the change, went over the wall phone. I got up and drifted over that way. It made out like I was watching the shuffleboard. I caught some of his talk.
Yeah, what was that?
Well, he was talking about some big game tonight. I heard him say to the guy on the other end not to show up before 11:30.
To get an address?
Yeah, He said he'd be back of an empty store building down on Gibbons Avenue.
You get the number?
9122.
What was that again? 9122, is that right?
Yeah.
Gibbons, huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. As soon as I got out of the place, I wrote it down. Wait a minute. I got it. Let's see. Yeah, 9122 Gibbons. Yeah, that's it.
Now, this fellow that made the phone call, you say his name was Mike, is that right?
Yeah, that's what I heard his partner call him. He's kind of a short guy, like 35, 36, on the fat side, black hair.
Mike Filmer.
You know him?
Yeah, we've had an eye on him. Thought he might figure in.
Not about the size of it, Dave? That all you heard?
Yeah, that's about it, Friday. As soon as he finished the phone call, him and his partner left. I finished my beer and left, too. I had to. Couldn't afford another one. Real tough these days.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Dave. Really appreciate it.
Well, don't mention it. You've always done all right by me. Donut sure tasted great. Still hungry. The way I feel, I could take on a 3-inch steak.
I'm sorry things aren't better for you, Dave. How about a 10 spot? Will that help you any?
It sure will, Friday. Thanks a lot, huh? Really can use it.
Well, glad to help you. You're always helping us.
You sure make it nice. I mean, you make it nice and easy on a guy.
How do you mean?
Well, it's always there first. I never have to come right out and ask.
What's that?
The dough. You always get the pitch, don't you?
Almost a month before, we had begun receiving complaints about a newly established gambling ring which had set up operations in the city. After the first few complaints, we succeeded in identifying some of the men involved in the ring and also some of the places they frequented. The nature of most of the complaints against them was such that we knew we were dealing with a well-organized criminal element. Even if a player happened to win at one of the games, after he left the location, he was beaten and robbed. Despite the fact that we had some of the suspects identified, we still lacked sufficient evidence to prosecute them successfully. The various victims either would not or could not identify the suspects. We knew the gang was running 3 or 4 games a week, each one of them at a different location, each one of them at a different time. In the trade, that's known as a floating game. After we left our informant, Dave Carter, we headed back to the office and briefed Lieutenant Bingham. That afternoon, we checked the address on Gibbons Avenue and found it to be a vacant store building with a for rent sign in the window. There was an entrance in front and one in the rear, windows along both sides of the building, and a plasterboard partition dividing the inside of the store into 2 parts. The place was deserted. At 10 o'clock that night, Bill Lockwood and I staked out in our car down the street from the store. Sergeant Fred Taylor and Jack Matthews were staked out in their car from another point of observation. We were in constant touch with each other by 3-way radio. 10:30, 11 p.m., 11:30.
1K87 to 1K80, come in.
1K80 to 1K87, go ahead.
Joe, did you notice the lights come on in the back of the store a minute ago?
Yeah, 2 men. They went in the back way, parked their car just down the street from us here. Did you see anything else?
The car just pulled up down the street from us. 2 men getting out, heading for the store. Joe, just a minute. Yeah, they're going that way.
Yeah, I see them.
They're going around the back, Joe. Looks like it's going to pay off. Let's sit on it a while. KMA 367.
We waited. 11:45, A blue pickup truck pulled up and stopped a short way from the front entrance to the store. We saw two men get out and go around to the back of the truck and unload half a dozen large boxes, which they carried around to the rear entrance of the place. One of the men came back, got in the cab of the truck, and sat there. Midnight, 12:15 a.m. Over a period of half an hour, we watched 18 persons arrive from different directions and enter the store from the rear. 12:30, 1 a.m. There were no new arrivals. We waited.
1K87 to 1K80, come in.
1K80 to 1K87. Go ahead.
Not much activity down here, Joe. Looks like it's pretty well set. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we might as well hit it. Same way we laid it out, huh, Fred? We'll wait until Matthews picks up the lookout, the man sitting in the truck.
Right, Joe. Jack, you want to go ahead and grab and go wait. He's on his way, Joe.
Okay, as soon as he picks him up, we meet in front of the place. Bill and I'll take the front. You cover the back. You got that?
Okay, Joe. Oh, hold on a minute, will you? Yeah, Jack got him. Bring him back to the car.
Okay, let's go. KMA 367. You got the car keys, Bill?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
You figure that's the best way, Joe, too, is going in the front?
Well, it's probably where the rush is going to be. When Fred goes through the back, they're sure to start for the front.
Okay, Joe?
Yeah.
Jack's got the lookout in our car. He'll wait for us.
Right. Now, what do you think about this, Fred? You go around and hit the back door. As soon as they hear you inside, they'll probably start for the front. We'll take care of them there.
That's a good idea. Give me half a minute to get back there, huh?
Right. Watch yourself.
All right, Joe.
Let's go.
They're still going. Not wise to us.
Yeah, let's hold it right here.
Police officer, you're under arrest now. Hold it right there.
Come on, Bill. Let's hit it.
Shots, Joe.
Yeah, come on.
All right, get back there, Walter. Get back. Police officers.
Come on, back against the wall.
Going out the window, Joe. Fred. I said get back against the wall, all of you.
All right, I'll cover him. You get back and see what happened to Fred.
Right.
All right, mister. With the rest of them there, back against the wall.
All right, I'm going. What's the beef about anyway? Just
All right,
having a
all
little
of you.
game?
Turn around. Face the wall. Put your hands against the wall.
What's the pitch anyway? Treating us like a bunch of thieves. We're just having a little fun. No harm done.
Joe. Yeah, did you find Fred? What happened?
He's been shot, hurt bad. Matthews is in with him now. I'll call the ambulance. Get some help.
All right. All right, you two. In with the others. Back against the wall.
What's the beef? Sure, a big noise about nothing. We're here to play a little cards, friendly game, just $1 limit. Nobody ever gets hurt. We're all friends.
Is that why you carry guns? 1:20 a.m. The ambulance arrived, and Sergeant Fred Taylor was taken immediately to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital in a critical condition. He'd been shot twice through the upper portion of the chest. He'd been unconscious from the time of the shooting. Who the assailant was, we had no idea. The crime lab arrived at the scene and began their preliminary investigation. Meantime, homicide officers had arrived, and all units in the area were assisting in the investigation, making a house-to-house canvass and checking all backyards, alleys, and unoccupied buildings for possible suspects in hiding. Out of the total number of men present in the store at the time of the shooting, Bill and I had been able to detain 9 of them. The remainder had either scrambled out side windows or the rear door and then apparently made their way over back fences. The 9 we did get were taken downtown for interrogation. All of them had been searched, but no weapons had been found. Bill Lockwood and I remained at the scene assisting the homicide officers. 2:05 a.m. An additional 4 men who'd been present at the gambling game that night were picked up in the area, transported downtown, and held along with the other 9 at homicide detail. 2:20 a.m. Bill and I were called downtown to assist in the questioning. We got nowhere with the first 3 suspects. It was the same with the 4th.
You expect us to believe that, Mike? Well, it's the truth. I don't know anything about it.
Now, look, Mike, let's put it on the table, huh? We listened to your line of chatter down at the store when we made the pinch. We heard it all. Now, let's get on to facts.
I told you everything I know, no different than the other guys you picked up. I heard there was going to be a game tonight, so I came down.
Who'd you come down with? How'd you get there?
I drove, came by myself.
Where'd you park your car?
About 2 blocks away, a little alley there. By a gas station.
You're a liar, mister, and you know it.
Well, it's the truth, so help me. If I knew there was going to be trouble, I wouldn't even have showed up. I play a few cards, sure. I don't go in for heavy stuff, though. I haven't got anything to do with the game.
You're a liar.
You can't say that. Now, you show me where I've lied to you. Tell me. We were staked out on that place tonight, Mike. It was a little past 11:45. You drove up in a blue pickup truck. Another man was with you. You were driving. Oh, no, you got it wrong.
No, we haven't got it wrong. You parked that truck about 10 yards down the street from the front of the store. You got out first. The other man followed you. You unloaded 6 large cartons from the truck. Some of the equipment we found in the store. You took it around back and in through the rear door, didn't you?
You got it wrong. It wasn't me. It couldn't have been me. Come off it, Mike. The man you were with, we've got him down the hall. The other officers have talked to him. He gave him the straight story. But I didn't come with any other guy. Now, will you listen to me? I knew some of them there. I'll admit that. I came by myself.
Now, you listen to me, mister. You get this through your head. Get it once and for all. This isn't a gambling beef anymore. Somebody's been shot. He's been hurt bad.
Well, that's not my fault. I didn't shoot him. I don't know anything about it.
You know more than you're telling. You lied about coming there in that truck. We saw you. Something else. The truck's been checked out. It's registered in your name. Now, you come up with an answer for that one fast.
Well, I don't get it. Maybe my truck is down there. If it is, I don't know how it got there.
You're in a jam, Mike. This isn't any misdemeanor rap. I think the sooner you realize that, the better it's going to be
Look,
for you.
You don't have to tell me it's serious. I know that. Now, what do you want from me anyway?
You know what we want. You know the answers, and we want them. You're part of that gambling setup. We know that. We know who was there tonight. Everybody. We want the names of every one of them. Now, either you got the answer to that shooting or somebody in that crowd has. We're going to get the answer, Mike. Don't make any mistake about it. We're going to get it.
Now, what do I have to say to convince you you're talking to the wrong guy?
Not according to the man they got down the hall, the one in the pickup truck with you. He gave us the whole story. You hired him to help you tonight. You were going to pay him $20. He helped you haul the equipment to the store, and he was supposed to be the lookout at the front door. It ties in all the way. How about it?
All right. Now, you've been calling people liars, huh? Well, he's the liar. The whole lousy story is nothing but a lie.
All right, keep quiet. Friday talking. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, all right. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, you listen, Mike. Here's a piece of advice. You make up your mind.
Now, how do you mean make up my mind? I'm trying to cooperate. You don't believe me. I'm trying to help you out every way I can. I'm only too glad to give you a hand. I know you got a tough job. You got my sympathy.
Now, don't you worry about us, mister. From here in, start worrying about yourself. You're going to do a lot of it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That policeman, he just died.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Prove Fatima quality yourself. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
Fatima gives you more for your money.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Tuesday, February 10th, 5:30 a.m. Sergeant Fred Taylor had died at approximately 5:22 a.m. Cause of death was listed as hemorrhage and shock due to the 2 gunshot wounds in the chest. Officers from the medical detail had rushed Taylor's wife from his home to the receiving hospital. She was with him at the time of his death. Unfortunately, he never regained consciousness. 5:45 a.m. While the investigation went on at the scene of the murder, Bill Lockwood and I continued our interrogation of the suspect, Mike Filmer. Another hour of questioning, and he still refused to tell us anything. We finally confronted him with the man we'd seen him arrive with at the location of the gambling game earlier that morning. Another 10 minutes of questioning, and he finally broke down.
Why didn't you tell us that to begin with?
Believe me, I wanted to. I was scared. I was scared to death. I never had anything like this happen to me before. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say.
All right, this is a complete list of everybody you saw there last night. Everybody who was in that game.
Well, yeah, I think it covers it. Well, let me see it.
All right, here you are.
Yeah, just about everybody.
These are the only addresses you got, just these 3 here.
Yeah, that's it. No, I'm not lying now, believe me. Those are the only ones I know of.
All right, so you had a hand in the game. You brought in the equipment. You were working for the house.
Yeah, that's right.
Then who's the boss, Mike? Who's running the game?
What about it? Who's running it?
Look, I've told you everybody that was there, everybody. He wasn't there that night. He couldn't have had anything to do with it.
Mike, we didn't ask you that. We asked you who the boss is. What's his name? Now, how about it? We want his name.
But I told you he wasn't there last night. If he wasn't there, he couldn't have had anything to do with it. Look, he's a nice guy. He doesn't want trouble any more than I do. He couldn't tell you
You
anything.
let us figure that out, will you? Now, who's the boss, Mike?
Does it have to be? Is that important?
We wouldn't be asking you. Who is he?
George Delano. Now, that's all I know about him, his name.
How does he spell his last name? What's he look like?
Well, I guess it's Delano. I never saw him write it down, though. I've Only known him about a month, maybe 5 weeks. What's his description? Well, he's taller than I am, about 5 feet 10, 11 maybe. Dark hair, a little bit on the heavy side. Like me, I guess. Man about 45, 50.
Where does he live? Where do we find him?
I don't know where he lives. Some hotel downtown, I think. The only times I ever met him was at a bar.
Which bar? Where about?
South end of town, down in Vermont. I don't know the address, but I can point it out to you. It's a couple doors down from a big bowling alley. Right across from a theater, women's dress shop next door. Yeah, that's right. That's a place. The only place I've ever seen him. He always calls me at home and tells me where to meet him.
You mean to say you've been working for this Delano and you don't even know where he lives?
Well, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm squaring with you. I really don't know.
Friday, talk to you, man.
Yeah, Sam. I'll be right back now. What do you got, Sam?
Charlie Hart and I just got back from a place down on Gibbons Avenue, the store.
Yeah.
Thought you'd like to know. We found a gun in the back of the place hidden under a lumber pile.
Right. Did you check it out?
Yeah, I ran through gun records. It's registered.
What's the name?
George Delano.
7:38 a.m. With the new lead on the alleged boss of the gambling ring, George Delano, we interrupted our questioning of the suspect, Mike Filmer. We took him down the hall back to the homicide squad room to be held for further interrogation. We checked Delano through R&I, but we had no record on him. Then, along with Sergeant Sam Flowers and Charlie Hart of Homicide, we drove out to the address of George Delano as listed in the gun registration files. It was a small cottage in the Wilshire area. The woman who answered the door identified herself as Mrs. George Delano, the suspect's wife. She called her husband to the door. We identified ourselves, briefed him on the reason for our visit, and told him we wanted to talk to him downtown. He appeared cooperative, more than willing to come along. He got dressed. We drove him back to the city hall and took him to the interrogation room. He was well-dressed and, in his own way, well-mannered. After being told of the situation, he admitted freely that he'd been operating games at different locations throughout the city for the past month and a half. He told us that he'd employed Mike Filmer to assist him in his operations, and he also admitted ownership of the gun found near the murder scene. The gun had since been checked by Russ Camp and ballistics and found to be the murder weapon.
Well, yes, it's my gun, but I'd like to explain a little bit about it.
What's that, Delano?
Well, number one, I admit I'm a gambler. That's my racket. I'm new to Los Angeles. I even admit I've been working a few games, but I'm no murderer. I wouldn't have any part of it.
You said you were going to explain about the gun. Now, what about it?
Now, look, I'd like to fill you in on everything, officers. I got nothing to hide from you. I'll tell you everything.
Yeah?
When I first came to this town, as I say, it's been about 5-6 weeks, I made a few connections, and I started running these games. For the first couple of weeks, everything went fine. No beefs, everything was fine. All I had to do was dodge you fellas, and then the trouble started in.
How do you mean?
You mind if I have a smoke? A little upset.
All right, go ahead.
You care for one?
No, thanks.
Yeah. I want to fill you in from the start. I want to clear this whole thing up.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah. Well, as I told you, the first few weeks, everything was fine. Then one night when the game was just about ready to break, a couple of punks came in, held us up. They cleaned everybody in the place, made a big haul.
When was this? Where did it happen?
Down on the east side. Punks took us for everything. You know how it is. Couldn't make a report to you. I just had to take it, cover the losses myself.
Yeah, now how about that gun?
I'm coming to it. This thing happens, and I figure that's the end of it. But no, a couple of nights later, they hit again. I still can't squawk. I have to stand the losses. Another couple of nights, they knock us over again. Couldn't do a thing about it. Losing money.
All right,
every...
we've heard all that. That's your racket. You can expect it. All we want to know is about that gun. Now, what's your story?
I told you I was coming to it. After the third time they reached us, I hired a guard. Somebody stand watch outside in case of another stick-up. It's the only thing I could do.
Yeah?
Well, so I hired some guy to stand guard on the games. Loaned him my gun in case there was any trouble.
And you told him to use it in case there was trouble.
Yeah, that's right.
How about a raid from the police? You tell him to use it for that?
No. Matter of fact, I made a point of telling him about that. All he was supposed to use the gun for was just to fire it up in the air, maybe scare those punks off and warn the guys inside at the same time.
We'll talk about that later, Delano. We want to know who had the gun last night.
Well, the guard did. I told you I loaned him the gun.
Who was the guard? What's his name? Where do we find him?
His name's Jake. A friend of mine got him for me. Let's see, Jake Gleason. That's it, Gleason.
Where's he live?
Couldn't tell you that. I don't know. I always contacted him at a bar in South Vermont, place I go quite a bit. Be a little too early to catch him there now.
What do you know about this Gleason? What's he look like?
I don't know. I haven't seen him much. I guess you'd say he's about 32, 33, kind of light brown hair, tall. Ex-con, I think. Either he told me or somebody told me he did time.
You knew he was an ex-con and you gave him your gun.
Well, yeah, but I didn't tell him to shoot anybody. I made a point of telling him that. A dumb jerk, especially shooting a cop. All he was supposed to do was fire up in the air if those punks came around, scare him away. To help me, that's the only time he was supposed to use the gun. I told him that.
How much of a story, Delano? Can you prove it?
Sure, I can prove it. You can ask Mike Filmer. He'll tell you the same thing. You can ask Gleason himself. That dumb jerk. Mike said he wasn't too sharp, a little punchy, wasn't quite right in the head.
What's that?
I said he was a little punchy, wasn't quite right in the head, Gleason.
You mean you met him in a bar? You didn't know anything about his background. You knew he was an ex-con. You had an idea he wasn't too sharp. Maybe he wasn't all there. Is that right?
Yeah, that's about it.
And you put this man in a spot where you knew he'd be in trouble, and then you gave him a gun. Is that right? How about it, Delano?
What are you looking at me for? I told the dumb jerk what to do. I didn't tell him to shoot anybody. Punch drunk boozer.
Yeah.
Truth. I didn't have a thing to do with it. I hired the guy, that's all. It's not my fault. What are you looking at? I wasn't even there. I didn't even know about it. I didn't kill that cop.
Didn't you? 9:23 a.m. We continued questioning George Delano. He told us that he'd instructed Jake Gleason, the ex-convict, to stand guard at the rear of the store where the gambling games were held. He insisted that his instructions to Gleason were that if he had to fire the gun at all, he was to fire it in the air, and then only as a warning signal in case of robbery attempt. Delano was detained by homicide officers pending further investigation. We checked the name and description of Jake Gleason through R&I and found his record and mug shot. We showed the mug to Delano, and he identified it. Gleason's record showed him to be on active parole. 10:30 a.m., we contacted the parole office. They gave us his address, and Bill and I checked it out, a second-rate hotel on South Flower Street. The manager told us Gleason had left the hotel about 7:45 that morning and that he was not expected back until after 6 o'clock that night. He also told us there was a chance we might locate him in one of the bars around the neighborhood. 10:45, we started making the rounds of the bars in the immediate vicinity. The third place we stopped at was practically deserted. The jukebox at the back of the place was turned up to full volume. There was a smell of disinfectant, whiskey, and stale perfume. There was one customer drinking at the far end of the bar. It was Gleason.
Stand up, Gleason. Police officers.
All right. Shake him down, Bill.
Clean, Joe.
All right. Hands in back of you. Yeah? You want to kill that jukebox, Bill?
Yeah.
All right, you know why we want you.
Yeah, I know. Knew there wasn't any sense running. I knew you'd be around. All right, let's go. Could you do me a favor? Wait a minute, just a minute.
Yeah?
Just like to tell you I didn't mean it. I guess it's my own fault. I shot him. I shouldn't have had the gun, shouldn't have taken the job. I shot him. I didn't mean it.
All right, come on.
There ought to be a way, don't you think? There really ought to be a way.
What's that?
I didn't mean it. No reason to kill him. I didn't even know him. I just keep thinking there's only a way if I could take it back again, you know?
Yeah, we know.
If I could go back and change it, make it all different. Right from the beginning, I wouldn't even look at a gun. I'd change everything. You bet I would. I wouldn't even look at a gun. If I only had the chance, second chance. There ought to be a way, second chance.
You started with a gun, Jake.
Yeah?
You never had a first one.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 22nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 88, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, Fatima gives you more for your money because no other king-size cigarette can match Fatima quality. Because Fatima's length filters and cools the smoke for your protection. Gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size. I'm convinced that you'll agree with me once you try them. Get a pack of Fatimas next time you buy cigarettes. Fatima, an extra mild and soothing smoke. Best of all, king-size cigarette.
Jacob Allen Gleason was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree and was sentenced to a life term in the state penitentiary. George Delano, Mike Filmer, and all other principals were found guilty of violating the Municipal Code 43.01, gambling, and received sentences as prescribed by law. George Delano and Mike Filmer were sentenced to 6-month terms in the county jail. Others received proportionate sentences.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Fox, director on the executive board of the Mystery Writers of America.
Tonight it is with a great deal of pleasure that I, speaking for the entire membership of the Mystery Writers of America in all fields, present the Edgar Allan Poe Award for the second consecutive year for the finest radio presentation in its class, Dragnet. To you, Jack Webb, and your fine group of technicians responsible for the overall production of Dragnet, we present this statuette of one of the immortals in the field of mystery, Edgar Allan Poe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fox, and thanks also to the membership of the Mystery Writers of America.
And standing by to receive his award, also for the second consecutive year, as the outstanding radio writer in his field, and for the consistent job he does on Dragnet, Jim Moser. Here is your statuette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fox.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's seldom indeed when the writer of any radio show receives his just and due acclaim. It's with the greatest of pleasure that we accept the Edgar Allan Poe Awards, as it is primarily a writer's award. All of us who have had a hand in bringing Dragnet into your homes each week are proud of our writer, Jim Moser. For as anyone in radio will readily go on record by saying and knowing that you're only as good as the script you read. So it's with deep gratitude that we receive the MWA Award, which best illustrates and confirms the high opinion which we all hold of our writer, Jim Moser.
Thank you, Jack, and I'd like to express my special appreciation to our technical advisors from the Los Angeles Police Department, without whom none of this would be possible.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Martin Milner, Eddie Firestone, Whit Connor. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Look, Mom, he's cute.
Yoshi's back in Yoshi's Island, only for Game Boy Advance. Rated everyone.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Blatt's Beer is on the air. Blatt's Beer is everywhere. Blatt's, Milwaukee's finest beer, brings you transcribed Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Friends, good taste isn't a matter of geography. A good, juicy steak is appreciated just as much in Los Angeles as it is in New York or Milwaukee. And the same goes for good beer. Take Blatt's, for example. There's nothing unusual about the good taste of the people who have made Blatt's the largest selling beer in Milwaukee, premium beer capital of the nation. They're the same kind of particular people who have made Blatt's the largest selling Milwaukee beer in scores of other cities in 48 states and 29 foreign countries. Yes, from B to Z, from best to zest, the byword Blatt, B-L-A-T-Z, from coast to coast, Milwaukee's finest beer.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat and drink Blatt's beer. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Hedda Hopper. Yep, the Mad Hatter herself. Yes, sir, I understand when she buys a hat, the clerk says, will you wear it home or will you eat it here? Huh? Well, she's a newspaper dame, Duffy. Yes, a gossip mongress. Yeah. She writes a movie column, sort of a who's who in Hollywood, only hers is more who did what to who. Yeah. Well, she's going to help me run a coming-out party for your daughter. Will it be formal? No, Duffy, it's semi-formal. The dames come half-dressed. Yeah, Hedda's just going to wear a beanie. Yes, sir, it should be terrific, Duffy. How much will you allow me to spend on this coming-out party for your daughter? Huh? $15 if she comes out? And $20 if she don't come back. Okay, it's a deal. I'll call you later.
Mr. Archie, is Miss Duffy going to have another coming-out party?
Yeah, why, Eddie?
But that gal's been coming out for the last 10 years.
Well, so what?
In Groundhog Circle, it's now known as Miss Duffy's Day. Who's coming to the party?
Oh, only the upper dregs, Eddie. Here, read these exclusive invitations that I sent out.
Now, let me see. monster coming out party. You are hereby honored to be a guest at a private luncheon in memoriam of Miss Duffy. Dearly beloved daughter of Honorable and Miss Duffy, MP. MP. Member of Parliament?
Mama and Papa. Read the rest of it.
Cuisine will start promptly at 9 o'clock and will continue until dinner. Signed, Heather Hopper. P.S. Kindly RSVP. What's that RSVP?
Means black tie. Hey, that reminds me, what do you think I ought to wear, Eddie? Me full dress suit?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Well, yes, you ought to wear one, and no, you ain't got one.
Hello, Art.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Art, is there any chance of me making a play for one of them young society dowagers here tonight?
The dowagers ain't the young dames.
Oh, no?
No, the dowagers is the old men.
Oh, in that case, I better not make a play for them.
I think you'd be safer. And, watch your manners tonight, Finnegan. This is a coming out party, and...
what's the idea of this coming out party?
Well, it's an illusion party, you see. The idea is to make Miss Duffy seem more popular.
Oh, she ain't popular now, huh?
No, but it ain't her fault, Finnegan. You know, look what the poor dame's got against her. Heredity, environment, the wind. So we're gonna make her a debutante. Hey, wait a minute. Speak of the devil, here comes the Deb now.
Hello, Archie. You dear boy.
What is this?
This is too divine of you to throw this coming out party for me. Rally. It's too utterly utter.
I beg your pardon?
I'm so glad Hedda's coming tonight. She's utterly marvelous. Too utterly.
Miss Duffy, if you utter another utter, I'm going to throw you out in the gutter.
Rally. Such talk from a menial.
Who's a menial? I'm just as good-natured as the next guy. But I don't want you putting on no dog with me. Remember, social rule number 1 is be yourself. In your case, you better forget rule number 1. And rule number 2
Rule number 1, rule number 2. Don't do this, don't do that, don't say this, don't say that.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Duffy.
You don't know what it is to be a debutante. Hour after hour, walking up and down, balancing the blue book on your head for purrs. And clothes. Every day running for fittings to Shapiro the tailor. You should stand there while he sticks pins in you. A little higher, Miss Duffy. A little lower, Miss Duffy. Pull your stomach in, Miss Duffy. Put your back out, Miss Duffy. I could scream. Sometimes I wish I'd been born a peon.
Duffy, I didn't realize you were so social.
Rally. If I ain't a socialist, who is? Have you forgotten the parties we gave at Newport?
We gave it?
Didn't we ever invite you?
No.
Well, no offense intended. I suppose it's just that our family is such a clammy group.
Might as well humor it. Your family is very exclusive, huh?
Exclusive? Goodness, we never met anybody. That's why even to this day, nobody even knows I am a debutante.
Well, I got the flowers like you told me, Arch. Practically brand new, too.
Practically brand Where did you get them?
Cavendish, the undertaker.
How much did you pay for them?
$25.
They look more expensive.
Well, I should. They came from a well-to-do corpse.
Well, they should make 'em nice corsage for Miss Hopper. Now, let's see. When I hand her the flowers, I'll make a speech. I'll say, Miss Hopper, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words, so I ask these humble flowers to speak for me.
Hayat, that fruit salad on the free lunch.
What about it?
It's moving.
That ain't the fruit salad. That's Hedda Hopper. Good evening, Miss Hopper. Miss Hopper, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words. So I ask these humble flowers to...
Mind if I use the phone?
Not at all.
Thanks.
I am a young man...
Hello, operator. I want Beverly Hills 5, 4124. Yes, I'll hold the line. Now, what were you saying?
I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words.
Hello?
So I ask these humble flowers...
Yes, operator, I'm calling Beverly Hills. I'm sorry. What was it you were saying?
I am a young man...
Quiet. This might be a hot scoop. Hello, Tyrone.
Tyrone?
This is Hedda Hopper. I called to find out about the big event. What? She did? 3 o'clock this afternoon? Oh, how wonderful. What? Well, were you with her at the time? Right by her side?
Oh, how sweet, huh?
What's that? How many? 4 of them?
Well, that's Hollywood for you.
How does she feel? A little tired?
Well, naturally.
What? Well, I'll bet you the next time she'll do even better.
3-1.
Well, take good care of her, Tyrone. I'll be seeing you.
Hedda, don't tell me that the Tyrone Powers...
Yes, his pedigreed dachshund just won 4 blue ribbons at the dog show.
My, this will be an interesting tidbit at the Kennel Club. Now, as I was saying, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words.
Archie, stop beating around the bush. Come on, let's get it over with.
Get what over with?
The corny jokes about my hat.
Okay, have it your way. My tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words, but Hedda, that hat you're wearing.
What about it?
It looks like something Queen Mary left in a pigeon coop. How often do you have to water it?
Archie, don't be ridiculous. These flowers are artificial.
Artificial? Oh.
Only the vegetables are real.
I see. Well, anyway, I am a young man. I'm a bulldog. Now, as I was saying, Miss Hopper...
I know you were a young man.
I was when this thing started. Look, here, Hedda, let's cut it all out. These flowers is for you.
Well, thank you. You say these are flowers?
Yeah.
I'll bet they were lovely. Let me see. Shall I wear them on this shoulder? No. That doesn't look quite right. Perhaps this shoulder. No, that isn't right.
Why don't you try 'em laying down?
Please. Well, Miss Hopper, those flowers seem to do something for you. You know, they sort of bring you to life.
That's more than did for the last guy.
Maybe we better change the subject. You know, Hedda, the last time I was in Hollywood, I dropped around to your house, but she wasn't home.
Oh, what a shame.
Yep, I rang your bell about 5 times.
You rang it 6 times.
Well, anyway, you wasn't home. Boy, you must make a lot of dough to have a house like that, huh? Tell me, how much do you make a week writing that column of yours?
Isn't that rather a personal question?
Yes.
Well, I do all right. For years, I've been syndicated in nearly every city in the country.
What you do in your time is your own business. Tell me, how do you dig up that gossip for your column?
I have a secret combination.
What's that?
Small talk and large keyholes.
Never fails, huh?
Only once, and it was quite a shock. I wanted to confirm a rumor, so I had my eye to the keyhole.
Yeah? And what did you see?
Another eye.
Not Luella.
Heaven forbid. No, it was another actress. And I made a terrible mistake.
You made a mistake? What?
I reported that she was dead, when actually she was in the best of health.
Well, what did you do?
Well, the paper had already gone to press, so there was only one thing I could do.
What's that?
We buried her.
Naturally.
Say, Art, I did the... Who's the tomato?
This ain't no tomato. This happens to be one of the most important newspaper columnists in the country.
Don't tell me this is Billy Rose.
Billy Rose. Finnegan, take a look. How could this be Billy Rose?
Yeah, you're right, Art. A little too tall.
That's my trouble as a newspaper woman.
What is that?
My height. I'm too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms.
Well, none of it is perfect.
Look, ain't you ever heard of Hedda Hopper?
Why, certainly. Hedda Hopper's a dame that wears them funny-looking... Well, Hedda Hopper! As I live and breathe.
You do?
Every day.
Mr. Finnegan, you remind me of somebody, and I can't think who.
Well, we got a lot in common.
Really?
Yeah, I can't think either.
Let me see. Who do you remind me of? Is some Hollywood bigwig.
Bigwig?
That's a toupee with a producer under it.
Well, thank you very much. But, as long as I'm a bigwig, you must invite me to a party sometime.
A party? Finnegan, you wouldn't know how to act at a Hollywood party.
Oh, no? I can throw a right-hand punch just as fast as the next guy.
I'm talking about etiquette.
Well, Archie, the rules of etiquette for any party are always the same, whether it's in Hollywood or New York. Anything you do should be based on consideration for the other fellow.
Him, huh?
Yes.
Oh.
For example, let me take these two glasses.
Yeah.
I fill them both with black beer. Now I offer them to you. Which glass do you take, the large one or the small one?
Well, that's easy. I take this one.
No, Finnegan. You took the large glass. That's bad manners.
But it's good beer.
I know, but if you had offered them to me, I would have taken the smaller glass of black.
Then what are you kicking about? That's what you got.
Just a second. I think I know what Miss Hopper means. Now, here, Finnegan, I'll offer them to you, Hedda. Here's the two glasses. Now, take your choice.
Okay, I'll take this one.
Oh, wait a minute. You took the biggest one.
Finnegan, you're the one that's learning manners, not me.
Besides, Finnegan, just serving Blatt's beer at a party is good manners in itself. And incidentally, speaking of parties, Hedda, I'm throwing a coming-out party here tonight for a debutante, you know.
What debutante?
Over there by the cash register, the one with the short forehead and the long yet.
Archie, is she coming out?
Yeah.
Do you think that's wise?
Be nice to her. She really believes she's a debutante. You know, it's got a slight case of paraphernalia. Miss Duffy.
Yes, Archibald.
I would like to present you with Miss Hopper, a world-famous news reporter. Miss Hopper, this is Miss Duffy, a misprint.
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
So terribly divine of you to come.
Oh, quite.
I'm sorry to be tardy, but I've been out playing polo all day.
Oh, tally-ho! Do you like to ride?
Does one? I'm utterly nuts about it.
Me too. I wouldn't think of being seen in public without a horse under me.
Yes, being on top of a horse is so much less crowded than the subway.
Yes, and one feels so aristocratic.
Doesn't one? But being an aristocrat does have its drawbacks, doesn't one?
Well, that depends. How does one mean it?
I mean, after whiling away a day around the stables, one smells so, doesn't one?
Well, as long as the horses don't complain, what does one care?
How true. Well, toodaloo, darling.
Toodaloo, darling. Brother, what a character.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised, Hetty. You know, there's guys that go for her type.
Really?
Yep. At the Locomotive Wipers Convention, she was voted Miss Loose Caboose of 1936.
Well, she can probably thank the horse for that. So that's what's going to make her debut tonight.
Yep, and Hedda, guess what? I'm going to let you be the hostess.
Me, arrange a party, sandhog Ciro's.
Mr. Hopper, in Duffy's Tavern, we would no more think of catering to the sandhog trade than we would of throwing the garbage out the window without first yelling for. Now, what do you say?
Absolutely not.
But, Hetty, you can't disappoint all them people.
What people?
All them Hollywood stars you invited down here.
I didn't invite any Hollywood stars.
Would you like to see the invitations?
You mean you printed invitations and signed my name?
Now that you mention it, yes.
Oh, in that case, I suppose I'll have to be the hostess at this party.
See how everything always works out for the best? Now, what can we do for entertainment?
Well, we can dine, dance, play games like charades.
Charades?
Yes, it's a game where everybody impersonates famous people.
Oh, that should be fun. See, you can guess who this is.
Eddie. Come with me to the Casbah.
Hildegard!
But, Mr. Archie, Miss Hopper is used to spending thousands of dollars on parties.
Well?
And you going to get her to run this debutante party for $15?
So what? This is a cut-rate debutante. Besides, how much Blatz beer can people drink? Hedda.
Yes?
Hedda, how much you figure this party will cost?
Well, we should be able to do it for $5.
$5. Don't be a piker, will you?
You want to go to 10?
You can go as high as 15.
15? Well, that's wonderful. All right, now, let me see. The first thing we'll need is some caviar. Do you have any?
Caviar? Just a second there. Eddie.
Yes, sir?
We got any caviar?
Well, that depends.
On what?
What is it?
Eddie. You know, caviar, them fish eggs.
Oh, well, we got fish, but they ain't been laying lately.
Oh, Hedda, I'm afraid the caviar is out.
But Archie.
Sorry, Hedda, you can't fight nature.
But a coming out party without caviar.
Look, I got an idea. Couldn't we just maybe serve tapioca pudding in dark glasses?
Oh, be serious, Archie. Here, give me the phone. I'll call the caterer.
Okay.
Hello? Pierre? This is Hedda Hopper. Look, I want you to cater a very swank dinner party. Well, we'll need some good imported caviar, some turtle soup, Waldorf salad, lobster thermidor, filet mignon with mushrooms. And for dessert, crepe Suzette, peach melba, cherries jubilee, and, oh yes, demi-tasse.
At least I'm getting off with just a half a cup of coffee.
Oh yes, and send over about 100 cases of black beer. That's right, black. Thank you, Pierre.
Look, Hetty, you're running me into a fortune.
Oh, not at all, Archie. You'd be surprised how much you can buy for $15,000.
15,000? Hetty, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. You see, I didn't quite mean 15,000.
Stop being a piker, Archie. You wanted to throw a party, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'm afraid this party's gonna throw me.
Oh, I almost forgot.
What?
The music.
Look, I already made a deal with Colucci's brother.
Coluccio's brother?
Yeah, he's an organ grinder.
But that's just for dancing. How about the entertainment?
The monkey does the hula. Now, look, Hedda, you see, the 15 that I mentioned is
just a second. Instead of Coluccio's brother, I could probably get Harry James.
Harry James? Well, that's nice.
Harry would probably do it for me as a personal favor for just a few $1,000s.
Well, Harry's so decent about personal favors. Look, Hedda, you see, when I said that we could spend 15...
Yes, sir, this party of yours is going to be the talk of New York.
And it's going to be whispered all over Sing Sing, too.
Oh, that reminds me. If Eddie's going to wait on tables, he must have a uniform.
He's got to have a uniform, huh?
Definitely.
Eddie.
Yes, sir?
Go out and join the National Guard.
Another important thing, Archie. What are you having for the women?
Men.
I mean favors.
With these dames, it'll be a favor.
I mean, is those little knick-knacks.
Knick-knacks? How much are these knacks gonna nick me?
What are you worried about, Archie? Up until now, we've only spent about $14,000.
14,000? Duffy, you'll malfeast me.
Oh, wait, I have a wonderful idea.
Now what?
Instead of having the menu printed...
Yes?
We'll get the Don Cossack Choir to chant it.
Now, look, Hedda, please, I can't...
I'll call them up now and see if they're available.
Oh, this dame has gone berserk. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, hello, Officer Clancy.
What's this I hear about you running up bills for a debutante party?
I didn't run up the bills. It's a dame here that...
I don't care who ran them up. You're responsible.
I'm responsible if somebody buys stuff in my name?
That's the law. That is, unless you can prove the other person is crazy.
Crazy? That's an idea. Oh, Hedda.
Yeah?
Hedda, you know that charades game we was talking about where you imitate famous people?
Yes?
Bet you couldn't do Napoleon.
Napoleon? Oh, that's my favorite character. Lend me your hat.
Okay.
Now, see? I turn it sideways like this. Now look at me. See? I'm Napoleon.
Yes, you are, ain't you? Oh, Clancy!
I was just going... Who the devil is this?
Lady, tell the officer who you are.
I am Napoleon.
Napoleon, is it? I think you'd better come along to headquarters.
Now, just a second. This is all a joke. I'm not really Napoleon.
No? Then who are you, really?
I'm Hedda Hopper.
That's nice. And I'm Jimmy Fiddler. Now, come along quietly, Napoleon.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm not crazy.
Then what are you doing with that hat on your head?
That's Archie's hat. Here, this is my hat.
That's your hat?
Yes.
Sister, you're nuts, all right. Come along.
Well, Miss Archie, is you still going to have the coming out party for Miss Duffy?
Well, sure, why not?
Well, how about that little filet mignon and mushroom?
Well, give him salami on rye.
Well, what about the orchestra and all those beautiful girls who going to dance on the table?
I'll get a midget to step out of a cupcake. Besides, Eddie, what it really takes to make a party successful, we already got.
You mean?
Yes, sir, that good old Blatz beer. What else? And to you folks listening in, if you're having friends in for the weekend, be sure to serve Blatz beer. You'll find that Blatz will make the difference between just another party and a real social event. And whether your party is for the $15 I wanted to spend or for the 15,000 Hedda Hopper wants to spend, you can't buy a better beer than Blatz. Take the advice of experts. Take it from the people who know fine beer, who have their pick of the best, the people from Milwaukee. They say that Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer. Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, Blatz, picked by Milwaukeeans as the finest of all the fine beers brewed in Milwaukee. So why don't you try Blatz over the weekend? Find out for yourself why folks say that from B for best to Z for zest, Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer. Good night, everybody.
I'm from Milwaukee and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer.
Be sure to listen next week at the same time to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed over most of these same stations.
When the occasion calls for wine, the wine to choose is Cresta Blanca, a distinguished choice for your own enjoyment, a generous gift to compliment a friend. The wine to choose is Cresta Blanca. C-R-E-S-T-A? B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California. Since 1889, the distinguished choice in wine.
For an authentic police story, hear Dragnet, next on NBC.
On November 1st, Agent Alex Scott will be given his most dangerous assignment yet.
You're working with a civilian. America needs me.
Columbia Pictures presents Eddie Murphy, Owen Wilson.
Put that on. This looks like a sock. It's a spy mask. Hey, man, this is a sock.
Oh, wow, that's pretty good.
I Spy.
You mean like 007?
Except only I'm going to be 009 and a half.
Rated PG-13. In theaters everywhere November 1st.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Denis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. With Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day.
Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Denis to sing Wyoming.
Oh, give me back my prairie with the cattle and wild game, where the hills are nice and curvy and the women are the same, where cowboys all yell whoopee while the lariats they twirl and timber wolves yell timber when they see a pretty girl. Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? Why did I ever have to go? Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? 'Cause there's a sheriff back there looking for me high and low and home on the range. Back home in old Wyoming, folks are acting mighty strange. Since I started social climbing, how they've changed the good old range. Our farmers now are dude ranch and there's carpet on the trails. The cowboys wear tuxedos and the horses all wear tails. My Uncle Max in Cheyenne claims he's honest as the sun. He worked 6 years in a bathhouse and he never took a one. The sheriff finally got him and no more will Uncle roam. They caught him working in a bank and taking samples home. Oh, why did I ever leave Wyoming? Why did I ever have to go? Why did I ever leave Wyoming? 'Cause there's a sheriff back there looking for me high and low and high and low and high. Narod, to Mandalay. Sorry, Crown Road. So from old Wyoming I will never roam.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, some time ago, when Mr. Willoughby hired an inexperienced boy named Denis Day to work behind the counter of his drugstore, he was sure it would take months before Denis became a competent salesman. Mr. Willoughby now knows he was wrong, that Denis couldn't make it even after years. At this very moment, the door of Willoughby's drugstore is closing on still another dissatisfied customer.
Denis, what's the matter with you? I overheard you waiting on Mrs. Phillips. No wonder she walked out in a huff.
I only try to get a little enthusiasm into my selling, Mr. Willoughby. You said that was the way to sell things.
Yes, but you have to use a little diplomacy, too. Not just, boy, do you need reducing pills.
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, you ought to be. And how did you wait on Mrs. Harding a little while ago? For 20 minutes, all you kept saying to her was Jack Robinson. What on earth for?
I told her our quick-drying nail polish would dry quicker than I could, so I tried, but it wouldn't.
I wish I knew why you're such a bad salesman, Denis. There must be a reason.
Yes, sir. I, too, feel it's no accident.
Well, I've taught you everything I know.
Oh, I don't think you deserve all the blame, Mr. Willoughby.
That's big of you. Well, it looks like we'll have to review our lessons in salesmanship again, Denis. We'll pretend once more that I'm the salesman and you're the customer. Ready?
Yes, sir. But this time, couldn't we pretend that you're the customer and I'm the salesman?
Well, I suppose so. Why?
I still haven't finished paying for some of the things you sold me last time we pretended.
All right, you're the salesman. Now remember, a good salesman doesn't concentrate on the small item a customer came in to buy. He works toward a sale on a bigger item the customer didn't even know he wanted. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Good afternoon. I just cut my finger very badly. Have you any bandages?
Nope. How would you like a nice waffle iron?
No.
No?
No. First sell him the bandages. Then talk about something else.
Okay.
Now, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like a roll of Scotch tape, please.
Don't you think it would heal quicker with a bandage?
That's all. Go inside and sweep out my office.
But I just swept it out an hour ago.
Well, then go in and dirty it. Anything... No, wait a minute. There are a couple of errands you can do that'll get you out of my sight for 2 glorious hours.
Yes, sir.
I want you to drive my new car over to Middletown, make a deposit at the bank, then go to the auto club, get my new license plates, and drive the car back here. Can you handle that?
Yes, sir. You can count on me.
I know I can, but just this once, surprise me. Now, the number on my new plates is 024. Can you remember that? 024.
Oh, sure. I always remember numbers by association. I can remember this one by associating it with my sister.
Your sister?
Yeah. She got married on the 24th of June.
Well, what about the 0?
Her husband's nothing.
A magnificent system. All right, you can leave immediately. And, Denis.
Yes, sir?
When your errands are done and it's time to hurry back here, don't.
And so off our hero went to Middletown in Mr. Willoughby's car, completely unaware that he was about to plunge headlong into the most dramatic episode of his life. For the teller of the Middletown National Bank has just looked up to find a masked figure outside his cage, pointing a very efficient-looking revolver straight at him.
Why? Yeah, you guessed it, pal. It's a stick-up. Now keep your voice down if you want to live, and open up that cage door. I'm coming in there with you. Yes, sir. Okay. Now stand here and act natural while I put the money in this bag, see? Or else I'm going to...
Good morning. I'd like to make a deposit, please.
Shut up and stand where you are, kiddo.
Huh? All I wanted...
Shut up. If you don't, you're going to get hurt.
My goodness, the bank never used to take this attitude toward small accounts.
Listen, you. Didn't you hear what I said? Keep your mouth shut.
Okay, but I'm telling you right now, you're doing nothing to win friends for this bank.
So help me, if you don't shut up, I'm going to blow your head off.
Really, you mustn't be so irritable just because you happen to have a cold.
A cold? What are you talking about?
Well, I notice you have a handkerchief over your face so you won't breathe on people.
Look, you. I got no cold. That handkerchief is there so people won't see my face.
Oh, you shouldn't feel that way. I'm sure you have other good qualities.
Look, buddy. Can't you get it through your head what's going on here? This is a stick-up.
A stick-up?
Look at my hand, buddy. What's in it?
A gun.
Yeah. And what am I doing with my other hand?
Shoveling money into a bag.
And I got a mask over my face, haven't I? Well?
By George, you may be right.
Yeah. And if I was you, I'd be mighty suspicious of me.
But you can't go around robbing banks, mister. There must be a more wholesome release for your nervous energy.
I wouldn't try to stop me, pal. This gun is liable to go off.
You mean you'd shoot me? But that could lead to bloodshed.
Couldn't it, though? Well, it looks like I'm about ready to scram. All right, you tell her. Yes, sir. Now, look here. I'm walking out of here arm in arm with this kid, see? Now, if you should happen to step on the alarm by accident or anything, I'd put a slug right in his heart. I won't step on the alarm.
Oh, please don't, Mr. Teller. Once those bullets get into you, they're awfully hard to get out.
Now, remember what I told you, Teller. Okay, now open the door. Come on, kiddo. Take my arm in yours. Come on. Act more natural, kiddo. You want the people to know how scared you are? Cut out that fingernail biting.
I can't help it. I always do that when I'm nervous.
Well, if you gotta do it, bite your own.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, pal, now here's the street. Now listen. If you want to go on living, don't move until I'm out of here, see?
Yes, sir.
So long, pal.
Hey, mister, your handkerchief fell off. Gee, what a foolish man to go around robbing banks. A start like this could easily lead to a career of crime. Such a nice-looking young fellow, too, with his handkerchief off. Oh, well, I'm sure...
Is he gone? Is he gone, young man?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
The license number. Do you remember it?
Huh? Oh, you thought I'd forget it in the excitement. No, not one I remember by association. It's 024.
Good work, my boy. 024. I've got to remember that.
There's nothing to it. Just think of my sister. Well, Mr. Willoughby can't complain today. I got his license plates and put them on the car, even if I did nearly get shot first. It's a good thing I wasn't shot, too. I can just hear Mr. Willoughby saying, I knew it, Denis Day, always letting some little thing take your mind off your work. He's the toughest boss I ever worked for in all my...
Okay, you pull over.
I did something?
He wants to know if he did something. License number 024, and he wants to know if he did something.
I guess you saw me make that U-turn. Honest, officer, if you let me go, I'll never do it again.
Don't waste it on me, pal. We're going down to headquarters. And I'll be in the back seat with a gun pointed right at your head.
Gee, the traffic laws around here are really strict, aren't they?
Okay, wise guy, get going.
Don't try to put on that dumb act with us, Day. Talk.
Talk?
You heard him. Sing.
I find this awfully confusing.
Cut out the wisecracks. We told you to sing.
Yes, sir. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity...
Shut up!
But you said...
Luck Day. This isn't the first time you were picked up and brought to headquarters, and don't tell us it is.
No, sir, I won't.
Remember what happened to you when you were picked up before?
Yes, sir. It was very nice. I got ice cream and candy bars and put on a policeman's hat, and my mother...
What?
Yes, sir. I used to get lost twice a week.
What are we going to do with him, Sullivan?
The work's stolen. It's the only way.
Okay. Sit down in that chair under the light, eh?
Oh, that's all right. One of you gentlemen sit down. I've been sitting all day.
Sit down!
Yes, sir.
Turn the bright light on, Sullivan.
There. How do you like it, Day?
Very nice, but I don't think I should have more than 20 minutes the first day. I peel.
I don't think this is going to work either, Sullivan.
It'll work. All right, Day, let's hear your story.
Well, this morning my boss, Mr. Willoughby, gave me some money to take to
That's a lie.
You're lying.
Come clean.
Spill it.
bank. I was also supposed to pick up his license.
Another lie.
What are you giving it?
Talk, Day.
Talk.
Plates. But before I could get them, the robbery happened.
So you admit there was a robbery?
See how tough a third degree can be, pal?
I'll say. I don't know how you fellas can stand it day after day.
Well, it looks like we'll have to get even tougher.
Yeah. How would you like us to try our rubber hose on you, Day?
Gee, would you? It's awfully hot under these lights.
Let's let him go, huh, Sullivan? He's making me nervous.
Heel crack. Now look, Day. You admit you were at the bank at the time of the robbery.
Yes, sir, but I had nothing to do with it. It was just a coincidence.
Pretty weak, Day.
It's the truth. If one of you had been on duty at the bank, you'd know.
Hey, come to think of it, that bank is on your beat, Sullivan.
So what?
So where were you this morning?
Well, I was home sleeping.
Yeah? How come?
Why, it was my day off.
Pretty weak, Sullivan.
You shut up. What about you, Dolan? You're supposed to be around that bank, too.
Never mind me. We were talking about you.
Yeah, well, now we're talking about you. Where were you?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Should I shine the light in his eyes?
You keep quiet!
Good afternoon. I'm the teller from the bank. You sent for me?
Yeah. Take a look at this guy. Can you identify him as the bank robber?
Him? Gracious, no. He was making a deposit when the robbery took place. Entirely innocent.
See? Yeah.
As a matter of fact, this gentleman is the only one who can identify the robber. He's the only one who saw his face.
Oh. If the robber realizes that, he may come back here to knock Day off, eh, Sullivan?
Right. And if he tries to knock off Day, we got a chance to knock him off.
Boy, that's a swell idea. Hey, fellas, wait a minute. I think I found a terrible weakness in the idea.
Oh, Dennis, what a horrible experience. First a bank robbery and then the 3rd degree.
Yeah.
Oh, you poor darling, your hands are trembling. Here, let me hold them.
Mildred, please, I'm not in the mood to neck.
All right. Well, thank goodness your troubles are over now anyway.
We haven't even started yet. The police think this robber's going to come after me.
What?
Yeah, I'm the only one who saw his face in the nude.
Oh, my gracious. What did he look like?
Something like your mother, only not so fierce, of course.
Golly, Dennis, if you're the only one who can identify him, he's bound to come after you.
Gosh, I'd be better off if they kept me in jail instead of letting... Wait a minute. That's it. I said something? Sure I did.
But I don't see
Don't you see? I'm going to get myself arrested for something or other and thrown into the Weaverville jail, where I'll be safe.
Oh, Dennis.
What an idea. Even the Middletown police won't know where I am. Oh, Dennis, you grand boy. You're touched with genius. Hiya, babe.
I beg your pardon.
Slip us a kiss, kid. Or should I grab it?
Goodness,
Yeah, I'm pretty fresh, babe. Better holler for the cops.
What for? I wouldn't mind a little kiss at all.
Oh, no, you're supposed to yell for the police.
Oh, don't be silly. Come on, kiss me.
Wait a minute, lady. I think...
Oh, come here, baby. I think I'm going to like this.
Lady, please. Cut it out. You're messing my hair. Lady, please. We only just met. Hey, help, police. Willoughby?
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Willoughby, I want a $10 raise. And if I don't get it, I'm going to tear up this joint and smash everything in it. I'll break every window, put my foot through your showcase, and pour kerosene on all your merchandise.
Why, Dennis.
You heard me. What'll it be? Trick or treat?
Well, son, I guess there's only one thing I can do.
Call the cops, huh?
No, help you smash up the place. I've been wanting to collect the insurance on it for years.
Oh, Mr. Willoughby! You the sheriff of Weaverville County?
Yeah. What's on your mind, Sonny?
I came to give myself up.
Eh?
I say I came to give myself up. I'm the one who did it.
Did what?
Whatever unsolved crime you got lying around, I did it.
Well, we ain't got no unsolved crime, Sonny, except in the murder of old Doc Haskins.
That's the one. I shot him.
He was stabbed.
Oh, I thought the bullet missed him. That's why I stuck a knife in him.
Sure it was you, eh, Sonny?
Positive. Lock me up.
And now let's see, old Doc was killed around midnight, as I recall.
That's right. I'm sure of it.
On April 14th.
Yep, I'm sure of it.
1898.
Yep. That you better check.
Hey, don't slam the door, Sonny. Nice meeting you.
Gee, a fine success I am. I'm not even jailbait. Oh, well. Mildred, open up. It's me, Denis.
Come right in, Buster.
Why, you're the man who robbed the bank this morning. Fancy meeting you again. Small world, isn't it?
Yeah. It might even get one man smaller pretty soon.
You're joking, of course. I doubt very much.
Step inside, pal.
Oh, Dennis, I didn't want to let him in, but he had a gun.
Shut up, sister.
Now, look here. You can't talk that way to Mildred.
What?
Shut up, sister.
We got some unfinished business, you and I, Buster.
We have?
Yeah.
Well, this is no day for work. Let's just take it easy, huh?
I'm sorry, pal. You're the only living person who saw my face at the bank. Understand? I'm taking you for a little ride, pal.
Where to?
You should worry. You ain't coming back.
Well, do we have to go right away? Couldn't we wait a little?
How long?
Well, it's 4 o'clock now. How about September?
Don't give me that. I'm no... Hey, wait a minute. Who's that coming up the walk?
Dennis, it's a policeman.
Oh, boy.
Shut up. Now listen to me, you. Let the copper in, see? But you better think up a story to cover me. Tell him I'm a relative or something. And if you don't make it good, I'll...
Oh, I will. Come in.
Hello, Day. I came over to give you a little protection in case that truck comes back here for you. Oh, who's this?
My name is Henderson, officer.
Yeah, he's my father.
Your father, but your name is Day.
Yeah, well, Dad and I were never very close.
Your father looks awfully young to have a son your age, Day.
Yes, doesn't he, though? He was a child bride.
Well, I've enjoyed meeting you, officer. My son and I were just going out for a little ride. Weren't we, son?
Why, Daddy, it's rude to run off when we have guests.
Oh, yes, do stay.
Besides, Daddy, I'm afraid I hear Grandmother calling.
Why, son, your grandmother is in heaven.
I know, that's why I'm afraid.
Come on, son, we're leaving right now.
Okay. Goodbye, Mildred. And, well, since this is goodbye, I'd like to say that...
Yes, Dennis.
That if I had to do it all over again, next time I wouldn't be so hard to get.
Well, I understand, Dennis.
I'm telling you for the last time, son, let's get going.
Yes, sir.
Let me help you with your coat, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, wait a minute, I don't need no help.
Dennis, there on the floor, he dropped his gun.
Huh? Oh, yeah, Daddy dropped his gun. Here, Daddy.
Don't give it to him, Dennis. Point it at him.
What? Oh, stick him out, you. Stick him down. Stick him wherever you're supposed to stick him.
Why, you...
What's going on here?
Officer, quick, the handcuffs. This man's the bank robber.
What? Oh, yes, of course. Here, you.
Dennis, I'm so proud of you. Dennis, I'm so proud of you. You caught him.
Yeah. Gee, I didn't know I had it in me. I even pointed the right end of the gun at him.
I know. Oh, you were wonderful.
Nice work, kid. And don't worry, we'll see that you cut in on the money.
Money? What money?
Didn't you know? There's a reward on this guy's head.
Gosh, really? And it's the worst part of him, too.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Tonight, our Colgate curtain goes up on a young man leaning against a taxicab. His girlfriend has just slammed out of the cab with a freezing good night. He turns to the cab driver and says,
Well, what do you make of that, buddy? My girl turns me down and without telling me what I did or when I did it.
If you want my opinion, mister, you need a tip more than I do.
I sure do. So if you've got any ideas, buddy, let's have them.
Well, it's like this, Chief. I know dames, see? Fussy as all get out about some things. Like a guy needing to see his dentist, for instance. Get me?
Wow, so that's it.
And here's what our hero found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis Day to sing Charles Dant's beautiful arrangement of Bless You.
Bless you for being an angel, just when it seemed that heaven was not for me. Bless you for building a new dream, just when my old dream rumbles so helplessly in that vine-covered chapel on the hill. Your face was a hymn that lingers still. So bless you, my darling, my angel. Heaven is mine, and life is divine with you. So bless you, my darling, my angel. Heaven is mine, and life is divine with you.
Good night, everybody.
It's new. It's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo, created by Kay Dumont, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive, and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
This is Vern Smith reminding you that today dealers are paying higher prices than ever before for used cooking fats and oils. Save them, turn them in for cash. Remember, industry needs these fats and oils urgently to help produce soap, automobiles, refrigerators, all the things you want and need. Remember this, too, the shortage of fats and oils is a worldwide problem. So keep right on saving cooking fats and oils. Turn them into your dealer and he'll pay you more for your used fats.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
KFC introduced a new hot and fresh meals. For a limited time, get this whole breast meal for only $2.99. So why get this when you can get a big all-white meat extra crispy or original recipe chicken breast, served hot and fresh with your choice of a home-style side, a freshly baked biscuit, and a medium drink for just $2.99. At $2.99, you don't have to be a math whiz to know which deal is the real deal. And for dinner tonight, take home a big 10-piece bucket for only $8.99. There's fast food, then there's KFC.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Band and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Fine and Dandy. Here's my advice for the week to car owners. Don't let your car sit around with road scum and smashed bugs eating into the finish. Not when it's so easy to make that finish sparkle like new and keep it that way with Johnson's Car New, the easy-to-use polish that both cleans and polishes with one application. No matter how much you've cut down on your driving, you still need to keep the finish smoothly polished to keep it new-looking for the day when driving restrictions are off. And that job is a cinch with Car New. This remarkable polish is a liquid. You rub it over the finish, let it dry, wipe it off. Until you've used Car New, you'll never believe how quickly it brings back your car's original showroom shine. Once your car is sparkling with that smooth Car New polish, you can apply a coat of Johnson's Auto Wax or regular Johnson's Wax for added protection and to save on car washings. Your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station has both the Johnson's Auto Wax and Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Isn't it a wonderful feeling to get out the old suitcase preparatory to packing for a summer vacation? And isn't it an awful letdown when you can't find the keys that unlock the suitcase so you can pack it? Oh, you don't think so? Well, listen to Fibber, Magee, and Volley.
But, Magee, darling, why did you lock the suitcase when you put it away empty?
I don't know. It just seemed neater that way, I guess. Anyway, I can open it with a hairpin or something. Give me a hairpin.
I'm afraid to.
Huh? Why?
Well, my hair might come down, and if I ever let my hair down, I might tell you what I think of a man who locks an empty suitcase and then loses the key.
Well, gee willikers, Oh, I know where the key is. Ain't I the rummy?
Well, go get it then, dearie.
I can't.
Why not?
It's inside the suitcase.
Heavenly days. I thought that only happened in comic strips.
Well, comic strips are just exaggerations of what happens in real life.
Yeah? Well, I'm beginning to think our lives are exaggerations of what happens in comic strips. I got that one out. What are you going to do now? We need that suitcase.
I'll pick the lock. Locks on suitcases are very...
Come in.
Hello there, kids. Understand you're leaving on your vacation tomorrow.
Yes, we are. First thing in the morning, it's up and away to the mountains.
I thought we were going to the seashore.
No, I decided.
You decided?
Yes,
Now listen here.
No, don't argue, kids. Why don't you go spend a few weeks at my brother's dead ranch?
You mean Dude Ranch?
No, it's dead, daughter. That's why I'm trying to round up some customers for the kids. You'd love a ranch. You can ride or go out on horseback or go for a long gallop across the prairies or spend all day long in the saddle or take a brisk catter in the early morning air or...
Yeah. Or go horseback riding.
Sure. You'd like my brother, too. Natural horseman.
Born Westerner?
No, born bow-legged. Just got a letter from him last Saturday. We chipped in and bought Papa a jackknife for Father's Day.
Jackknife? Why didn't you get him a necktie?
Waste of money, Johnny. Papa's got a beard down to here.
Doesn't he ever wear a necktie?
He won't tell us if he does or not. Well, I'll leave this liquor tour here for you kids. I know you'd like ranch life. You can ride or go horseback.
Yes, we know. You going out there yourself this summer, Mr. Oldtimer?
Might, daughter. Ain't had a vacation since, well, let me see. This is 1940.
This is 1942.
It is? What happened in 1941? Oh, I know. I went to see Gone with the Wind.
Now, listen, that wouldn't account for a whole year.
No, I sat through it twice, daughter.
Gone with the Wind. That picture has played the Bijou Theater so often that the manager, Mr. Finkelstein, talks with a southern accent. Mouthing my words.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, I'll tell you in September. So long, kid.
Well, we won't be going to a ranch or any place else if I can't get this suitcase open. Bring me a glass of water, will you?
What for?
I'm going to pour it into the lock and then put the suitcase in the refrigerator. Water freezes, expands, and forces the lock open. That way we
Couldn't
can...
you ruin the suitcase just as easily if you chopped it open with a hatchet? Or maybe use dynamite?
Well, what would you do?
Well, I don't like to be obvious, dearie, but if you needed a tooth fixed, you'd call a dentist, wouldn't you?
Why, sure.
Well, who would you call if you wanted a lock fixed?
A dentist?
A locksmith, silly.
Oh, I never thought of that. Well, where's there a good locksmith?
There's one next to Kramer's drugstore. Luke Smith.
Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Luke Smith, the locksmith, next door to Kramer's Mert. Is that you? How's every little thing, Mert? Isn't it? What's that, Mert? Left on your doorstep. With a rattle in one hand and a bottle in the other, eh? Why don't you adopt him, Mert? Oh, gee, I wish you would.
Stop it, McGee. What business is it of yours if they adopt a baby?
It wasn't a baby. It was Uncle Denis. What's that, Mert? Well, never mind. I'll see you in September, Mert. Yeah. Goodbye.
Look, McGee, I have some extra keys upstairs. I'll go get them. And after this, when you lock an empty suitcase, don't do it.
I wonder if brute force will open it up on me. Nah. Dad rat, the dad rat. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. You know anything about locks?
Sure I do, I betcha. We listen to it all the time.
Listen to what?
Lux. Lux Radio Theater. You know, my mama says that Cecil DeMille is one of the
I didn't say Lux. I says locks. Like on this suitcase. You know how to get it open?
Let me take it, mister. Sure, I can get it open.
How?
Give me the key and I'll show you.
Doggone it, sis, I haven't got a key. That's just the trouble. The key's inside and we're leaving on our vacation tomorrow.
Oh. Where are you going on your vacation, mister? Where are you going? Where are you?
Oh, I don't know, sis. Most anywhere. The mountains, the woods, the desert, the seashore. As long as it's in the great outdoors.
We got one, too.
You got one what?
A great outdoors. My daddy cooks hamburgers on it.
Hey, that sounds pretty good. Why don't he ever invite me over for some hamburgers?
Well, you know, I asked him.
Huh?
I asked him that once, but he said you wouldn't enjoy it.
Why not?
He says you're so full of baloney all the time you wouldn't have any appetite.
Found a way to get that suitcase open yet. My goodness.
Look out, Molly. Stand back. Over this way.
What on earth are you...
Face the wall a minute, and I'll hold it. Ah, doggone it. Didn't work. My last firecracker, too.
Gee, what are you doing shooting firecrackers off in this house?
Trying to blast the lock open on the suitcase. Lock's either too strong or the firecrackers are too weak.
Heavenly days, it smells like the Battle of Bull Run in here. Open the window. Now, that's better. Now, what in the name of Shanghai check gave you the idea of using firecrackers.
You did. You mentioned something about dynamite a while ago, and I called up the hardware store, and they didn't have any dynamite.
Ever, McGee, if you ever bring a drop of dynamite into this house,
Dynamite don't come in drops. It comes in sticks. It ain't dangerous if you handle it right. Why, I and my cousin Ellsworth used to blast tree stumps with dynamite all the time.
Oh, I never knew you had a cousin Ellsworth. Tell me more. Did I ever meet him?
No, and you never will. You see, I and Ellsworth were blasting stumps one evening, and it begun to get dark.
Yeah?
We worked later than we should have because we wanted to get finished. So I jammed a hunk of dynamite under the last stump, grabbed up my coat, gives Ellsworth a kick, and hollers, "Come on, Ellsworth!" Just goes to show how deceptive that evening light is.
Why, McGee?
I had put the dynamite under Ellsworth and hollered at the stump. We were all broken up about that. Particularly Ellsworth.
I imagine so. And that proves the dynamite is safe to handle, huh?
Not around a guy that looks like a stump, it ain't. But when you really know what...
Come in. Oh, hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Sit down and take a ton off your tibia.
Oh, thank you, no, Mr. McGee. I can't stay for just a moment.
Oh, that's too bad.
What's too bad about it if she
McGee.
can't... Huh? Oh. Well, how's everything in the uppy brackets, Upper? I mean, the upper brackets, Uppy.
Mr. McGee, I find your vulgarities and impudence so thoroughly unamusing that I must say frankly, I'm looking forward to your 13 weeks' absence with an ever-increasing joy and impatience.
Oh, you're sweet, Abigail. We're looking forward to it, too.
We're going to miss you just as much as you're going to miss us, Uppy. You know, you ain't a bad little sister at heart.
No, really, Mr. McGee, I didn't mean that...
No. Don't be ashamed of a little honest sentiment, Uppy.
What I was trying to convey to your somewhat faltering intelligence, Mr. McGee, was hardly a message of tender felicitation.
What you mean, sis?
I was endeavoring to transmit the thought that I was happily, almost ecstatically, looking forward to your departure. Now, have I made myself clear?
Yes, you betcha. And I never heard a farewell speech worded so nice, Uppy. I wish you'd write that down in our guest book.
Could I write it on your shirt front with carbolic acid, Mr. McGee?
Oh, Abigail, you clown.
The old moose has really got a sense of humor, ain't she, Molly?
Well, it was awfully sweet of you to stop in and say all those nice things, Abigail, but we'll come back just as soon as we can this summer.
Oh, yes, do. I shall really miss you, my dear. But as for Mr. McGee...
I know. As for me, you can't come right out and say it on account of me being a married man. Well, so what? Molly knows you're fond of me in your odd sort of way, so who cares?
Mr. McGee, can't I make you understand just exactly what I... No, I guess I can't. Goodbye, Mrs. McGee. I hope you have a splendid time this summer.
Really sweet, McGee.
I never realized she cared so much about us, Molly. Why, when she went out, she was biting her lip to keep the tears back. You never can tell about people, can you?
No, now, for instance...
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. I was wondering what... Why, Meredith Wilson, how nice to see you again.
Hello, Molly. You're looking well. How are you, Fibber?
Hi, Bud. What was the name again?
Meredith Wilson, Fibber.
Wilson? I don't believe... you any relation to Peggy Wilson, that band leader's wife?
Well, I'm her husband.
You are? Well, shake hands. Any husband of Peggy Wilson's is a friend of ours. What are you doing in town?
Fibber.
Huh?
Meredith Wilson is the famous conductor. He composes symphonies. He writes popular music that hits the hit parade. He originated chiffon swing. And he's going to do the Johnson Wax Summer Show again this year and give Billy Mills a rest.
And believe me, Billy's earned it. He's done a wonderful job for you folks.
Oh, indeed he has. And we love your music, too, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you, Molly. I think myself that I have a neat little combo. Hot or sweet, Chicago or Barrel House, classic or groovy, no boozers or chasers, have own tuxedos, will travel, bus or train.
Hey. I don't get it. What are you talking about, Bud?
Now, listen, Fibber, if you're pretending you don't recognize me on account of that $3 you borrowed back in 1940, you paid me that back.
I did? You mean I don't? Hi, Meredith. I'm glad to see you.
Thanks. I thought you would be. I just asked Harlow to bring me by so I could wish you a pleasant vacation.
Well, thanks, Mr. Wilson. We'll be listening to you this summer from wherever we are.
Swell.
Incidentally, don't go so far away that you can't get this week's copy of Life magazine. Comes out Friday the 26th.
Why, Harlow?
Well, it's got Fibber and Molly's picture in it.
It has?
Yes, sir. And a double-page spread about what Johnson products are doing in the line of war duty.
Well, we'll sure get a copy.
How's my picture look? Have I got that sophisticated look I've been reading so much about?
The ad tells all about how Johnson protective coatings are used on airplanes, army textiles, housing projects, special wax finishes for leather belts, holsters, boots.
Does my picture show in front view or profile? Because everybody says my left profile is...
Believe me, that advertisement gives you a new slant on Johnson wax products. We've got a sponsor that knows there's a war going on.
Oh, that's great, Harlow. And any sponsor of yours is a sponsor of mine, I always say.
Are you having just a musical show this summer, Mr. Wilson?
No, we've got a wonderful new added feature this year. An old friend of mine, John Nesbitt.
Not John Nesbitt, the passing parade man.
Sure, you've seen his movie shorts for MGM, Molly, and heard him on the air. Say, I asked him to stop in here, but I guess he...
Oh, maybe that's him now. Come in.
Mr. and Mrs. Magee live here?
Why, hello, John.
Oh, hello, Meredith. Oh, and there's Harlow. Hello, Harlow.
Hello, John. Say, I want you to meet a couple friends of ours. Molly, John Nesbitt.
How do you do, I'm sure.
How do you do, Molly?
And this is Fibber McGee, John.
Hello, Fibber.
What was the name again, Curly?
Nesbitt. Nes is in nasturtium, and bit is in off more than you can chew.
I've seen a lot of your movies, Mr. Nesbitt, and I think they're wonderful. Say, how do you ever find all those fascinating stories?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of a hobby of mine, Molly. I go around digging up odd little facts, historical or otherwise, that I think might be overlooked in the passing parade.
Well, good for you, Curly. And now, look, anytime you need any advice about... Hey, excuse me a minute. Has anybody got a toothpick? Oh, okay. Anytime you need any advice about what's good taste on the air, Bud, just drop me a line. I'll be glad to give you the benefit of my vast experience.
Well, thanks, old man. You know, I'm really going to enjoy working this summer with Meredith and with Wilcox Harlow.
It's Harlow Wilcox, John.
Is it really? Well, I looked him up in the telephone directory, and they have him down as Wilcox Harlow.
I must have been backward about paying my phone bill.
Are you going to announce the summer show, I say, are you going to announce the summer show?
Yes, sir, and it's as good as a vacation for me. We have a lot of laughs, and the studios are so air-conditioned, why, we hate to leave after the broadcast.
Yes, I tell you, they're really wonderful. But won't you boys sit down and have a cup of root beer or something?
Well, no, thanks, Molly. But before I go, I wonder if you'd mind if I...
If what?
Well, I've always had a kind of a yearning to... Oh, no, it's ridiculous.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Wilson?
Well, would it be too much to... I mean, would it be an imposition if I... Well, could I please open your hall closet door just once?
Why, sure thing. Go ahead.
Help yourself, Mr. Wilson, right in there.
Yeah.
Gee, thanks. Is this the one right here?
That's it. Open her up.
Thanks. Gee, this is interesting.
The King's Men sing the blacksmith song.
The village smithy stands by the tree. The smith, a mighty man, now is he. He's busy as a big bumblebee, reshoeing horses for society. He swings and sings as the horses pass. He does because when he swings the anvil chorus, all the horses laugh. For just as every dog has his day, the
The smith is back again now to stay. And the muscles in his hands are as strong as rubber bands. And the village smithy stands by the tree. The smithy stood for years by the tree. But now he's helping society. Since rubber went on priority. He ain't the kind of guy he used to be. He slaves and saves all the rubber he can get. And you can too. If you'll search the whole house over, we'll get Hitler yet. So bring it to the smith by the score. What you haven't any use for anymore. 'Cause you'll pay a cent a pound for all rubber that's around. If you pile it on the ground by the tree. Don't recognize his friends anymore. 'Cause he's sprucer than he used to be before. And he's climbed, as you can guess, off the ladder of success. But he keeps the same address.
The dog's gone. The way this lock resists burglary, you'd think the suitcase was full of emeralds. Oh,
I think you better rest a while, dear. You're dripping wet. Can I get you a glass of something cold, iced tea or lemonade or something, maybe?
Thanks. Just makes me all hotter. Boy, this is really a scorcher today, isn't it?
Yes, and the summer's just starting.
Yeah.
I do hope we go someplace where it's cool, Magee.
Yeah, but outdoors is outdoors, Molly. You can't have fresh air and sunshine without a little...
Come in.
Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Oh, McGee. How do you do, Mrs. McGee? My, warm, isn't it?
It is. I tell you, it's hotter than a St. Louis sidewalk, Mr. Mayor.
I'm so hot I could do spot welding with my bare hands. What could we do for you, Latriv?
Oh, nothing, McGee, nothing. I just heard you were starting on your vacation tomorrow and dropped in to wish you bon voyage.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and the same to you.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere, Mrs. McGee. This promises to be a very hot summer, and the city hall is air-cooled, so I think I'll just remain on the job.
Oh, you may have something there at that, Latrivia.
I know I have, McGee. You go camping or traveling and get hot and dusty. You can't take so many changes of clothing. Can't have a shower whenever you like.
McGee, don't you think it would be better if we... Oh, what am I saying? A vacation is a vacation.
Why, sure it is, Molly. It's just sour grapes with these fellas that keep yipping about the air-cooled offices and restaurants full of ice-cold watermelon and all stuff like that there. What's a vacation without a little discomfort?
Well, I'll certainly be thinking of you. Out in a fishy-smelling rowboat, under that broiling sun, fighting off the flies and squirming under your sunburn. Well... enjoy yourself.
Molly, I've been thinking this thing over, Molly, and I wonder if we...
Yes?
Well, I mean, gee whiz, what with the war and all, maybe it would be better if we... What do you say we don't...
Oh, dear. This is the same feeling I had the night you started to propose to me and the hot water heater blew up. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hi, Wimp, old man. How's everything?
Oh, just fine, Mr. McGee. Except that I'm a little worn out after yesterday. My, what a strenuous day.
What happened yesterday, Mr. Wimple?
Sweetie Face and I went to a wedding.
Oh. The matrimonial monkey shines get you down, Wimp?
Oh, of course not. It wasn't the wedding so much, but Sweetie Face tied my old shoes to the back of the groom's car while I was still wearing them.
Heavenly days, how brutal.
No, it was just thoughtlessness, Mrs. McGee.
A very harrowing experience, I should say.
Wimple, I hate to keep repeating it, but you ought to assert yourself. Speak up to Sweetie Face. Be a man. You got rights.
Yes, I know. But my rights are so much weaker than her left. Do you know that Sweetie Face never walks downstairs to breakfast?
What does she do? Punch a hole in the floor and slide through like a fireman?
No. She leaps out the window to the limb of a tree and swings down from branch to branch, just like Tarzan.
Well, what's so funny about that?
Well, don't you tell a single solitary soul now, but this afternoon I saw the top limb of that tree almost clear through.
Oh, good heavens, she'll break her neck.
Yes. Well, have a nice vacation, folks. Goodbye.
Look, Molly, the more I think of it, the more I think we got everything in town here we'd need for a good vacation. Shows, restaurants, all the comforts of home.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that, dearie. You know, when those boys started talking about the air-cooled NBC studios, well, I just couldn't stand it.
Yeah, they are marvelous. Say, I wonder... Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks.
Who you calling?
You'll see. Long distance, please. Hello, operator. Get off the line, Mert. I'll see you in September. Operator, give me the Johnson Wax Factory in Racine, Wisconsin.
What on earth are you?
Hello, is this the Johnson Wax Factory? Mr. Johnson, please. Mr. Johnson, it's Fibber Magee speaking. Fine, how are you? Oh, that's good. Look, Mr. Johnson, me and Molly don't feel just right about leaving you in the lurch for 13 weeks, so we... Huh? Hey, yeah, but you see, Mr. Johnson, with them air-cooled studios, we wouldn't mind staying here for... Huh? Yeah, I know, Mr. Johnson, but... Well, let Wilson and Nesbitt advertise Carnu and let us handle Glow Coat. Or let them have the Glow Coat and we'll put on a show for Carnu. Yeah, but Mr. Johnson, we can't get our suitcase unlocked. Mr. Johnson!
I suppose a woman gets as big a thrill out of a glistening new refrigerator as a man does out of a new car. It's not only a great convenience, but it's a thing of beauty in the kitchen. And it's well worth that extra care you're being asked to give it right now. I'd like to suggest that in addition to things like proper defrosting and oiling, you also protect the beauty of that gleaming finish. How? Why, with a coat of genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid. The same wax you use to protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork. Johnson's Wax guards the finish against moisture and dirt, keeps it spotless, easy to clean. This is just one of the 100 extra uses for Johnson's Wax in your home. To take better care of your things and make them last longer, try waxing them. Your windowsills, Venetian blinds, lampshades, picture frames, shoes, and luggage. You'll be surprised how much work you save, too, because the wax polish resists dust and dirt. Genuine Johnson's Wax is available everywhere in paste, liquid, and cream form.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all want to thank you for another wonderful year. And goodbye till next September.
Yes, we know you're going to enjoy the Johnson Wax Summer Show with Meredith Wilson and John Nesbitt and Harlow Wilcox. And we hope that... McGee, what are you doing with my best perfume?
Spraying the audience.
Yeah, but what for?
Well, you know what George M. Cohan says. Always leave them smelling when you say goodbye.
No, dearie. He didn't say smelling. He said smiling.
He did? Oh, excuse me. Good night.
Good night, doll.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly programs are short-waved each week to our armed forces throughout the world. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night when we present a new and distinctive program featuring Meredith Wilson and John Nesbitt. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
At great waste of time, trouble, and money, we bring you the Bedlam News. The curtain is lowered. the studio darkens, the camera starts, and we bring you the latest news of the day. The Bedlam News, sees nothing, shows all. Jamaica, Long Island, legalized betting returns to eastern racing tracks. State Senator Davidson opens festivity.
My friends, I think betting is a great thing for the taxpayer. The little money he has left after all his taxes are paid won't buy him anything. He might as well put it on a horse.
Hotshot Malcolm, bookmaker, has his opinion.
Legalist betting is here to stay. When the automobile was invented, I bet a guy 6-2 and even that the horse would come back. And here he is.
John Dunce, office worker, welcomes betting.
I lost my shirt here today, but it's legal. Well, it's the old saying. I made my bet so I can lay in it.
Memphis, Tennessee, warm weather brings out hitchhikers. Boys and girls give roadside outlook for summer season. Mr. Norman Steer, motorist, raises objections. Mr. Steer.
Hitchhiking has got to go. Last year, you couldn't see the scenery on account of the billboard. This year, you can't see the billboards on account of the hitchhikers.
Hitchhikers of both sexes disagree. Miss Fawn McGurk.
I'm a school teacher, and I'm hitching to South Carolina to see my folks. I'm hoping to make 200 miles a day, barring accidents and monkey business.
Mr. Henry Clay has his difficulties.
Yes, sir. I gotta do all my hitching in the daytime. Nobody can see my thumb at night.
Nanking, China. Japan closes China's open door. Listen closely, please.
Open up, you get your Chinese pigtail.
Flash. Dillinger scenes simultaneously in several cities throughout the country. Boston, Massachusetts.
I came home unexpectedly last night. I heard a noise in my wife's closet, and it might have been diligence, so I didn't look.
Berkeley, California.
My husband woke up this morning and missed 80 cents from his pants pocket. I convinced him it was Dillinger.
Miami, Florida.
I was out fishing today, and something pulled on my line, but it got away. Might have been Dillinger.
Somewhere in America.
This is Dillinger. These reports from different parts of the country is on the level, folks. That's me all over.
Cambridge, Massachusetts. Spring athletic season gets underway at Harvard. Captain of scrub team is optimistic.
Without you pails and brushes, we'll give Harvard a scrubbing this year that'll make Yale look foolish. Come along, Biddy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This Bedlam News Service comes to you weekly. And now I'm going to ask Sylvia Froose to sing, what is your first number, Sylvia? Thank you, Lenny. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Lenny Hayton and his Ipana Troubadours play a medley of tunes from Girl Crazy, featuring Lenny Hayton's nimble fingers at the piano. I wanted to tell you something more about the Ipana Dental Charm Contest and the free trip to the Chicago World's Fair here, but that'll have to wait a few minutes. For now, we take you to the Bedlam Department Store. While I'm drinking some coffee to stay awake long enough to give the employees a pep talk, Lenny takes us to the meeting.
To speak to you employees of the Bedlam Department Store at this pep meeting. And into each life, some rain must fall. And to prove it, I present Mr. Allen.
Oh, thank you. I know you have all enjoyed Miss Pringle's message on shoplifting. And I hope when you leave the store tonight, you will remember Miss Pringle's words and take something away with you. But don't let me catch you. That reminds me of a very funny story. I'm not going to have time to tell it, so we'll all just have a good laugh and let it go at that. Thank you.
You said you had an idea to boom business.
Yes, Perkins. Starting tomorrow, I'm giving away free candy. Children will come from miles around, naturally, and get lost in the store. When the mothers come to look for their young, I want you to see that they do some shopping. Remember, no rough stuff, but you can hide the kiddies under the counters until the mothers ransom them with sales. And now that the meeting has taken up most of your lunch hour, we'll sing the store song and march gaily back to our counters. Ready? Go.
Selling, selling over the Bedlam Store. With old F.A. we'll work and play, we'll give our all and more.
Bedlam Department Store. Mr. Allen's office. Hold the line.
Hello. No, madam. We've discontinued our charge accounts. Starting today, we're doing a cash and carry business. I can sit on a what? Well, we're all out of tax, but I'll sit on something just as good. Yes. Listen, I don't care if you're head of the Light Brigade. You can't charge in here. Goodbye.
She has her nerve.
Those charge accounts are what ruined me.
Really?
Oh, I have nightmares every night. I see nothing but cuticle.
Cuticle? Where?
On the hands of the receivers.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Yes, take a memo. Starting tomorrow, all floor walkers will wear squeaky shoes.
Squeaky shoes? For what?
To keep the sales girls awake during business hours. Also, move the aspirin counter into my office
Yes,
here.
sir.
I've got more headaches than the customers.
Why don't you try marking down prices?
Prices are too low now. My burglars broke into the store last night and didn't steal a thing.
Why not?
When they saw the prices, it was cheaper for them to come back when the store was open and buy the stuff.
Hello? Yes, I'll tell him.
What? Who is that?
Someone at the complaint counter.
Well, a complaint is better than no business at all. I'll see what's wrong.
I want to see the manager.
Yes, but I've sent for Mr. Allen.
Well, what's askew, Mr. Moffat? Well,
Where in the world can I find a pair of the new May West corsets?
straight rear, madam.
Not straight rear. I said May West.
Oh, round in front, madam.
Oh, thank you.
Where do I get... Pardon me, where do I get things to match my complexion?
Leather goods, 2 aisles over.
What the idea?
Well, here's more trouble.
No, yes, she's bum. I wouldn't listen.
But Matilda, baby, you're busting up a beautiful romance on me.
Well, what is your complaint, folks?
Well, I'll tell you.
Don't listen to him, mister. I'm bringing back my hope chest here.
Look, she's breaking my heart.
Hasn't our hope chest been satisfactory, madam?
I'm changing my plans, mister, and my heart isn't in your chest.
Listen to her. She's driving me crazy. I'm telling you, my heart is chopped up like a herring.
Herring or gefilte fish, I'm returning the chest.
What's happened to your engagement, Matilda?
Business is business, and Cupid doesn't live here anymore.
I'll tell you what happened. What happened to me shouldn't happen to a puppy. Everything is going like a bug in a jar until last night I'm taking her to Radium City.
Oh, you joined the great majority, eh?
Well, in a picture comes a fella, Clark Gable, or something, and he starts kissing and schmoozing with vampires.
Ah, that's a man.
Well, so soon as Gable's doing his stuff, Matilda here, she's turning to me and she's saying to herself, so you're calling yourself hot stuff, eh? Free on you.
And free again on your finger.
Now, here, you two can exchange fooey at 20 paces outside. Here's your money, Matilda.
So what are you doing with the money, Lemkin?
I got Gable's address. I'm buying a ticket to Hollywood.
Don't leave me flat, honeysuckle.
Yes, you can't rush off without one last word, Matilda.
Okay, you want a last word? Here it is. Fui.
You see?
Bedlam Department Store. Yes, he's here.
Hello. Yes, Mrs. Babel. You want 2 packages of Jello sent over COD. Okay. Yes, ma'am, right away. Well, you know the Bedlam service. You'll have your Jello in 2 shakes. Okay.
The efficiency man called up.
Has he made any improvements in the store?
Yes, he fired himself today.
Good. Where is Miss Pry, the store detective?
She's working in men's underwear this afternoon.
She is? Well, tell her to get back into her own clothes. You tell her I hired her for plain clothes work and not modeling.
Yes, sir. Oh, I forgot. There's a little girl waiting in the anteroom.
Raise the ante and tell her I'll see her.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Portland. I'm always happy to see a good customer.
I'm good, all right. I'm just coming back from church.
That's fine.
I'll intimate I only expected to do some window shopping, but your windows are so dirty, I had to come inside to see what you're selling.
Well, what's on your mind?
Well, first I want to return these stockings for Mama.
Oh, yes. Sheer?
No, she isn't here. She just set the stockings down.
Oh, yes. These are our Van Winkle hose.
Mama knew they were Van Winkle, all right. As soon as she put them on, she had a rip in both of them.
Well, that's the worst of these cotton stockings. The government plows under every fourth stocking, you know.
Papa says anybody who buys your stocking certainly gets a run for his money.
And you tell Papa if he spent the best years of his life in a basement, he'd be no bargain.
That's what Mama says sometimes.
No kidding.
Yes, Mama says when they took Papa's tonsils out, they should have kept the tonsils and thrown Papa away.
Oh, it's too bad Papa never came out of the ether.
He was just born too soon, I think.
You mean he was born once too often, don't you?
No, Papa's a self-made man. If he was born today, the NRA would have taken him over.
Yes, I think Papa's head would be a violation these days.
I'll intimate Papa's head comes under unfinished business.
I get it. He's anything but right mentally. But what about your shopping?
Oh, yes. I want to get a cigar holder for Uncle Felix.
Something fancy?
Yes, a cigar holder with a nose guard if you have one.
Does Uncle Felix smoke his cigars short?
I'll say half of the time you can't tell whether he's smoking a cigar or whether his chewing tobacco's on fire.
You're telling me? We're having a sale of blankets if you're interested.
No, I'm no Indian giver.
Well, how about something for Aunt Lily?
No, I'm going to buy her a lorgnette.
Oh, is she having trouble with her eyes?
Is she? The last time she was at our house, she broke up the whole dinner.
On account of her eyes?
Yes, she handed her prunes back to Mama and said, "This caviar has seeds in it."
Bedlam Department Store. Yes, ma'am. You want to return your canary and parrot? What's wrong? Last night, when you were entertaining your boyfriend in the parlor, the canary said, "Peep, peep," and the parrot said, "Peep nothing, take a good look." Okay. Give the birds some hush money and send them back.
There are 2 more things on my list here.
Okay.
I want to get something for Cousin Luther. He likes to eat breakfast in bed.
Have you seen our new Servador twin beds?
No.
Just what you want. It's a combination bed with a grill under the pillow, a toaster on the side, and a percolator at the foot of the bed.
Oh, he'll be crazy about that. But where can he get his eggs?
There's a hen that lives under the bed and lays eggs in the mattress.
Oh, that's swell. Shall I take it with me, or will you send it?
Why don't you go down to the bundle counter and we'll wrap both of you up and deliver you to Mom.
Oh, that'll be fun. When she sees me in a bundle again, she'll think the stork is getting absent-minded.
That's fine. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo.
There's a lady here who wants to get a game of ping pong for a little boy.
Tell her I'm too busy to play ping pong with kids during business hours. I'm going out.
Send Mr. Allen right in.
What's the trouble, Miss Sales?
They need you in the sheet music department right away.
Oh, I hope they don't call on me to sing unless it's an obligato. My voice today.
Now, you'd better hurry. The sales girl is having some trouble.
Okay, I'll be right back.
That old pan liver, that cold ran liver, he don't say nothing. He just...
Here. Who are you, my raucous thrush?
Who am I? Who's he? Why, I'm Roy Ratwell. Roy Ratwell. Hail, hello, hail, fellow, all wet. All met.
You
wet.
look like a shabby hillbilly to me.
A flabby bill, hilly, a shillbelly, they stole me. They call me Good Slime Time Roy. I'm a street sweeper. A street slinger. A street singer, a palisadoga ringer, and a singer, and a U-panner, I-panner, snooper, pooper, doopador, and on the hour of smiles, smile, and I can sing better than Booty Rally and Sylvia Goose, and I can sing rings around wet Ted.
tub with Ted Webb.
I've been trying to sell him some sheet music.
Oh, trying to sell me some meat music. You know, I want the songs that my dad and mammy sang when I was a little tot. Songs like Liver, Stay Away from My Cat, my dog. And the old winning spiel. Spinning wheel.
Now, see here, my gibbering windbag.
Oh, who's a wibbering gin bag, gin jag. I'm as quiet as a louse, a moose, a souse, a mouse.
Do you sing on the radio?
Of course I sing on the radio. Why, I want songs to sing on a wart shave set, on short save wets, short rave slats, short slave, let it go.
Well, I get the general idea.
Yeah.
Now, here's a song from that motion picture, 8 Girls in a Boat.
Oh, boy, 8 boils on a goat. That's a hot one. Have you got that, throw another log on the mire, in the fire?
Yes, that's one of our hottest songs. And how about Orchids in the Moonlight?
More kids in the moonlight. Oh, no. Give me a good He-Man song like Fanny Doesn't Give Beer Anymore.
How about trying the karaoke from Flying Down to Rio?
Crying the tapioca from Frying Down to Fleo? Oh, I'll cry anything once. But say, how about stepping out with me tonight, kiddo? I'm a lady with the devils. Oh, look me over, kid.
Why, see here, you psalm-singing gigolo, just because she's a poor, tattered working girl.
A poor working girl. And I'm not a sing-somming jig-jar-stage-alo. A song-jar-jig, all work and no play keeps the doctor's apple away. The apple's doctor. All work, there's so much bad in the rest of us. The best of us, and there's so much wood in the good of it, and the good in the worst of us. You're a bigger bum than I am. Excelsior!
By gad, this has gone far enough. My dear sir, have you heard Tosty's Goodbye?
Sure, he's a good guy. I've heard Tosty's good guy. Four score, and 7 beers.
Never mind, Tosty's Goodbye. Get ready for Atwell's Farewell.
Flat smells farewell? No, sir. You don't make me laugh.
Hey, Magee.
Yes, Mr. Brown, what's the trouble?
Give this guy the Umbe's usher.
Oh, boy, the Arumbre Bob Bushby.
Oh, bless you. Out you go.
Here, let me go. Go, wait, you can't do this to me. Here, yell, help. Hee-hoo, hee-hoo, hoo-hoo, hee-hoo.
There until I get a new seat in these trousers.
Is the bank going to take the store over?
They can't lick me. I'm putting over the biggest coup today any department store has ever known. We'll clean up.
What is it?
A sale on Swiss cheese. The ideal hot weather dessert. The air blows through the holes in the cheese and ventilates the entire dinner table. Get it?
Have you advertised the sale?
On the front page of every paper in town, I've got sandwich men going around in 3-decker formation. I've got a truckload of cheese on its way here now. The sale starts right away.
But I'm getting nervous. I wish you had the cheese in the store.
The truck will be here any minute. The Swiss Crunchel guaranteed delivery. Hello. What? Yes, Chief. They've hijacked my truckload of Swiss cheese? The Liederkranz gang, hey? Yes, I wouldn't buy their bootleg cheese last week, you see. They've been trying to muscle in here on my territory for a long time. See if you can pick up the scent and call me back.
Oh, this is terrible. You haven't a piece of Swiss cheese in that store.
That Liederkranz gang can't get away with this. I'll go through with the sale. I'll have cheese if I have to take it out of every mousetrap in town. Come in.
Hi, Alan. Come in, fellas.
Okay, Louis. So it's you. Liederkranz, Louis. I thought you'd be paying me a visit. Come across with my cheese now, all right?
Pipe down, you fancy salesman.
I got him covered, Louis. Hey, let me slug him one just for old lang syne.
Why, you can't frighten me, boys. I used to room with Dracula.
Man, that stuff. You turned down my proposition last week.
Yes, you can't strong-arm me, Louis.
Huh? I got another deal waiting for your okay. You're advertising a big Swiss cheese sale, ain't you?
Yes, and I'm holding.
Yeah, well, I'm holding your truck. It'll cost you $1,000 to get your cheese back.
If I had $1,000, I wouldn't talk to you.
We'll give you 10 minutes to pay up, or we'll make this joint a shambles. Come on, fellas. Here we go.
Oh, you'd better pay them, Mr. Allen. They'll do something terrible.
Those rats can't steal the cheese from under my nose and get away with it. It isn't the principle of the thing with me, it's the money.
Mr. Allen. Oh, Mr. Allen.
Well, what's up, George?
Well, the crowd has broken down the door. They want to buy the Swiss cheese you advertise.
A demonstration, hey?
We got nothing but American cheese. I brought it up here just outside the door.
Well, what good's that? They're hollering for Swiss.
Oh, look out!
Down on the floor. They're shooting from that roof.
I'm getting shot at.
No, here. You're still working for me. Listen, George. Now, you go out and bring in all those cheeses. Now, hurry.
Yes, sir. It's all in a truck. I'll feed it right here.
What are you going to do, Mr.
I've
Allen?
got an idea, Miss Sales. Where's my hat?
On your head.
All right, don't bother. I'll find it.
Here you are, Mr. Allen.
Fine. Now, keep down, George. Hand me one head of cheese at a time.
Yes, sir. Here. Take it.
Okay. Now, Miss Sales, put my hat on this cheese.
Yes, sir. Like this?
That's fine. Keep down on the floor, and don't get scared. When I hold this up, they're going to shoot at it. Watch.
Oh, look. Good heavens, it's full of holes.
Exactly. George, take this down and sell it for Swiss cheese. My sale is open.
Oh, goody. It's just what we need. I'll be right back.
Quick. Hand me another head, Miss Sales.
Here you are.
Keep down now. Here it goes. Those idiots think they're shooting at me.
Well, the profile does resemble you.
Don't be silly. A cheese has no nose.
If a cheese had a nose, it would be ashamed of itself.
This is no time for epigrams, Miss Sales. Give me another head.
Say, we'll have all the Swiss we need in a minute.
More cheese. More cheese. It's going like hotcakes, Mr. Allen.
Oh, heck, George. They've stopped shooting.
Oh, God.
Come in.
Come on, salesman. You thought you could fool Lita Krantz Louie.
You watch your trick.
Please, boys, I appeal to your better nature. Won't you please keep shooting holes in these cheeses?
Oh, listen, boys. Didn't you ever have a mother who was yearning for a Swiss on rye?
Nothing doing. We want $1,000 right now.
Come in.
See here, who's the proprietor here? I am the Swiss counsel.
I'm Mr. Allen. What do you want?
Well, you have to stop selling that American cheese with a hole in it. It will ruin my country's business.
But it'll make this country American cheese conscious. It'll put thousands of unemployed back to work.
They're crazy about this American cheese with holes in it.
Let me fist.
Louis, it's up to you. I appeal to you in the name of patriotism. It's for the good old USA.
I'll report it to the League of Nations. Stand back, everybody.
Louis, shoot if you must, this old gray head, but don't spare the cheeses.
I'm with you, Mr. Allen. Boys, when I give the word, open fire on the cheeses.
Okay, Louis. American cheese for Americans.
Ready? And fire!
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now we return to our musical program and to Sylvia Frood, who has been waiting for us with Give Me Something to Remember You By.
Now, Mr. Allen.
Well, the question box is back from Florida and looking fine. This postcard written in Esperanto comes from Mr. Al Bird at St. Mary, Kentucky. Mr. Bird says, quote, I am a wallflower, and thanks to my inferiority complex, have been walking backwards for the past 10 years. I want to overcome my bashfulness, and since I like to eat, I thought I could become an after-dinner speaker and kill two birds with this one postcard. Can you help me to become a Toastmaster or an after-dinner wit? Unquote. Your letter has come to the right party, Mr. Bird. I have been speaking before, after, and during dinners all my life. The first after-dinner speakers, you know, were cannibal chiefs who used to grunt after they finished a wing of missionaries. Speakers still grunt today, but it is generally a tribute to the chef. The easiest way to master the gentle art of post-vitamin oratory is to spill a little water on your chair as the dinner starts. You will be happy to stand up when you are called on later. Rise briskly, clear your throat, and say, I'll take the check. You will be welcome at any dinner, Mr. Bird. And this speech will probably be greeted with cheers. When the stampede quiets down, just say, that reminds me of the two Irishmen. Everyone will get it at once. And before they can stop laughing, say, I thank you, and sit down. You can see how easy it is, Mr. Bird. If you ever feel as though your speech is going to lay an egg, move over near the Toastmaster. Nothing like dropped egg on Toastmaster. Get it? Oh, Mr. Burt. If you do have a problem that you want to get rid of, don't throw it out in back of the house with your spring cleaning. Send it to me on a postcard, and I shall be happy to make you the man of the hour even before daylight saving time comes in. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled Titana, night, spelled Sal Hepatica. And don't forget, next Wednesday night, the Hour of Smiles brings you comedy. Drama.
Unhand my wife, you city slicker.
Oh, you mind your business, Hiram Jones.
Weather report.
Thursday, wet. Friday, wet. Saturday, want to buy a duck? Yuck, yuck, yuck.
Stock market news.
Hold American nickel till the operator gets your party.
And music.
This is the last announcement, ladies and gentlemen, of the great Ipana Dental Charm Contest. The last chance for girls and young women now listening to send in their photographs and make a bid for a free trip to A Century of Progress, Chicago. But it's still not too late. The contest does not close until next Monday, April the 30th at midnight. Choose one of your photographs tonight. Any kind will do. Write your name and address on the back and mail it to Ipana, I-P-A-N-A, care of the station to which you are now listening. Good night now until next Wednesday. Good night and keep smiling.
The selection Here Am I from Sweet Adeline was heard on this program. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Just breathe. Just believe. Another day. Just believe. I'm used to it by now. Just breathe. Just breathe.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
It's a doggone shame, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Well, before long, it'll be too cold to set out here of an evening.
Winter's too cold, summer's too hot, huh? How do you like spring?
Oh, spring's all right, up here. But I remember back in Waco, we all got the ague every spring. Oh, a terrible fever. Makes a man feel like a harp with 1,000 strings.
Yeah, I know, I've had it.
You know, my ma had an idea we wouldn't get it if we had 3 hard-boiled eggs on Good Friday. But if that didn't work and we got the ague anyway, then she'd tie salt mackerel onto our feet.
Well, that should have toughened up your feet anyway.
We all survived. That stage is mighty late tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Are you expecting somebody?
Me? Well, now, who'd I be expecting?
Oh, maybe some girl from Waco who's found out where you've been hiding.
Not very likely. Even my ma don't know where I'm at anymore. Hey, here comes the stage driver. It's Jim Buck.
Yeah.
Marshal. Hello, Chester.
Oh, Jim.
What's the matter? Trouble, Jim?
I'd call it trouble, Marshal. Got held up. One passenger shot down in cold blood.
What?
Meanest thing I ever saw.
Well, where did it happen?
Other side of Wagon Bed Springs. Between there and Jesse Daggett's.
Daggett's?
He runs a stage station out toward the Colorado line.
Oh.
I got a mighty strong feeling Jesse Daggett's in on this, Marshal.
Well, what makes you think so, Jim?
He knew I was carrying gold. Wasn't much, but it was some. After we'd laid over an hour or so at the station, I seen Daggett talking to a man who just rode in. As cussed looking a gunman as you'd want.
Well, then what happened?
The fellow rode off.
He was alone?
Just him. His face covered. And he never said a word. Took the strong box, robbed the passengers, and he got on his horse, turned around, and shot one of them right through the head.
Forevermore.
Then he rode off. I could have cried. I was so mad. Helpless.
That's a strange thing, Jim, is shooting down the passenger.
Why would a man do that, Marshal? I don't understand it.
Well, he just likes to kill, maybe. I'll go back with you tomorrow, Jim. Maybe we can find out. We made the trip down the Santa Fe Trail next day, through Wagon Bed Springs and on to Jesse Daggett's stage station. I sat on the box with Jim Buck, while Chester rode inside with the passengers. And by evening, everybody was glad when we reached Daggett's. It was a typical road ranch with a large eating room and a row of sleeping quarters for the travelers. Jesse Daggett himself was a tall, angular man, gaunt and gray. He was quiet, but one could feel the trouble that lay inside him. The first chance I had to talk to him was in the yard after supper.
Cold weather be coming soon. Have to lay in more whiskey.
I figured you probably made your own whiskey, Daggett.
I do. Got 5 barrels of corn buried under the road out there. Stage and the horses keep 'em shook up proper that way.
Oh. You, had this station long?
3 years come spring, Marshal. Put her up myself. Pawnees try to burn her down now and then, but I'm still here.
You plan to stay here?
Man's plans are his own, Marshal.
I'm sorry. It was just an idle question.
That's all right.
I think I'd like it here myself. No neighbors, but lots of company passing through.
Ain't all good company.
Well, lots of people travel, good and bad.
That's true.
Like the man who held up Jim Buck's stage yesterday. Shot that passenger.
What about him?
Well, you might call him company, like we were talking about. The bad kind.
Any man kills in cold blood that way, I'd call bad.
Might have been a mistake, though. Gun might have gone off by accident.
Might.
You don't think it did, huh?
What I think won't raise the dead, Marshal.
No, but it might keep more people from dying, though.
Figured that's what you're doing here. Looking for that fella.
Jim Buck thinks it might have been that gunman you were talking to here the day of the holdup.
That was Nat Pilcher. And I don't care what Jim Buck thinks.
Well, it won't help your business or the stage companies if more passengers get killed near here, Daggett.
No, it won't, for a fact.
Everybody expects a stage to get held up once in a while, but it's a different matter to shoot people down for nothing. You know, I don't figure this man, unless he's just a born killer.
Well, he could have a lot of reasons. Men are all different.
Sure.
All got different reasons for doing what they do. Living the way they live. I guess it's what happened to them in the past that spells it out.
That's why I'm a lawman and you run a stage station, and whoever he is holds up people and kills them.
Marshal, I'll tell you something, but it ain't what you want to hear. I believe in letting every man kill his own snakes.
Then this business is between whoever that bandit is and me. Is that it?
That's it exactly. Every man for himself, you might say. I don't interfere, and I won't help.
Mm-hmm. I see.
It's got to be like that.
Even though a man was killed for nothing?
The dog eat dog, I say.
Well, I hope you won't regret it, Daggett.
One more regret won't break me, Marshal.
I'm not so sure, Daggett. I'm not so sure it won't.
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. L&M's got everything. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
This is it, L&M filters, this is it.
Light and mild.
It's the best, L&M filters, highest quality filter tip.
This is it,
L&M filters, L&M filters with the miracle tip.
King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
Trying to get anything out of Jesse Daggett was hopeless. But I still couldn't agree with Jim Buck that Daggett was partners with a road agent. Daggett somehow wasn't that kind of a man. Anyway, there was nothing to do but wait and let things happen. 2 days passed while Chester and I sat in the eating room and played two-handed stud and got bored and restless. Late afternoon of the second day, however, Jim Buck drove back with his stage. The travelers came in first, went to their rooms, and then Jim came over to say hello.
I wish I had a job like yours. Nothing to do but sit around and play cards and drink whiskey.
Well, we do a lot of thinking, Jim. That's what makes up for it.
You do, huh?
Oh.
You done any about finding Jesse Daggett's friend?
Nat Pilcher? Well, if we did find him, Jim, we couldn't prove anything.
No. Neither could I guess. You might just shoot him for luck.
Yeah, you're too suspicious, Jim. He was probably just some cowboy riding through.
Maybe. Anyway, I got no gold this trip.
Then there's nothing to worry about, is there?
There's another pilgrim for supper.
That's the first visitor we've had since you left, Jim.
Man has to be mighty hungry to ride in here for Jesse Daggett's food. Where is Daggett, anyway?
Well, he went outside just after you pulled in. Didn't you see him?
I was busy with the horses, and I still got work to do. I'll see you at supper.
Oh, my. That's a hard life driving a stage, Mr. Dillon. I don't think I'd want to do that.
You might give it a try first, Chester. Now, wait a minute.
I heard there was a marshal here.
Yeah, that's right. What can I do for you?
Me? You can't do nothing for me, Marshal.
And what do you want?
Oh, I just wanted to see what a marshal looks like. A live one.
You satisfied?
Sure.
All right, then get out of here.
You're touchy, Marshal, real touchy. I don't aim to start no trouble. Only come in to say hello, friendly like.
What's your name?
Pilcher. Nat Pilcher.
Yeah, I thought so.
Sure. I'm a friend of Jesse Daggett's, an old friend.
Where do you live, Pilcher? You got a job around here?
I'm a cowboy, Marshal. Know anybody needs a good hand?
Now, what do you do besides ride?
Funny you ask that.
Is it?
You being a lawman, it is. Ever hear of Charlie Hall, sheriff over in New Mexico?
I have.
They say Clay Allison shot him. That's what they say, Marshal. But I know for a fact it wasn't Clay. Nice meeting you, Marshal. See you later.
Jesse Daggett's stage station lay on the prairie, miles from anywhere. It would be an easy thing for a man like Nat Pilcher to ride in long enough to check on a stagecoach and the value of its cargo, and then ride up the road a few miles and wait for it. But I still didn't believe Daggett was in on the deal, even though he and Pilcher had obviously known each other somewhere before. The next morning at dawn, Jim Buck loaded his passengers aboard and pulled out. Daggett and I stood there and watched the little cloud of dust as it moved up the Santa Fe Trail toward Wagon Bed Springs.
You make Dodge tonight. He'll be back here tomorrow.
Yeah, if he doesn't get shot up.
I ain't carrying no gold this trip.
I met your friend Nat Pilcher last night, Daggett.
Pilcher rode out before supper.
Yeah, I know. Seems like he only came in to tell me what a hard case he is. To warn me about it.
Didn't have much effect. You're still here.
You don't think I scare that easy?
You're all right, Marshal. You should have gone back to Dodge.
Why, Daggett? Why should I?
Things will work out here without you.
Now, go ahead.
That's all.
You know, Daggett, I don't know what's going on down here. And if I'm meddling in your affairs, I'm sorry, but a stage has been robbed and a man's been killed, and that makes it my affair, too.
I want to thank you for not thinking I got anything to do with all that, Marshal.
And I wasn't sure at first, but I am now. Even so, I'm not going back to Dodge without a man.
No, I suppose you won't.
Now, let's go inside.
Sure.
You know, you ought to plant some trees out here, Daggett. Sure improve the place.
Not enough water.
Now, dig for it, then. You'll never get a woman to come out here and marry you unless you've at least got some trees.
How's that?
No offense. I was just remarking that women like things growing around the place. Let's say that I meant it generally.
I thought to have a woman here once, when I first planned about running the stage station. That was over in New Mexico. Seems like a long time ago.
Now, things don't always work out.
I was mighty fond of her, but I lost her. I've been a little lonely ever since.
Well, you came close. That's better than some men do.
Oh, I don't know about that. Funny how a man goes right on living, even when his luck is about to run out.
Yeah.
Well, come on inside. Heat up some coffee.
Good. Got him, Chester.
Mr. Dillon,
Huh?
do you mind if we don't play no more? I swear I'm beginning to see things.
It's okay with me. The stage ought to be here pretty soon anyway.
Just think. Jim Buck's taking the stage all the way to Dodge and back, and we just been sitting here another 2 days.
Well, waiting's always the hardest part, Chester. I just hope it pays off.
Hey, there's the stage now. At least there'll be some people around here.
Yeah, let's go out and meet it, huh?
Howdy, Jim. Come out here, Marshal.
Now, what's the matter? More trouble, Jim?
He stopped me again, Marshal. My heaven, I'm going after him now if you don't. Take a look in the coach there.
What?
Why, it's a woman. She dead, Jim?
Of course she's dead. You got a bullet in her.
Where are your other passengers, Jim?
They ain't any. She was the only one this trip. Look at him, Marshal. He killed her.
There's some blood soaking through your jacket, Jim. You hit bad?
In the shoulder. I wasn't going to stop at all. It knocked me off the box. And he just rode up and put a bullet in her and rode off. Never said a word.
You think it was Pilcher?
Who else would it be? You've seen him. You know what he's like. Must be him. Let's ask Jesse Daggett here who it was. Take a look in the coats, Daggett. Take a good look. Well, Daggett, what do you think of killing women? Oh. Look at him, Marshal. I told you. You ever see a guiltier-looking man?
No, you're wrong, Jim. It doesn't even make sense.
He didn't do it, no. But he's in on it somehow.
Jester.
Yes, sir?
I'll help you take the woman inside. Then we'll see what we can do about your shoulder, Jim.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything, king size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
It doesn't make sense, none at all. But I figured it would soon. And after I did what I could for Jim Buck's shoulder, Chester and I buried the woman. Put a cross over her grave. We'd find out later who she was. The rest of the night, we took turns watching for a move from Jesse Daggett. And sure enough, about an hour before dawn, he saddled up and rode out into the prairie. We let him get a little start and then took a couple of his horses and followed him.
You think he's going to meet Pilcher?
If he can find him.
We must have come 10 miles already.
Yeah, about that. We shouldn't have let him get so far ahead of us, though.
We're right on his trail.
Yeah, I know. What's that up there?
Huh?
Look.
It's a man.
Yeah, come on.
Why, it's Daggett, Mr. Dillon. He's been shot.
Yeah.
You followed me, Marshal?
How bad are you hurt, Daggett?
Pretty bad.
Pilcher?
I'd have killed him, Marshal, but my gun didn't go off. And he got me easy then. No luck left at all. Right?
Any idea where Pilcher is now, Daggett?
He said he was going back to the station to get you. Took my horse with him.
I'd have come with you this morning, Daggett.
Wasn't your business. Between me and Pilcher. He come here looking for a fight. I didn't want to kill nobody no more. Not even him. So he drove me to it. Finally, that woman. He knew I couldn't stand that.
You mean he shot her and that other passenger just to prod you into a fight?
Marshal, I'll tell you now. I had a woman out in New Mexico. I caught her running off with Nat Pilcher. I didn't shoot him, though. I shot her instead. Figured that made more sense.
You killed her?
I don't think he'd have minded so much if I'd have killed him. I figured he wasn't doing nothing I didn't want to do myself. I didn't blame him none. I blamed her. Pilcher been after me ever since.
I could have stopped all this if you'd have told me sooner, Daggett.
Every man's got to kill his own snakes, Marshal. I tried. You can have 'em now. I ain't going to live long.
I'm sorry, Daggett. Chester will stay with you. I'm going back to the station.
You both go. I can die alone. I ain't afraid.
No. Goodbye, Daggett.
Bye, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Do what you can for him.
Poor fellow.
I'll send somebody out to help you bring him in later.
Yes, sir.
It's about time you got back, Marshal.
Where's Pilcher, Jim?
Out back looking for whiskey. Where's everybody else?
It's been a busy morning. How's your shoulder?
It hurts. I got to get up to Dodge somehow.
Good morning, Marshal.
Hello, Pilcher.
You've been riding.
So have you.
Man like me rides a lot, Marshal.
You should have kept going, Pilcher.
I wanted to see you again before I left.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Jesse Daggett told me.
I'm going to kill you, and then Jim here.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up, Jim. Pilcher, you can drop your gun belt and take your chances in court if you like.
My chances are better right here, Marshal.
Now, that's your choice.
It's always been my choice. Except for the night Jesse Daggett shot his wife. Did he tell you about that?
It doesn't matter now.
To me, it does.
You killed him, Marshal.
Yeah.
You hit?
No.
What's this all about, anyway?
A woman. Jim, I'm going to hitch up the stage and drive you into Dodge.
I'd be grateful for that, Marshal.
We'll have to go out of our way some.
Why?
Jesse Daggett's luck ran all the way out this morning. That's why.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Today, there's one filter cigarette that stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobacco. L&M's got everything. That's what makes it America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M's, king size or regular. I know you'll go for them.
Transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, and Clayton Post. Harley Bear as Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Join Perry Como for all the top tunes on radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on this same network. On Monday, Perry's special guests will be the DeCastro sisters with their top record, Teach Me Tonight. Wednesday, Perry will sing his big new RCA Victor record, Home for the Holidays. Don't forget, The Perry Como Show, all the top tunes on radio. And as Perry says, don't forget those Chesterfields. Get a carton for the weekend. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great new Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
This week on Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube.
All Rob does is fish. Fish and see his pals. I'm the one getting the job, attending the
Welcome to Animal Crossing, the life game that's happening every minute of every day, whether you're playing or not. Rated everyone.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Latin Quarter from Gold Diggers in Paris. Every woman knows there's something mighty satisfying in being not only a good cook, but a thrifty cook as well. And you'll find Jell-O is a big help in planning thrifty meals. It costs only a few cents a package, and one package serves the average family generously. And Jell-O makes a perfect dessert, appetizing, attractive, delicious. For it brings you that extra rich fruit flavor, a flavor that's deep and luscious and satisfying. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 flavors are crammed with this extra rich goodness that makes Jell-O a hit with the whole family every time. It's so good to eat, you can serve it several times a week. And it's so economical, you can afford to serve it just as often as you like. But be sure to get genuine Jell-O. Don't accept any substitutes for Jell-O's grand, extra-rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Latin Quarter, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this being our next to the last broadcast of the season, we bring you a little man who had a busy year, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. I'm just about worn out. Naturally, week after week with radio and pictures, it takes a lot out of you.
Well, at that, Jack, for a man who works as hard as you do, you're in excellent shape. How do you hold up so well? Where do you get all that energy?
Well, I'll tell you, Don, with Popeye, it's spinach. But with me, it just comes natural. Of course, I do have an egg malt now and then, you know.
Oh, but no kidding, Jack. It's really amazing how you keep in such good condition.
Oh, it is, Don, it is. Why, only this morning, when I was shaving, I looked right square in the mirror and I said to myself, Jack Benny, how do you do it? How do you do it? I'll tell you, it's unbelievable.
Yes, it is, Jack, but I must repeat, you look marvelous.
Thanks, Don, thanks.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Phil?
You know, that's a pretty bad sign when you start talking to yourself.
Well, I wasn't really talking to myself. I was just thinking out loud. Don't you ever think out loud, Phil?
Not around here. You'd fire me.
Now, wait a minute. This is a free country and a free program. Nobody has to be afraid to speak their minds around here.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Well, in that case, Jack,
you look lousy.
Now, don't you chime in, Harris. After the carousing around you've done, you don't look so hot yourself.
I don't know about that. Why, only this morning when I was shaving, I looked right square in the mirror and said to myself, Phil Harris, you're cute.
Cute? I'll bet you look cute first thing in the morning, huh?
I do after I take the curlers out of my hair.
Listen, Phil, any man that would put curlers in his hair before going to bed, well. What do you think of that, Don?
Don't look at me. I wear a chin strap.
Well, you could use one. Huh? Hey, Phil, do you wear a chin strap, too?
That ain't a sunbonnet I sleep in.
Well, that kills me. What you fellas won't do to look beautiful, huh?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, you want to hear something? Phil sleeps with curlers in his hair, and Don wears a chin strap. Isn't that awful?
It certainly is.
Even if I weren't handsome, I'd never go that far, you know.
Of course not.
No.
Tell him about that argument you had with your laundryman yesterday.
There was no argument.
What was it, Mary?
Mary, if you tell him, I'll fix you.
Come on, Mary. What was the argument with the laundryman?
Well, Jack was mad because they ripped the lace off his shorts.
That wasn't lace. They were just frayed at the bottom.
What were they afraid of?
Well, just to think of answering that makes me ill. Anyway, I don't go around trying to beautify myself like those two guys.
Oh, no. I saw you in the barber shop this morning under a mud pack.
A mud pack?
Yes.
Well, that was just a sample. The barber was trying to sell me a piece of property.
I hope he had better luck than the bootblack.
Is that so?
Every time he'd go to shine your shoes, you'd sit on your feet.
Well, I had on black shoes and white socks, and I wanted them to stay that way. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Oh, boy, am I all in. I tell you, I'm exhausted. Wow!
Kenny, if you're exhausted, you don't come in here like a cyclone. Now come in again.
Okay.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Am I all in? I tell you, I'm exhausted.
All right. All right, Kenny, you didn't have to fall down. Now get up. Imagine a young kid like you exhausted. What from, singing a song once a week?
Well, don't forget I have to take bows when it's over.
Oh. I suppose that's a lot of work. Well, from now on, Kenny, when you sing your song, just eliminate the bows.
Not me. I'm a ham.
Well, you're certainly getting to be, and it's not nice. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, huh?
You should talk.
Yeah?
You're so hammy, your eyes look like 2 fried eggs.
Well, they're large, if that's what you mean. I've always been told I have very big and expressive eyes. In fact, I often use a soup bowl for an eye cup. I really do. Huh? No, really, I do. Huh?
I think you have lovely eyelashes, too.
Thanks, Phil, but they're nothing now. You should have seen the long eyelashes I had when I was a kid.
How long were they?
How long? They used to call me Cowcatcher. That's how long. Oh, I was the envy of the whole neighborhood. Huh?
You know, Jack, it's too bad you haven't got those long eyelashes now.
Why?
You could pin them back over your head.
Yes, I could. Of course, every time I'd wink, I'd tip my hat. That's the only trouble. Isn't it a silly routine? No kidding.
Say, Jack, I don't like to horn in, but I don't think I'm so bad looking myself.
No, you're not, Kenny. In fact, you're quite attractive.
I'll say. Why, only this morning when I was shaving, I looked right square in the mirror and I said to myself, Kenny Baker, there's no getting around it. You're the nut.
Well, Kenny, you were right. But you know, fellas, I think we ought to stop. I think we ought to stop all this bragging.
Oh, no, not till I've had my innings, Jack. I think I'm handsome, too.
You do, Don?
Why, yes. Only this morning I looked right square in the mirror and said to myself, Don Wilson, why don't you run down to your nearest grocer and buy a package of Jell-O? It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
And did you do it, Don?
I didn't have to. My pantry was full of it.
Well, then sing, Kenny, while we're in such a happy mood. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Don't you think I have beautiful eyes?
Why, of course, of course. Who are you?
Just an old potato. Goodbye.
Oh, I'd like to mash him. Sing.
I love you while we are dancing and the moon's aglow. Let me whisper I love you while we're romancing. Let me murmur low. We're meant for each other. Here under the palms, oh, let me whisper I love you. You're so entrancing, dancing in my arms. There is a place I'm thinking of, a perfect setting for two in love. In its amorous atmosphere, you will soon hear me say, oh, let me whisper, I'll whisper I love you while we are dancing alone. Now let me whisper, I'll whisper I love you while we're romancing alone. We're meant for each other. Under the palms, oh, let me whisper I love you. You're so entrancing, dancing in my
That was Let Me Whisper, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, stop bowing. No wonder you're exhausted there.
Well, I got some new suspenders on and I want to break them in.
Oh. Well, anyway, Kenny, your song was very good. And you know, folks, that's the last time this season you'll hear Kenny Baker sing. He's flying to New York tonight right after the broadcast. And Wednesday, he sails for England, where he's going to make a very important picture for Alexander Korda. What's it going to be, Kenny?
I'm going to play the leading role in The Mikado.
Well, well.
Oh, that's swell, Kenny. Congratulations.
Well, I say, that's marvelous. The Mikado. I know you'll be great in it, Kenny.
I hope so. Yeah. Say, Jack, what's a Mikado?
It's fine. He's going to play the Mikado and don't know what it is.
Well, what is it?
Well, Mary, a Mikado is a sort of a... Well, it's a kind of a...
Is it like an avocado?
Not exactly, Kenny. A Mikado is a... Well, it's a precious stone. I know that much.
Jack. Mikado is the title for the Emperor of Japan.
That's it. The Emperor, a man that wears precious stones.
You didn't say that at all.
You said a Mikado was a precious stone.
I did not. I said the Mikado was a man that wears precious stones in his crown. And I'll leave it to anyone that wants to work on this program next year if I didn't. Well, that's settled.
If I'd have saved my money, it wouldn't be.
Oh, you saved your money, Harris. You always talk about spending, but you've got the first dollar you ever earned from me.
That's blood money. I always save that.
Yeah, listen, Phil, blood money, nothing. Nobody here has any trouble getting their money out of me. I pay off, don't I, Mary?
Yeah, like bank night in Glasgow.
Well, I was just trying to be funny. Don, have I ever been late with your check? Huh?
Oh, you haven't, Jack. I always get it on time.
There you are.
Of course, I'm bigger than you are.
Yeah. Your left leg is bigger than I am. But anyway, that has nothing to do with it.
Jack always puts my salary under 3 walnut shells, but I never guess the right one.
All right, Kenny. I was going to let you win next time, but now I won't, huh?
Well, I think there's something fishy about the whole thing.
Never mind that. Now, tell us about your trip, Kenny. What boat are you sailing on?
The Normandy.
Oh, the Normandy. Say, I made a round trip on that boat last year, and it's very deluxe. They even have neck rests on the portholes there. What stateroom have you got?
Room 280 on C deck.
280 on C deck. Why, I had that room. See, now there's a coincidence. You're going to Europe on the same boat, the same deck, and the same room.
It's the same ocean, too.
Yes, it is. And, Kenny, as long as you got the same stateroom, I wish you'd do me a favor. I left my washcloth in the bathroom there. Will you pick it up for me?
Oh, sure, Jack, but how'll I know it's your washcloth?
Got patches on it.
That's a lie, matey. It's in good condition. Anyway, I hope you'll have a swell trip, Kenny, and that your picture in England will be a grand success.
Thanks, Jack.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. This being Father's Day, we have prepared an original... come in, Andy. I mean, come in.
Hiya, Buck.
Why, Andy Devine, of all people... Well, this is some surprise. Well, how's the old mayor of Van Nuys?
Okay, Buck, I got everything running smooth and under control.
Well, that's good. You know, Andy, I was beginning to think you were high-hatting us. You haven't shown up in a couple of weeks.
Well, I've been pretty busy at the city hall, and besides that, I just put on a big beauty contest.
Oh, a beauty contest. Well, there are a lot of pretty girls out in the valley there.
Yep, and you know, Buck, during the contest, Pa got slapped 3 times.
Your pa got slapped, eh? Was he one of the judges?
No, he was just standing there.
Oh. So he was acting up again. Where was your ma at the time?
She was third from the end, Miss Pasadena.
Well, there's certainly a lot of excitement being a mayor. Oh, say, by the way, Andy, Kenny won't be here next Sunday. He's leaving for England.
Well, doggone, that's a surprise. Say, Kenny, can I take your place singing next week?
Sure, Andy. Glad to have you.
Hold on there. I got something to say about that. I'm afraid we can't use you, Andy. Your voice isn't that good.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Buck. Did you ever hear me hit a high C?
Only when you're talking. But I think we can manage next Sunday without a solo from you. And now, folks, getting back to our play, as I started to announce, this being Father's Day, tonight we are going to present an original drama entitled Back Home in Indiana, or Clem Benny's children. Now, I will play the part of Clem Benny, the father, and Mary Livingston will be my loving, loyal wife.
That's me.
Yep. We've been married nigh on to 40 years, and she still feels the same about me as the day we were married.
You said it. Boy.
All right, sit down, Ma, and wait for the play. Anyway, Mary will be my wife, Phil Harris will be my oldest son, and Kenny...
I'm going to be the Mikado.
Not in this, you're not. You're going to be my youngest son. We also have a married daughter, and as we're short of actresses, Andy Devine will...
Now, wait a minute, Buck. Remember the dignity of my office.
Well, we got to have a girl, Andy. I can't have all sons. This house will look like the Elks Club.
Oh, shucks, I don't want to be a girl.
Now, get into your dress, Your Honor, and shut up. Now, let's see.
Announce my part, Jack.
No, Don, I'm not going to tell anybody what it is. I want it to be a surprise.
Gee, I can hardly wait.
Control yourself, Don. Now, this play will go on immediately after the next number. Hit it, Phil. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Was I in here a little while ago?
Yes, you were. You were an old potato.
Well, I'm boiled now. Whoopee!
Kenny, can't you take him to England with you? Play. What Do You Hear from the Mob in Scotland? Plaid by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Did you hear that, Phil? Scotland Plaid. I said plaid instead of played.
I'll forget it if you will.
Now, I thought that was clever, didn't you, Mary?
Well, Jack, as long as you ask me. Personally,
and
I
now
thought
for our play, Clem Benny's Children. The locale is the thriving little town of No. 2 Breakfast, Indiana. It is Father's Day. As the scene opens, we find Clem and his wife Mariah seated in the parlor of their broken-down farmhouse. Curtain music. Dum-dum-dim. Yeah-da-da-dim-dim. Doggone, Mariah, it sure is hot today, ain't it?
Yep, Clem, it's a sizzler. The hens ain't laid nothing but 3-minute eggs for a week.
I don't mind that so much, but I was milking the cow last night and scalded myself.
We sure could do with a little rain around these parts.
I'll say we could. We had an awful dry spell around here. I was out in the pasture this morning and found 4 camels.
Was there any Shriners on them?
No, they left town. But I think it's going to rain pretty soon.
How do you know?
I just got a buzz from my rheumatism. Say, Ma, I wonder what's keeping the children. They ought to be here by now.
Don't be impatient, Clem. Remember, they got a long ways to come.
That's right, but I haven't seen them for years, and I'm mighty anxious. By the way, how many children have we got now?
Well, let's see. There's Philip, our oldest boy. He's a musician.
A musician? If he's a musician, Stokowski is a Fuller Brush man. That Philip is about as musical as a bagpipe with asthma.
I don't know how that would be. I never had the bagpipe.
No, but with your asthma and my snoring, the bedroom sounds like an airport. Who else is coming, Ma?
Well, there's our youngest son, Kenneth. He's a movie actor out in Hollywood.
Oh, in the flickers, eh? That boy is just plain dumb. How did he get to be an actor?
What else do you need?
I resent that. Who else is coming home, Ma?
Well, there's our daughter, Petunia.
Oh, yes, little Petunia. Doesn't seem possible. She's been married 2 years. Well, it's darn nice of all our children to come home on Father's Day. Wish they'd hurry and get here. Say, that must be one of our kids at the door now.
Must be. The wolf went to Atlantic City for the weekend.
I don't blame him in this heat. Come in.
Hello, Ma. Hello, Pa. Happy Father's Day.
Philip, my boy.
Welcome home, my son.
Here, Pa, I bought you a present. It's a combination safety razor and fountain pen.
Thanks, son. I'll sit right down and write myself a lather.
What you doing, Philip? Still playing in an orchestra?
No, I got a band of my own now. Curly Harris and his Fugitives from a Music Lesson.
Well.
And you want to know something, Paul? I'm on the radio, too.
Well. Making any money?
No, I'm working for a chiseler.
Well, shut up. I wish Kenneth and Petunia would get here. I'm hungry. I could go for a nice thick steak.
What'll you chew it with? You ain't got no teeth.
Don't need any. I got sharp gums. Well, Philip, before I forget it, I want to thank you for that old suit of clothes you sent me last month.
Oh, did you like it?
No, but there was a bottle of gin in the hip pocket.
That wasn't gin, that was rubbing alcohol.
I should have guessed that. I had the DTs and the snakes were massaging each other. Well, let's go in and eat. I can't wait any longer.
Wait a minute, Pa. That's either Kenneth or Petunia.
Could be the landlord coming for the rent.
I better pretty up a little. I might have to vamp him.
Well, this suspense is terrible. Come in. Why, Kenneth.
Come in, my boy. Come in.
Hello, Mater. Hello, Governor. Happy Pater's Day.
Pater's Day? The brat's going Hollywood.
Well, Mother, how about a maternal kiss for your offspring?
You hear that, Ma? He wants a kiss.
Comes near me, I'll slug him.
Don't blame you. Go on, son. Take off your beanie and sit down. So you're a movie actor, eh?
Yes, Father. The cinema has beckoned, and I have heeded its call.
Why, you little...
Hold on, Ma. Don't throw him out till I get my present. Come clean, son. What did you bring me for Father's Day?
A cravat.
That's cravat.
Oh.
Well, open up the package.
Here it is.
A cravat? I don't see nothing there but a necktie.
Well, lift it up. It must be underneath.
Why, Pa, a cravat and a necktie are the same thing.
Go on. You don't even know what a Mikado is.
You didn't do so well with it either.
Quiet, Ma. Oh, by the way, Kenneth, this is your brother, Phil.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
You two ought to get together sometime. Come on, let's eat. My stomach's emptier than a theater when Fred Allen was playing vaudeville.
Fred Allen? Who's he?
Oh, some hillbilly goes around selling toothpaste.
Is it any good?
Don't know, never ate any. Well, come on, kids. Let's go and chase the goat out of the dining room. Say, that must be Petunia now. Come in.
Petunia!
My daughter!
Hiya, Ma! Hiya, Pa!
Well, our own little Petunia, sweet and pretty as ever.
Oh, gosh, Pa.
Ain't you going to give your daddy a kiss?
Not if I can get out of it.
Oh.
But I want to kiss Ma, though.
Skip it, Petunia. I'll take a rain check.
Well, daughter, did you bring me something for Father's Day?
Sure did, Pa. Here it is, right in this basket.
Where?
Right here. Go ahead, lift up the blanket.
Okay. Well, I'll be switched. Well, what do you know about that? A grandson. Ah, coochie, coochie, coochie. Doggone, Petunia, I never thought you'd be a mother.
Neither did I.
sure is a cute little rascal. What's his name?
Donald!
Oh, hello, Donald.
Goo, goo, goo.
Hey, Mariah, look at our little grandson. Isn't he a cute baby?
Some baby's got an inner tube for a teething ring.
He sure has. Well, now that we're all here, let's go in and eat. Come on along, Petunia. I'm starved.
Oh, wait a minute, Paul. I want to go upstairs and shave.
Oh, you can shave later. Let's go in the dining room.
Hey, wait a minute. What about me?
Did you hear that, Petunia? The baby said something.
Why, those are the first words he's ever spoken. I'm sure glad he can talk.
So am I. I'm sitting on a safety pin.
Oh, the poor thing. Come here to Grandpa. Shut up, John. You're making a fool of yourself. Play, Phil.
Question. Who likes chocolate ice cream? Answer. Why, just about everybody. And now you can have perfect homemade chocolate ice cream, smooth, creamy, rich with chocolate, the kind you've always wanted to make. And here's the easy way to have it. Make it with Jell-O freezing mix, and believe me, you'll be tasting the grandest ice cream you ever took out of your refrigerator. For that rich, luscious chocolate flavor is made by Walter Baker & Company, and they've been making fine chocolate for over 150 years. That's why chocolate ice cream made with Jell-O freezing mix is really something special. And it's so quick and easy to prepare, you'll be making it all the time. There's no fuss or bother with cooking. Just open the can, add milk and some whipped cream, pour into your freezing tray. Stir only once during the freezing process, and you'll get 6 servings of swell ice cream. Mellow and smooth with a creamy texture that's just grand. Jell-O freezing mix comes in 6 luscious flavors: chocolate, vanilla, maple walnut, and fruit flavors that are real fruits in their own sweetened juices: strawberry, tutti frutti, and orange pineapple. So treat the family tomorrow night to ice cream with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. Ask your grocer for Jell-O freezing mix.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
UPN Wednesday.
I haven't slept very much, but I'm doing the best I can.
The captain explores new territory.
Does this go on every night?
I obviously can't keep up with you.
Sexual tension, Captain. Been one hell of a night, hasn't it?
You've got to see it to believe it. All new Enterprise, Wednesday at 8, 7 Central on UPN.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Bob Burns in Alias the Deacon with Helen Wood. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Even in the 20th century, there's no telling where you'll run into Robin Hood, or under what name. Tonight he's a long way from Sherwood Forest. He wears not a suit of Lincoln green, but one of modest black. He doesn't carry a longbow, but a deck of cards. And his name, known to every sheriff in the Middle West, is the Deacon. But don't be alarmed. Of all the gentry who deal cards with scientific knowledge instead of blind hope, the hero in our play, Alias the Deacon, is the most charming and the gentlest. His coat may conceal a pair of aces, but beneath it beats a heart of gold. It's a part for Bob Burns if ever there was one. And so we followed the inspired lead of Universal Pictures by casting him in this radio adaptation of the screen success. It took a little persuasion, though, to get him here. Bob said he'd promised some fellow to go fishing with him. We got him to postpone his trip only by revealing a very special rendezvous for trout. I'd been reserving that spot for a holiday of my own after finishing the picture Northwest Mounted Police. But I think Bob Burns in Alias the Deacon will be worth the sacrifice. Wherever the Deacon alights from his private car, any passing truck, injustice is on its way to defeat, and romance runs its proper course, and certain petty tyrants are apt to start running, too. Any play with Bob Burns in it is a friendly play. But another kind of friendliness that we're very proud of is your loyalty to our product, Lux Flakes. You've never let us down yet, and I know Lux Flakes will never let you down. Now I'm sure you're anxious to meet the Deacon, so we'll raise the curtain on the first act of Alias the Deacon, starring Bob Burns in the title role and Helen Wood as Phyllis. The Truxton County Fair, somewhere in the Middle West. It's Saturday afternoon, and a holiday crowd jams the midway, gazing in awe at the world's greatest collection of freaks, gasping as the high diver plummets into the tank, meanwhile clutching tightly to their breasts their hard-earned baby dolls and canes. In a secluded corner of the grounds, another attraction holds forth, a quieter and more intimate form of entertainment. For here is where Deke Caswell, alias the Deacon, has set up his temporary stand. To collect his crowd, the Deacon plays a mournful tune on a mournful-looking instrument. And as the curious gather around, knowing farmers hold on to their pocketbooks. They've seen men like the Deacon before.
All right, dear, we're going. We're going, darling.
Wait a minute, lady. You don't have to leave. That baby ain't disturbing me.
Oh, he ain't, ain't he? Well, you're disturbing him. Don't cry.
Well, I guess everybody ain't got the same taste for music, folks, but there's one sound that's music to everybody's ears. That's the music of jingling coins. Of course, you have to have the coins to jingle. Well, that's where I come in. Gentlemen, I'm going to give each and every one of you a chance to win some of these coins right now. I have here in my hand 3 ordinary everyday playing cards, the ace, the deuce, and tray of diamonds. I'm going to shuffle these cards a little and lay them face down here on the stand. Now, all you got to do, gentlemen, is watch where I put the ace. Why, it's so simple, honestly. Sometimes I'm right ashamed of myself. Here we go now. Watch it closely. 1, 2, 3. Which one is the ace? Anybody like to try it? I bet $50. All right, brother. No amount's too big or too small. That's the ace. That one there. Let's see now. Well, brother, I guess you wasn't watching very close that time. You picked the tray.
That's funny.
Who'll be the next red-blooded gentleman? Watch it closely now. As many can play as want to. Just put your money on the card and be sure it's the right one.
I saw it. Right here. You too. There's my money.
Only one way to find out, gentlemen. Turn up the cards you bet on. Well, what do you know about that? I win again. All right, now, who'll be the next?
Just a minute, you. You're switching those cards around. You're crooked.
I resent that.
Do you deny it?
No, I just resent it. All right, gentlemen, now who'll take a chance? It's a simple, honest little game. Come on, folks, come on. Don't let me stand here talking to myself. I've heard all this before. How about you, brother? Like to try it once more?
Nope, you cleaned me.
Oh, that's too bad. How much did I clean you for?
60 cents.
Well, brother, you wasn't very dirty, was you?
I'll try it, mister.
Thank you, brother. Step aside here, folks. Let a gentleman in with courage and vision. Step right up, sir. Now, all you got to do is pick the right card.
Sure, I know.
All right, now watch it. 1, 2, 3, and away we go. Opportunity's knocking, folks. A little risk and a big profit.
I'll bet $1.
$1. The gentleman bets $1. And which card is the ace, brother?
That one. Right there.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother, but you guessed wrong. My, I sure thought you had me that time. Want to try it again? You're a real sport, brother.
No, I ain't. I'm the chief of police.
That's what I was... Huh?
The chief of police.
Uh-huh. Well, brother, I guess that's one time I guessed wrong.
All right, mister. You see that sign over there?
Where? Oh, you are now leaving Truxton. That's the sign you mean?
Yeah. And the sign means you. Now, go on, beat it.
Thanks, Chief.
Don't thank me. If the roof of our jail didn't leak, you wouldn't be getting off so easy. There's the bus depot right over there. Now, come on. The bus leaves in 5 minutes. Get on and stay on.
Where does this bus go, if it's any of my business?
Next town is Shelton, the county seat.
Well, does your jurisdiction extend that far?
No, it don't.
Well, then you wouldn't mind if I stop over there long enough to give one of my, educational lectures?
Why, no. I'll even wire my friend the sheriff to reserve a nice room with a southern exposure. Why, Phyllis.
Oh. Hello, Chief Davis.
What are you doing here?
Waiting for the bus. I'm leaving Truxton.
A fine night you picked for Tavern. What's the idea?
My job folded up. There's no reason for my staying here any longer.
I guess not. Well, I hope things break better for you wherever you're going.
Say,
Say, you folks, you waiting for the bus?
Yeah, why?
Well, I'm sorry, folks, but the road's washed out at the pike. The bus will be about 6 hours late.
You mean I have to spend 6 more hours in this broken-down hillbilly town? Why? Why, it'll be a pleasure, Chief. But maybe it's a pleasure I can skip. Where does that delivery truck go? Anybody know?
Why, that's Johnny Sloan. They're going into Shelton, probably.
Shelton, huh? Well, maybe I ought to have a talk with Mr. Sloan. Evening, young fella.
Hello.
Kind of bad night all around.
I'll say it is. I've been driving through floods for 2.5 hours. Got water in my motor and my gas tank. I got it in the carburetor and ignition, but not a drop in my radiator.
Say, I don't suppose I might ride along.
No.
No, I suppose not.
Hey, Johnny, you'd like to give someone a lift?
I just told him no passengers, company rule.
Oh, I don't mean him. There's a young lady here that...
Sorry.
I guess the age of chivalry is dead.
It is with the Crane Trucking Company.
Oh, come on, son. You can take a chance just this once. Why...
Please don't trouble. I can wait.
I'm sorry, lady, but I... Oh, are you the person who wants a lift?
Yes, but don't put yourself out for me.
Why, no trouble at all. No trouble at all. You married?
Me? No.
Sweetheart?
No.
Family?
A father, Mr. District Attorney.
And he's...
He and I are very little of your business.
All right, if you want to be the mystery lady. But aren't you afraid riding through the night this way with me? A guy you never met before?
No.
Oh, you're not, huh?
No.
What did you do if I stopped the truck on this lonely road?
You wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't I, though?
No.
Uh-huh, we'll see about that. Well?
Well?
You haven't any protection now.
That's right.
Oh, why don't you scream?
I'm hoarse from last night.
Okay, you win. But it's a good thing I have to be in Shelton by morning.
Me too, son. Let's go.
What in the... How did you get back there?
Oh, I just figured since you changed your mind about taking the little lady, you might change it about me, too. Of course, I ain't as pretty as she is.
All right. Keep quiet about it.
Thanks, son.
Well, this is Shelton.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sloan.
It's all right.
Tell me, you married?
Me? No.
Sweetheart?
No, No, I haven't. And I won't have until in my kick reposes another $250. The same being the rest of the purchase price for the best little business opportunity in all Shelton.
I see.
Yes'm. In front of you, you see a guy who isn't going to be a truck jockey all his life. Shelton needs a first-class garage. And I got my eye on a place that with a little fixin' will make the ones here now hang their grease racks in shame.
I'm sure it'll be a success. Well, goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you going to do?
Look for a job?
Oh, will I see you again?
Probably.
Well, that's good. You see, there's a lot of things we ought to talk about.
Are there?
Sure. A lot of questions I'd like to ask you.
Questions? Like what?
Oh, like,
Say, where's the nearest barber shop?
Oh, for the love of... Are you still here?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you want?
Just the nearest barber shop, that's all.
Across the street.
Thanks, son. And thanks a lot for the ride.
How about it, Sheriff? You want a little tonic on the hair, Sheriff?
Nope, just water.
Sure, you're the boss, Sheriff. You're the boss.
Make it fast, Henry. I'm a mighty busy man since oil was discovered in this town.
Morning.
Good morning. You're next.
Thanks.
Yes, Sheriff, it'd be nice if we could have an oil boom like this every year.
I don't know. There's been an awful lot of riffraff drifting into town.
Yeah, I bet you're keeping your good eye on all suspicious characters, Sheriff?
I'm keeping a special lookout for a card sharp they run out of Truxton. Heading this way.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. I got a wire this morning. No tin-horn gambler better show himself around here.
Hey, mister, where are you going?
I'll be back a little later.
But I'm ready for you now.
Just a minute, mister. Don't believe I've seen you around here before. I'm Yates, Sheriff Yates.
Well, how do you do, Sheriff? I'm Caswell, Deacon Caswell.
Well, how do you do? Deacon, eh?
Oh, yes. I heard there was a lot of strange goings-on in this town. I figured I could do some good around here.
As a matter of fact, Deacon, I think you could. Now, for instance, I happen to know there's a lot of gambling going on.
Gambling? Tell me, Sheriff, where's the game?
Well, I ain't sure yet, but I kind of got my eye on the Clark Hotel.
You have, huh?
Yeah, Elsie Clark's place, just down the street. If my information is correct, there's a bridge game goes on there pretty near every day.
Ain't it awful the way some folks get into?
The rest of the tricks are ours. You're down 3, Elsie.
My goodness, but you do get the cards, Mrs. Gregory.
I play the ones I get, Elsie.
You certainly do, Mother.
Yes, and us along with them. Well, ladies, I don't like to break up the game, but I'm expecting Mr. Cunningham. How much do I owe this time?
A little less than $35, Mrs. Clark.
$35? Oh, well, I'll get it out of the hotel safe. We'll go on with the game as soon as I've seen Mr. Cunningham. Dear me. Elsie's been having awfully bad luck, hasn't she? Of course, I can afford it, but Elsie, well, I don't know.
She can afford it, too, with a hotel like this.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think trying to hold it is the reason she plays. She mortgaged the place to Mr. Cunningham before the boom came, and he's one of those men who likes to be paid.
Yes, I've heard that about Mr. Cunningham.
Well, I guess I'll have to step across to the bank for a minute. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Don't be too long, dear.
I won't.
Mother, listen. Shh, now be quiet.
I won't. How much longer do we have to keep these bridge games up? I'm getting sick of these women.
We're going to play until Mr. Cunningham gets this hotel.
I don't see what Mr. Cunningham has to do with it.
Well, I do. He happens to hold our mortgage, too. He told me that anything I could do to help him get this place, well, he said he wouldn't forget it.
You mean he doesn't want Mrs. Clark to meet her note?
Mildred, be careful what you say, dear. It might be misinterpreted.
Over there, Deacon. That's our hardware store. Jim Cunningham owns that.
Cunningham, huh? That the same Cunningham that runs the real estate office?
Same feller. Cunningham's a pretty important man in this town, Deacon.
Mm-hmm. You know, this is mighty friendly of you to show me around like this, Sheriff. Seems to be a right promising little town.
Well, we've had so many undesirables drifting in lately, it's nice to meet up with a better class of newcomer.
And that's nice of you to say, Sheriff. It is indeed.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. This is the Clark Hotel right here, Deacon. I'll see if we can get you a room. Go ahead, Deacon.
Thank you, brother.
Willie, customer here.
Hello, Sheriff.
Oh, where's your ma, Willie?
She's in the office, borrowing some more money from that old weasel Jim Cunningham.
Now, Willie, Mr. Cunningham's been a good friend to your ma.
Sure. He was a good friend of Whitey Hoyt's ma, too. Now he owns her property.
That's so, Sheriff?
Oh, you can't believe everything you hear.
Believe me, he wouldn't be coming around here with his promises to pay if my pop was still alive. Well, what kind of room do you want, Deacon? The $2 kind or the $3 kind?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, there's no difference. We've only got one room left.
Well, I kind of wanted the $3 kind.
Gee, that's swell.
Hey, kid, give me the key to me room, will you?
Here it is.
Ah, thanks, pal. Oh, hiya, Sheriff.
Hello, Bull.
Hey, you gonna be down to fight Saturday? I'll kill that guy.
Sure, I'll be there.
Oh, swell, Sheriff.
All right, Bull, all right. Let's get going.
Huh? Going where?
We got some road work to do before lunch.
Oh, I was just gonna take a little nap.
Come on. The guy that's promoting this match wants to see some action. Get going.
Road work all the time, road work. I'm getting sick of it.
I didn't know you went in for prize fights in this town, Sheriff.
Well, we don't usually, Deacon, but Mr. Cunningham is opening a new auditorium, and, well, you know.
I see.
And this new note covers all I owe you, Mr. Cunningham.
That's right, Mrs. Clark. You can tear the others up.
Morning, Elsie.
Oh, hello, Sheriff.
Hello, Tom.
Hi, Mr. Cunningham. Folks, this is Deacon Caswell, Mrs. Clark, and Mr. Cunningham.
How do you do, Deacon?
Pleased to meet you, ma'am.
The deacons come to help clean up the town.
Oh, is that so?
Well, I think I can clean up a little anyway.
That's fine, Deacon. Anything I can do for you, just let me know.
Now, that's very kind, Mr. Cunningham.
Good morning, folks. Morning, Deacon.
Good morning, Mr. Cunningham.
Ma, the deacon wants a room. The $3 kind.
Oh, certainly. Will you just come this way, Deacon? I've got a nice room on the first floor. While you're in town, Deacon, I'd like to have you meet our Ladies' Community League. I'm sure you have a lot of things to tell us.
Why, Mrs. Clark, you're a positive mind reader.
Elsie? Oh, here you are. We thought you were lost, Mrs. Clark. Deacon, this is Mrs. Gregory and her daughter Mildred. Deacon Caswell.
It's a pleasure, ladies.
How do you do? Well, are we ready to play? Oh, I'm sorry, girls, but Mrs. Hawley isn't here, and...
Play?
Just a little bridge. Oh, Nora, the deacon will think we've been gambling.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
Perhaps you'd like to take Mrs. Hawley's place, Deacon. Oh, but I'm sure he wouldn't.
Well, now, I must confess, I have kind of puttered around with cards on several occasions, just to make up a foursome, of course.
Oh, then you will join us.
Me? You mean for money?
Oh, well, now, it needn't be. We can play for nothing.
Well, I don't...
Oh, I guess I wouldn't mind playing for some trifling stakes, just to be sociable.
Oh, that's so nice of you, Deacon.
Well, it is indeed.
We'll only be about an hour.
An hour? Well, I'd say that should be just about long enough.
That's our trick, Deacon.
Is it, Mrs. Clark? Now, ain't that lucky?
Lay your card, please, Deacon.
Oh, certainly. You know, I guess we Caswells are all lucky. All except my Uncle Canfield Caswell, that is. Whenever I had him for a partner, I used to feel I was living beyond my means.
If you don't mind, Deacon, this one is our trick.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought that was my ace. I did have one that kind of resembled it.
10 of diamonds. Your play, Deacon. Mildred played the 10.
A red one, huh? Mrs. Clark, I'm awfully afraid I've messed this hand all up. I don't seem to have any more red ones left. See?
Why, you've got nothing but trump.
Is that good?
Fair, Deacon. Just fair.
Oh, don't you see, Deacon? All the rest are ours.
They are?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess I'll just never get to understand this game.
Well, how much do we owe?
Exactly $86.
$86? Why, we've been gambling.
Not with your luck, Deacon. Come on, Mildred. Let's go.
Goodbye. And thank you so much for helping us out, Deacon.
That's all right, ladies.
That's
I'm
it,
happy
Deacon.
to have met you.
Well, here's your share of the winnings, Deacon.
Why, Mrs. Clark, I couldn't touch that money.
Oh, but you must.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Well, it's hardly fair, but if you say so.
Well, now, maybe I could. That is, if I donate it to some charity or, say, the Deacon Caswell Fund.
The Deacon Caswell Fund. How marvelous. Your own fund.
Yes, ma'am, my very own.
Oh, my purse.
Oh, I'll pick it up, ma'am.
Oh, it's all right.
Notes. Paying up your debts, Mrs. Clark?
Well, not exactly. I gave Mr. Cunningham one note to cover the whole amount. $3,000.
Oh. I guess he's the same Mr. Cunningham who's going to promote the prize fight, huh?
Yes.
Quite a busy man in this town, isn't he?
Yes, why?
Oh, nothing. Only my Uncle Phineas once said, if you try to pick all the flowers, you're bound to get some poison ivy.
You have just heard Act One of Alias the Deacon with Bob Burns and Helen Wood. While we're waiting for Mr. DeMille to present Act Two, let's talk about vacations. What are you going to do for your vacation, Sally?
Why, I'm thinking of flying to New York, Mr. Ruick.
How exciting. I suppose you're thinking a lot about clothes, aren't you?
Oh, I've got everything planned.
What are you taking?
Why, a half a pound of underthings, an ounce of stockings, 3 pounds of dresses.
Hey, have you lost your mind? What do you mean, half a pound of underthings, 3 pounds of dresses?
That's the way you pack for air travel, by the pound.
You know, I can't help thinking...
Thinking what?
How easy it would be to tuck a box of new Quick Lux Flakes into your bag. It's mighty handy to have when you want to freshen up your things.
Why, Mr. Ruick, I always travel with new Quick Lux. It's so easy to give my underthings or blouses or dresses a quick dip in the suds.
And it means you don't have to take along so many things, doesn't it?
That's right. I take a few and freshen them often with new Quick Lux. It's a grand way to stay fresh and dainty.
You know, that's a good tip for all our listeners who are planning vacations. Travel light and take along a box of Lux Flakes as your daintiness insurance. Lux removes every trace of perspiration from your washables and protects you against offending.
Undies should be Luxed after every wearing. Blouses, dresses, and accessories often, especially during warm weather.
New Quick Lux is so easy to use, so fast. In water as cool as your hand, they dissolve 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And New Quick Lux is thrifty to use, too. Ounce for ounce, it gives you more suds than the other soaps tested, even in hard water. Fast, thrifty, and safe for everything safe in water alone. That means stockings, underthings, and all your washable dresses. Ask for New Quick Lux tomorrow in the generous large box. It comes in the same familiar package and costs no more. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of Alias the Deacon, starring Bob Burns as the Deacon, with Helen Wood as Phyllis. The quiet little town of Shelton is proving a gold mine for the amiable Deacon. For a gentleman so unfamiliar with bridge, his luck is astounding. And slowly but surely, his partner, Mrs. Clark, is winning back all she lost. Through the Deacon's influence, Phyllis is now employed as a waitress in the Clark Hotel. From breakfast to dinner, she's on her feet. But she's never too tired at night to go walking with Johnny Sloan. On this evening, their walk has taken them to the outskirts of the town. At last, in the bright moonlight, Johnny comes to a halt, right at the edge of a junkyard.
Well, there it is, Phyllis.
There's what?
The junkyard. How do you like it?
Well, it's very pretty.
I admit it doesn't look like much, but I can buy it cheap.
Buy it? Oh, Johnny, maybe we better sit down and rest. You've been working too hard.
The eye is quicker than the eye, lady. You see all those auto wrecks? I can salvage all the junk parts and start a little supply shop. Strictly second-hand.
Oh, I see.
They'll sell it for $250. All I'm short is $240.
I wish I could help you.
You can.
I?
Sure. Planning things out is fun, but, well, it's more fun if you do it with someone. You feel that way, too?
Yes, I do.
Well, if I get the business started and things look better,
Yes, Johnny?
Oh, maybe you don't want to hear any more of this.
But I do, a whole lot more.
Then get hold of yourself, because I got an awful lot to tell you about us. Hey.
What's the matter?
I just happened to think. You know, I don't even know your last name.
This morning, Deacon. Fix you up all spruce.
Nope, just finish with a shave, Andre, and don't make it too close.
Oh, don't worry about me. I haven't cut a customer in over a week.
You know, the barber down home used to deduct a penny every time he cut somebody. You know, it was nothing to see a customer leave his shop a dime winner. Say, how's the sheriff getting along with his gambling crusade?
Oh, fine. No more gambling in this town.
Well, that's almost too bad in a way.
Huh? What do you mean?
I understand some people find a lot of pleasure in a friendly game of cards.
Deacon, you ain't one of those people.
Oh, no. I always remember what my Uncle Confucius Caswell used to say. Cards have either a bee or a bicycle on their backs. That means if you play with them, you either get stung or taken for a ride.
That's all right.
Well, good morning, Mr. Cunningham.
I've been looking for you, Deacon. What's the idea of your steaming up the Ladies' League against holding the fight? I don't like it.
Well, to tell you the truth, Brother Cunningham, I didn't think you would.
What's that?
I'm just on my way to the Clark Hotel to address a special meeting of the Ladies' League now. You're not going my way, are you?
I certainly am not. Now, listen, Deacon, if you don't stop shooting off your mouth about things that don't concern you,
But, Brother Cunningham, you do concern me. I remember what my Uncle Confucius used to say. It's wise to remember that the teeth that smile also bite.
Hang your Uncle Confucius. I've got an uncle, too. And he says a closed mouth catches no flies.
That kind of makes good sense. Look, Brother Cunningham, now, if you was to make this fight of yours sort of a part for charity...
What?
I think that'd kind of lift the entire proceedings into something finer, more aesthetic. Now, there's one little charity that's kind of in debt, about $3,000. You know anything about it?
You're not getting a quarter out of me, or any information either. Remember what my uncle said.
All right, Brother Cunningham. And if you see your uncle, you might tell him what my uncle said. He said that smart people always do in the beginning what darn fools finally do in the end. Now, if you'll excuse me, the ladies are waiting. Good morning, Brother Cunningham.
And now, ladies, I am proud to present our esteemed guest and speaker, the good Deacon Caswell.
Thank you, ladies. My, what a wonderful gathering. I declare I don't believe I've ever seen so many bright and intelligent faces. But as intelligent as I'm sure you are, I think I should take a few minutes to explain the subject of this meeting, just in case there might be one sister among you that doesn't quite understand it. I'm reminded of one such case that happened in my hometown. It seems the ladies' auxiliary discovered they had a surplus of $140 in the church treasury, and they called a meeting of the congregation to vote on whether or not they would spend $67 for a new chandelier for the church. They put it to a vote, and everyone agreed except one man. That was my own Grandpa Snazzy. Everybody surrounded him, and they said, "Snazzy, we ought to make this unanimous. What are your objections to buying this chandelier for the church?" Grandpa Snazzy says, "It's the silliest thing I ever heard of, just like throwing $67 in the fire." He says, after you bought the chandelier, there ain't a soul in town can play one of the darn things. But ladies, we're here today to discuss bringing something to this town that's far more important than that. And that, ladies, is reform. Thank you, ladies. That's why I've chosen to speak to you today on the evils of prize fighting. It isn't prize fighting alone that's objectionable. It's the element it brings to your fair city. After all, a man is known for the company.
Johnny.
Come outside quick. It's important.
All right away. What's the matter, Johnny? Has something happened?
Hello.
What?
I said hello.
Johnny, is that all you wanted?
Sure. Why?
I thought it was something important.
Well, I'm important, ain't I?
Yes, but... Well, I thought you had some news about the garage.
I have.
What?
I made $3 this morning fixing a fellow's car. Now all I need is $237.
Oh, Johnny, you're crazy.
Hot dog, yippee!
Willie, what's the matter with you?
Boy, am I happy. Trouble's come home to roost on old Cunningham and his pals.
Friendly little cuss, aren't you?
Now, with those guys, I ain't. Seeing their prize fight blow up tickles me clear down to my heels.
You mean the fight's off?
It will be unless they can get a substitute for Knockout Blake. He's in the clinker.
You mean in jail?
Well, what did I just say? I heard him inside. They're trying to dig up a substitute.
Will they pay him?
Sure, if they can find one.
Willie, I think they've got one right now. Come here. I got a great idea. Go into that room and tell them you know a fellow.
I tell you, this fight has got to go on. I put a lot of money into this thing.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Cunningham, but is it our fault if Blake gets pinched?
Hey, you know what I think?
What?
I think we ought to get a substitute.
Oh. I ought to hire somebody to listen to you.
Oh, Champ! Oh, excuse me. I was looking for the Champ.
The who?
The Champ, Johnny Sloan.
Johnny Sloan. Is he a fighter?
Is he? Say, Ole over at the gas station told me Johnny once knocked out a guy bigger than the bull here.
Huh?
There he is outside. Hey, Champ!
Hello, Willie. Did you call me?
Oh, come here, kid. So you're a battler, huh?
Sure, sometimes.
Battler nothing. He's a killer.
Well, how'd you like to kill the bull?
Maybe. How much?
Yeah, how much?
$100.
$100. Hey, Champ, he thinks you're still an amateur.
Sure sounds like it. Well, that's an insult.
No. Take it easy. Take it easy.
$250.
$250 or nothing.
Oh, come now. Be reasonable,
Yeah,
after all.
be reasonable. You know, money ain't everything in life.
Quiet.
Well, that's what you're always telling me.
I'll make it $150, and an extra $100 if you stay the full 10 rounds.
All right, you got a deal.
And a fighter.
Well, that takes quite a load off my mind.
Yeah? Well, if I was you, I wouldn't get too happy with that deacon inside there stirring up the clubwomen against our little waltz.
The deacon? Oh, I can handle him.
Yeah? How?
Excuse me. I'll be right back.
Ladies, prize fighting is the appeal to man's baser instincts. It encourages gambling. It sets men a-feuding with each other. It brings a class of people...
Caswell! Call for Deacon Caswell!
I'll take it, son, if you'll excuse me, ladies.
Right over here, Deacon.
What is it, son?
Listen, Deacon, you've got to cut out this anti-fight stuff.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't, son. I can't explain just now, but...
But Johnny's going to fight. He's going to get $250 for it. He needs the money badly, Deacon. You see, without it, him and Phyllis can't get married.
Oh, well, that's too bad, but I just can't get out of this right now. I just can't do it.
No? All right, Deacon. Remember the day I took your bag upstairs for you?
Yes?
Well, it fell open. There were 6 packs of cards in it.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, now maybe I can do something after all.
Sure you can, Deacon. Attaboy.
Yes, my dear ladies, I believe I've discussed one side of this question pretty thoroughly. But like all subjects, there are 2 sides to it. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. I was discussing the evils of prize fighting. Prize fighting is horrible, but prize fighting is also a form of athletics. And athletics is what builds our children into strong, healthy citizens. We don't want our boys to be strong and healthy, do we? Well, we want them to be strong and healthy, don't we? Why, of course we do. And the manly art of self-defense will help them to be. And that's why, ladies, I'm telling you now, anyone who opposes prize fighting in this community is a traitor to her country.
Johnny, is it almost time?
Almost. That's the last preliminary up there now.
Johnny, I just can't stay and watch the fight. I'm going back to the hotel.
Okay, I'll be there in an hour. We'll spend the rest of the night just counting that dough.
Hello, youngster.
What do you want?
Now, is that friendly? I just stopped in to see how you're feeling.
I'd feel better if you'd keep away from me. You're a jinx.
Oh, you've got me wrong, brother. I hope you knock that bull so cold they'll have to carry him out with a pair of ice tongs.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Sounds like you're feeling pretty fit, all right.
Doesn't he look it?
Well, I like to know these things because while the race is not always to the swift nor the battle to the strong, it's not a bad way to bet. Good luck, Johnny.
Thanks.
Okay, Sloan, we're on. Let's get going.
All set. So long, darling.
So long. Be careful.
Sure. See you at the hotel.
You a little worried?
Worried? A polar bear'd have to wear mittens to shake hands with me. Oh, I hope it works out, Deacon. So much depends on it.
Just remember that dark cloud has got a $250 silver lining. Now, you run along now. Don't worry about it.
he's worth. I don't see how he stuck it out for 10 rounds, but he has 10 rounds of terrible punishment. And he's still taking it. The bull shoots another hard right to his jaw. And another one. The kid needs a buckling. He's going down. No, he won't go down. Sloan just won't.
Come on, Johnny. Just a few more seconds. 10 seconds more, Johnny. Hang on. 8 more seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He did it!
No use arguing about it, Sloan. 150 is all you get. Take it or leave it.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Cunningham. You said an extra 100 if I stuck the full 10 rounds. Well, I stuck, didn't I?
Yes, you stuck. You were out on your feet. Telling me you were a fighter. Why, you couldn't punch your way out of a paper bag.
All right. Then this shouldn't hurt you. Oh!
Come on, Sheriff. We'll probably find him in the hotel.
Right with you, Mr. Cunningham. Just a minute, Mr. Cunningham. Why, I've known Johnny for years. He wouldn't do a thing like that.
Sure, but he did it. There he is. Sheriff, do your duty.
What's the matter here?
Is there anything wrong?
Sloan, you're under arrest.
Why? He had a right to hit Mr. Cunningham.
Maybe so, but he didn't have a right to steal his wallet.
What?
I didn't take any wallet.
You knocked me unconscious in the dressing room. When I came to, my wallet was gone. You stole it.
That's a lie.
A lie? I suppose you didn't hit me.
Oh, sure, he hit you, but that's only half the truth. And when a man tells only half the truth, Brother Cunningham, it's just the same as a lie.
We'll let the law decide that.
A good sheriff ain't interested in law. He's interested in justice.
That may be right, Deacon, but it looks like I'll have to take the boy along.
All right. Do you mind if I... Can I speak to Phyllis a minute?
Sure. I'll be waiting outside. Come on, Deacon. Come on, Mr. Cunningham. I'll need you to swear out the warrant. It'll be a pleasure.
Phyllis.
You shouldn't have done it, Johnny. Even though he promised you the money, you had no right to take it.
But I didn't take it. You don't really believe I'd do a thing like that?
Well, you said you'd go with the sheriff.
What else can I do? I've told you exactly what happened. I hit him, walked out, bumped into the deacon, and came right over to see you.
Bumped into the deacon?
Yeah, right outside the dressing room door.
The deacon.
Better come along now, Johnny.
Okay. Don't worry, Phyllis. It'll come out all right. So long.
Oh, Johnny.
Phyllis, I'm awfully sorry about the boy, Phyllis, but I did the best I could for him.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. You were right outside the dressing room when Johnny hit him and knocked him out. Then Johnny left, and you went in.
Oh, I see. You think I did it?
I know all about you. I had a letter from Truxton. You were run out of there. You may be fooling Mrs. Clark and a lot of other innocents around here, but I know you. And the whole town will know you if that wallet isn't returned by tomorrow morning. Do you understand? Tomorrow morning.
I guess you got a right to think that way you're thinking now, Phyllis. I've been on the wrong side of society for a long time, but I've always liked to believe that I ain't ever been mean. Not as mean as you're making me out to be. I guess it wouldn't do much good for me to tell you you're wrong.
No, it wouldn't.
I see. All right, Miss Phyllis. I'll still be around in the morning. Good night.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you Act 3 of Alias the Deacon with Bob Burns and Helen Wood. During the short intermission, we bring you our friends, the Browning family, again. Mother Browning is returning tonight from a trip, and Dot and Midge have planned a little surprise for her.
I've got dinner all ready, Midgey. You about done with the table?
Mm-hmm. As soon as I lay the spoons all around. There. Doesn't that look nice?
Oh, divine. My goodness, I bet Mother will be surprised. Here she comes now.
Dot, Midge, where are you? I'm home.
Hi, Mother.
Greetings, Mummy, darling. Have fun?
Grand. How nice everything looks.
We've got dinner all ready. All you have to do is eat.
You darlings. The table looks lovely. Why, what's this?
Surprise! Surprise!
Look, these lovely spoons. Where did you get them?
They're our coming home present for you.
How sweet.
Just think, we got 6 of them.
6 beautiful teaspoons for only 50 cents. And the top from a large box of new Lux Quick Lux. It's a new offer the makers of Lux Flakes are taking right now. And look, Mums, it's the allure pattern, just like the silver we got before. And it's original Rogers silver plate. Doesn't it look lovely with our other silver?
It looks beautiful, dear. That pattern's so simple, it would go well with any silver.
And, Mother, a whole list of the other pieces we can get in the allure pattern came with the spoon. Dot and I want to send for the perfectly ducky beyond knives and forks. Oh, they're sublime. The cutest short blades and prongs and long handles and...
Yes, hundreds of thousands of women have been enthusiastic about the beautiful allure pattern. And so many have asked for matching pieces of this handsome original Rogers silver plate that the makers of Lux Flakes, in cooperation with the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmith, are offering this amazing bargain once again, so you can get new matching pieces or start a new set. This new offer brings you 6 beautiful teaspoons in the famous allure pattern, guaranteed original Rogers silver plate for only 50 cents and the top from a large box of new Quick Lux. Send the large box top with 50 cents in coin, no stamps, please, and your name and address to Lux, Meriden, that's Meriden, Meriden, Connecticut. I'll repeat that address. It's Lux, Meriden, 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 Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. I'll tell you more about it after our play. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Curtain rises on the third act of Alias the Deacon. It's early the following morning. On the second floor of the Clark Hotel, Phyllis moves swiftly along the quiet corridor. With a nervous glance over her shoulder, she starts down the stairs. But suddenly a figure steps from the shadows, and Mr. Sullivan stands in her way.
Good morning, Phyllis.
Oh, hello. You're up early, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, so are you. Where you been?
In my room?
Yeah, you weren't a minute ago. You were in Sloane's room. I saw you.
Well, you're crazy.
No, I'm not. Maybe you better hand it over, Phyllis.
Hand what over?
That wallet you found.
But I
Come on, I saw you. It was under the mattress. You better let me have it.
No. And you won't say anything, please.
Not me, but what about you? If they ever put you on the stand, your boyfriend's sunk. Well, you couldn't lie even...
I know. He did it. Well, there's only one thing to do.
You mean get out of town?
Yes.
Look, beautiful, I'd like to help you. There's a bus leaving at 4 o'clock. We could be on it.
We could be on it?
Sure, you and me.
Thanks, just the same. But I always like to travel alone.
Deacon, is that you?
It's me, Mrs. Clark. I just came from the courthouse. Johnny will be released just as soon as the papers are filed.
You're a very persuasive man, Deacon. I never thought I'd be putting up bail for a criminal.
That boy is no criminal. Besides, helping young love is kind of good for you.
Yes, even if it isn't good for itself. Phyllis just left town. Didn't even want to say goodbye to him.
Left town? Mm. The older I get, the less luck I have figuring out any kind of woman.
Oh, you must be worn out, Deacon. Shall I send a cup of tea to your room?
Well, I'd sure like a cup of tea, but being a bachelor gets kind of lonesome. Maybe we could have it together.
Why, I think that would be pleasant as could be.
They should have held him. They had no right to let him go.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Cunningham.
Something the matter, Mr. Cunningham?
Plenty's the matter. That crook has skipped town.
What?
Johnny Sloan. Somebody put up bail for him, and he skipped town.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he wouldn't do that. He must have gone after Phyllis. Somebody must have told him.
Nevertheless, he's gone.
Oh, this is terrible. Mr. Cunningham, I put up the hotel as bail.
You did what?
The hotel. I put it up.
But I counted on this place as security for those loans. Why, I'm putting up bail for the man that assaulted me. Elsie, how could you do a thing like that to me?
I asked her to.
You asked her to. Elsie, whenever you needed money, you turned to me. But when it came to using that money, my money, you had to turn to a stranger, a meddlesome, two-faced hypocrite. Very well, Elsie. As soon as that young crook is caught, I'm starting suit on my note.
Oh, but I have 6 months to pay.
You had 6 months? Maybe you didn't notice that the new note is on demand.
Demand?
Perhaps your financial advisor can straighten this out, too.
Oh, Deacon. Deacon, what am I going to do?
I'm sorry, Miss Clark. I never thought this would happen.
But it's everything I own. It's... Oh.
I don't think Mrs. Clark is feeling very well.
That's surprising, when she has you around here to help her. Oh, Mrs. Gregory was telling me about those little card games, Deacon. Very interesting.
Oh, yes. Well, I guess I shouldn't have played with those ladies, Brother Cunningham. I succumbed to a weakness. But to tell you the truth, if it wasn't that I didn't know one card from another, I'd be tempted to do it again. And that'd be dangerous because I've got my parish's money in my pocket. $2,500 of it.
What's that?
Yes, Mr. Sullivan. I got to be careful.
Well, I should say. You see, bridge is a very scientific game. But I'd be perfectly willing to give you a chance to even up at, let's say, a little draw poker.
Draw poker? What's that?
You don't know? Why, we can teach you, can't we, Mr. Cunningham?
Well, I'm kind of angry at the deacon, but, maybe I was a bit too excitable.
Well, now, that's mighty swell of you, Brother Cunningham.
Just step into the dining room, Deacon. We'll teach you in no time at all. No time at all.
Now, let's see, gentlemen. You say a royal flush beats everything?
That's right.
You're catching on fast, Deacon.
Come on, let's begin. I'll deal.
Wait, don't you think I ought to cut the cards?
Huh?
Oh, not that I don't trust you, Mr. Sullivan. Well, I always say if you suspect a man, don't play with him. And if you play with him, don't suspect him. Still, I think it'd be a little more friendly if I cut him.
Sure, we'll even cut for deal. Take a card, Deacon.
Well, now, that's downright brotherly.
I have a 7.
10 here.
I got a king. Who wins?
Why, you do, Deacon.
Already?
Naturally. Beginner's luck.
Beginner's luck. How true, brother, how true. Now, let's see. I think you said 5 cards to each player, didn't you?
5 cards, Deacon. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll open for 10.
10, eh? All right, I'll stay.
Let's see now. That's a lot of money, 10 cents.
What do you mean 10 cents? $10.
$10?
Just a sociable game, Deacon.
Oh, well, I'll play along just to see what happens.
Add up, boy. 3 cards here.
And 2 for me.
3, 2. I'll just take 1.
Huh? I pass.
Me too.
Do we lay our hands down now, gentlemen?
That's right. Pair of kings.
I have 3 2s.
Let's see now. Aces count as 1s, don't they?
Well, yes, they do, but...
But then I guess you win, because that's all I have, 3 little bitty 1s.
Oh. Oh, well, now, that's too bad, Deacon. Better luck next time.
Well, that's the way I feel, brother. You deal, Mr. Sullivan. Is it my turn? I'll open also. I guess I can afford it.
I'll say you can. 9 straight pots. You sure picked the game up fast.
Thanks to your wonderful tutoring, Brother Sullivan.
I'll bet $50.
I'm in.
Well, now, to give you a chance to get even, that 50 and 50 more.
Oh, trying to scare me, huh? Well, I pass.
So do I. That guy does more raising than a roller blind.
There's my hand, a flush, brothers, all the same color.
Hey, wait a minute. They're all the same color, but one of them's a diamond.
Yes, one of them's a diamond.
Oh, yes. But now, you gentlemen threw your cards away, and when you throw your cards away, you lose. You told me that yourself, Brother Sullivan, remember?
Take the dough. Take it.
I'm awfully sorry, brothers. In fact, I'm tempted to return your money on this one.
Yeah?
But one must never yield to temptation.
It's my deal. Give me the cards.
Wonderful game, Brother Cunningham. I don't know when I've had so much fun.
Yeah.
The last pot I won, they'll save at least 100 heathens.
If you save any more heathens, they'll have to chip in to save me.
All right. Who opens?
Opens? Oh, yes. I'll bet $20.
I'm in.
I'll stay, too. How many cards, Deacon?
Well, now, I'll take 4.
4? That's fine.
2 here.
2? And 2 for the dealer.
Brother Cunningham, is it correct to deal from the bottom of the deck?
I didn't deal from the bottom of the deck.
I didn't say you did. I just asked if it was correct.
Oh.
Play the game.
I'll bet $100.
Okay, I'm in.
100, eh? All right. And I'll raise that 200.
I'll raise that another 200.
I'm out.
I'll see that and throw in another 200.
My goodness, how much money is in that pot, brother? Over $1,000, ain't it?
1,360.
Have you got that much cash?
Well, I got Mrs. Clark's note. Is that good enough?
But lay it down, brother. What would you do with this hand, Brother Sullivan?
Listen, if I knew as little about cards as you, I'd write a book on it.
Oh, well, I'll see it, Brother Cunningham.
Right. 3 kings. I win.
Oh, just a minute, Brother Cunningham. I've got a full house.
What? Deacon, you're cheating.
Brother Cunningham, how could you say that?
Because I know what cards I dealt you.
Why, Brother Cunningham?
I mean, it's all a mistake. You see,
All right. Caught you in the act.
What is this, Sheriff?
I just got word that there's a card sharp in this room.
There certainly is, and there's your man, Jim Cunningham.
What?
Sure, he just admitted he was cheating.
Oh, please give him another chance, Sheriff.
Why, what's going on here?
Oh, Mrs. Clark, Mr. Cunningham has just donated this note of yours to the Caswell Fund.
You mean he's not going to sue?
I'm afraid not. Are you, brother?
No, certainly not.
Oh, Deacon, how can I thank you? Oh, I could just kiss you.
Well, that's a pretty good way. But there's one thing more. Mr. Cunningham, just what were the denominations of the bills stolen from your wallet?
4 $100 bills, brand new.
That's strange. They tally exactly with the bills Mr. Sullivan donated.
So what are you trying to do, pin it on me? Why, Phyllis even found the wallet in his room.
I guess she did, all right, after you put it there last night.
You're crazy.
Maybe so, but I ain't blind. If you didn't put it there, then how did you get those bills?
Well, I can explain that.
You'll explain it down at the jail. Come on.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up. Oh, Deacon, it just occurred to me. Remember that other card sharp I was telling you about?
Oh, yes.
Well, I think I know who he is. I guess he'll be gone, though, by the time I tend to these birds.
Oh, I'm sure he will. Good morning, Sheriff.
Deacon. Hey, Deacon.
Hello, Willie.
Where you going with that grip at this time of night?
I'm leaving town, Willie.
What for?
Well, it's kind of a long story. Something to do with those 6 decks of cards you found, remember?
Yeah, but do you have to go?
I guess I do. Good luck, son.
Well, so long. Good luck.
Hello, Deacon.
Well, if it ain't Johnny Sloan and Phyllis.
We've been waiting here to see you.
I knew you didn't run away, Johnny.
I just went after Phyllis. When I got back, I found this in my room. It's a deed to that property I wanted.
Is that so?
And I know who put it there and who paid for it. Thanks, Deacon.
Oh, forget it. Or else go thank Brother Cunningham. It was really his money.
Deacon, I just found out why Mr. Cunningham wanted this hotel.
You don't say. I bet he thinks there's oil on this property or something.
Why, yes, he does. And there is, too. I've just been speaking to a man from one of the big companies. Oil? Oh, why, Mrs. Clark, that's wonderful. Deacon, you did all this.
Oh, listen, I didn't
You
do
certainly
anything.
did. And I'm ashamed of the wrong way I had you pegged, Deacon.
Well, I'm glad you changed your mind about me anyway, Johnny. You see, my Uncle Sankey always used to say that the only people that ever changes their mind are them that has 'em. Well, I'll be getting on.
Deacon, you aren't leaving. Oh, you can't leave now.
Oh, I'm afraid I got to, Elsie, but it ain't a permanent parting. I got a few things to take care of and a little thinking to do. When that's all over, I'll be coming back because I sure like this town and the people in it. Well, so long, folks. Good luck.
Good luck, guys. Come back soon.
We bring to a close our performance of Alias the Deacon. In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with Bob Burns. But first, I want to tell you more about our spectacular new offer. Right now, for a limited time, you can get 6 beautiful teaspoons in the same handsome allure pattern we've offered before. And you can get all 6 spoons for only 50 cents and the top from a large-sized box of New Quick Lux Flakes. Why, that's less than 9 cents a spoon. It's a great value, a marvelous bargain. Every single piece is original Rogers silver plate, made by the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmiths. That name stands for guaranteed quality. As a matter of fact, a written guarantee comes with the silver and says in part,
every piece of silverware bearing the name William Rogers Manufacturing Company is guaranteed to give satisfaction in family use and will be replaced without charge at any time It does not conform to this guarantee.
That's it. A guaranteed quality. And beautiful workmanship besides. The allure pattern is a delicate wheat motif, which is truly stunning. Rich, graceful, and so simple it will harmonize with other silver patterns you already have.
How do I get these 6 teaspoons, Mr. Ruick?
It's very easy. First, buy the thrifty large-size box of Lux. When you buy it, ask your dealer for the handy order blank, or just send your name and address and the top from your large box of New Quick Lux with 50 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux, Meriden, that's Meriden, Meriden, Connecticut, and you'll receive your 6 teaspoons promptly.
Can I get as many sets as I like, Mr. Ruick?
You certainly can. But for each extra set, be sure to send another 50 cents and another large box top. With the spoons, you'll get a full list of all the other pieces available in the Allure pattern, including the smart new Viand knife and fork. Now remember, you can't buy this Allure pattern in any store. It's exclusive with the makers of Lux Flakes. So send for your 6 teaspoons right away. Mail the top from a large box of Lux with 50 cents in coin and your name and address to Lux, Meriden, that's Meriden, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. Here's Mr. DeMille with our star.
The deacon is looking for new fields to conquer. But the man who made him real tonight is right here at our microphone, Bob Burns.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I want to tell you I enjoy coming to the Lux Radio Theater. You always say such nice things about my acting.
Well, Bob, I hope it was acting.
But now, Mr. DeMille, I don't want people to think if they come over to my house to play Old Maid, I'm going to deal from the bottom of the deck. You know, when we was rehearsing the other day, I got to thinking about my Uncle Fudd.
That's exactly what we've been waiting for, Bob. For something to remind you of your Uncle Fudd.
Well, now, you may not know this, Mr. DeMille, but he's my poker-playing uncle. You know, he just wants to play poker all the time, but he never wins. The last time I was down in Van Buren, Uncle Fudd asked me to go along with him to a poker game. Well, I didn't get into the game, but I watched. And I want to tell you, Mr. DeMille, it was awful the things they was doing to Uncle Fudd. Why, they dealt from every part of the deck but the top. Well, I finally took Uncle Fudd out there after he'd lost 35 or 40 cents, and I said to him, I says, Uncle Fudd, this game is crooked. They've been cheating you. He said, yes, Robin, I know it. Says, they've been cheating me right along. I says, well, what do you keep going back for? And he says, well, Robin, there ain't nothing I can do about it. It's the only poker game in town.
Uncle Fudd's philosophy is certainly refreshing. I hope your relatives don't start that game on Monday nights until our play is over.
Oh, what's your show going to be next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
We're going to have one of the great actresses of our time, or any other time, in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. Miss Helen Hayes. Our play is the delightful comedy by Mark Connolly and George S. Kaufman, To the Ladies. With Helen Hayes, we'll have Otto Kruger, and they'll both be heard in the same parts they played in the Broadway production. And I serve fair warning that after hearing To the Ladies, you can never doubt that the hand that wields the skillet is the hand that rules the world.
Well, sir, I'm going fishing, but I'll take a radio along so I can hear that. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Bob. Come back with some fresh fish, stories. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Helen Hayes and Otto Kruger in To the Ladies. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
May I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the American Red Cross is appealing to all Americans for contributions to help the thousands of suffering women, children, and aged in war-ridden Europe. More help is needed, and now. Show your sympathy by sending a contribution to your local Red Cross chapter. Heard in tonight's play were Fred Mackay as Johnny, Dwayne Thompson as Mrs. Clark, Lou Merrill as Cunningham, Arthur Q. Bryan as Sullivan, Griff Barnett as Sheriff, Bobby Winkler as Willie, Ralph Sedan as Andre, Wally Mayer as Bull, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Gregory, Celeste Rush as Mrs. Howley, Maxine March as Mildred Gregory, Edward Marr as Station Master, and Warren Ash as Police Chief. Bob Burns will soon be seen on the screen in the Paramount picture Coming Around the Mountain. He appeared tonight to the courtesy of the Kraft Music Hall. Bob has asked us to let you know that KMH will go on the air 1 hour earlier this Thursday. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wednesday on the Twilight Zone. Unlock your mind. Imagine a world where comic heroes are real. And Lou Diamond Phillips is living a nightmare. Again. Be real. And again. The Twilight Zone. All new. Wednesday at 9/8 Central on UPN.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hey, fellas. Hey, hold it down, fellas. Hey, just to a dull roar, huh? Hey! Well, I was beginning to think I disappeared. It's about time to get into the real purpose of this meeting. Our good friend Ranger Bill Jefferson wants to say a few words to us.
What?
Oh, what's that? What's the matter?
Oh, Henry, have you gone off your old rocker?
Oh, I don't think so, Benny. Why?
Well, how can Ranger Bill say something to us when he ain't even here?
That's what I said. Well, that's a good question, Benny. But are you sure he isn't here?
Oh, I don't think so. Anyone see him? Is he hiding here somewhere?
Then you don't think he can really say anything to us, huh?
Oh, that's right.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Benny.
Hey, let me out of here. The place is spooked.
Where is he? No, it isn't, Benny. Everything is perfectly normal.
Oh, you don't think it's okay to have someone who can see you, but you can't see them, do you?
Hey, you think Bill can see you, huh?
Well, he knows what I'm saying, don't he?
That just means I can hear you, Benny. There's a difference.
Well, see, here, who cares? Just let me out of here.
Okay, Bill, you can come out now.
Oh, there.
Just like candy camera.
Now, if you'll all give me your attention for a moment, I'd like to show you a new piece of equipment that's about to be adopted into use by our Rangers. That is, we hope to start using it, but that depends on you.
Hey, Bill, show some more, Bill.
Now, here on the desk, behind these books, we've planted this small transistor walkie-talkie.
Oh, that's right.
That's right. I was in the next room with another one and could hear and talk back to you. As you can see, these sets are much smaller than the ones we use now and could be carried easily without adding extra weight to the usual gear of the Rangers.
Oh, hey, Ranger Bill.
Benny?
Oh, you said something about us deciding whether or not you use them little sets.
Oh, that's right. And that's why I'm here tonight. When these sets arrived for inspection the other day, I was wondering how to give them the kind of testing they needed without upsetting the work schedules of our men. We're all pretty busy this time of year, as you know.
When Bill mentioned it to me, I said I thought you guys would like to have a try at testing them for him.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
So we thought we'd see if you fellas would be interested in a hike on Saturday, taking a few of these along and giving them the testing they need.
Well, there's your answer, Bill.
Pretty much the way we figured, pal?
Okay, fellas, if you hold it down, Bill will explain how we plan on working the tests.
Thank you. Now, here's what we'll do. You fellas will divide into two groups. One group will start to hike due north of Knotty Pine, and the other will go due south. This way we can spread the sets over a greater distance. If you start in the morning, you should have covered a good distance by, say, about noon. Then we can try them out and see how they work. Sound okay?
Oh, let's go.
Good. Now be sure when you go home tonight to get permission from your parents. Have them call either Bill or myself before Saturday morning. And we'll meet here then to divide into groups and start. Now, are there any questions?
Hey, how about food?
That's a good question. Does everyone want to bring their own, or shall we assign someone the task?
Let's bring our own.
I guess we don't need a vote then. Okay. I'll expect to meet everyone that can go right here at, let's say, 9 o'clock Saturday morning. We'll see you then.
Okay.
Boy, this is sure a good day for a hike.
Yeah, it sure is, Tim. Hey, look. You can still see the other group.
Huh?
Where?
See?
Where are they?
Way over there on the far rise. Just going over the hill.
They look like a caravan.
Or a chain gang.
You guys think you're so funny, huh?
Uh-oh. I didn't know we had this walkie-talkie on.
Well, you do, and we can hear every word you're saying.
Well, you won't after this. Over and out until later.
Oh, boy, am I full.
Yeah, me too.
I feel like a stuffed pig.
You know, someday they'll have pills for food, and all a guy will have to do is take a handful along on a hike instead of lugging a lunch around.
Oh, that's not for me, boy. Give me peanut butter and jelly sandwiches any day. Vitamin pills are bad enough.
Yeah, but pills all the time. Ugh.
Okay, you guys. But you won't find any of those space explorers taking sandwiches along to the moon. They'll all have special capsules and stuff to eat.
Yeah, but Tim, if they get tired of pills, it won't matter.
How come?
Well, the moon's made of green cheese, isn't it? I'm beat, too.
Hey, Henry, what time is it?
Oh, it's only 11:30. We've got half an hour yet before we're supposed to report our position to Bill.
Think we should hike a little more?
Oh, no, my feet are killing me.
I don't think so. We've really made good time.
Yeah, let's call the other kids.
Yeah.
Okay, hand me the walkie-talkie. Thanks. They're probably on the trail.
Yeah, they probably haven't even eaten yet.
Come on, let's call them.
Okay, it's all set. Yankees to Dixie. Yankees to Dixie. Come in, Dixie.
Henry, I can hear you real well.
That's not how you do it, stupid. Here, let me have that. Dixie to Yankees. Dixie to Yankees. We read you, Yanks. Over.
What is your position, Dixie? Over.
Our group passed Webster Ravine a few minutes ago. Report your position, Yankees. Over.
We estimate our position is about 1/2 mile from the caves. We've made good time, have eaten, and are living it up till we hear from Bill.
Then what do you plan on doing?
Bill! I thought we were supposed to... I mean that you were going to...
Call you at noon? I noticed the signal flash, so I thought I might as well listen in to what you kids are up to.
Well, the equipment seems to be working well, Bill. We can hear you as clear as anything.
Yeah, so can we.
Good. All just like we...
This is Benny, Ranger Bill. Can you hear anything besides my voice?
Well, I don't think so.
I can. It's a plane.
Yeah, Henry. I mean, Yankees. It's flying right overhead now.
Well, this equipment is more sensitive than I thought. I do hear it myself now.
You guys should be able to hear it soon. It's going due north.
Oh, good. We'll watch for it.
Yeah. Hey, I think I see it.
Whereabouts?
Do you see it, Henry?
I sure do, Bill. It's a single engine. 3 or 4 passengers, I think.
Say, I can hear it now. Is it right overhead?
It's just passing us.
Yeah.
Hey, that's funny.
What is it, pal?
Well, it's really flying low now. Hey, Bill, the engine is missing something awful.
Can you still see the plane, Henry?
It's coming down.
Here it comes. It's going to crash.
Is there a clearing there, Henry?
No, the trees are really thick, unless it crashes on the caves.
Well, I'll get Stumpy, and we'll be there just as fast as we can.
Hey,
Now,
Bill!
Henry,
Bill, it crashed. I can see where. It's on the other side of the hill.
Stumpy and I'll be there on the double, Henry. Get over there as fast as you can. And remember to keep away if the plane is burning. You other fellas do exactly as Henry says. Over and out, Henry.
Keep throwing dirt on that burning wing, fellas. It shouldn't take a lot more. Hey, Tim, you and Wayne keep searching for the passengers. But now don't go too far.
Okay.
Hey, Henry, how come the people are gone?
I don't know. They may have been thrown clear and then ran from the plane thinking it would explode.
Yeah, but they could come back now. The fire's almost out.
Well, it sure is good the gas tank was thrown clear of the plane and with that other stuff.
Boy, I sure wish Ranger Bill would get here. What if the people are hurt?
Henry, we can't find anybody. It's sure funny.
What about the cave?
I'm not going in there. Those crumbly old holes are falling in by themselves. I'm not going to help them cave in on me.
Boy, me either. My dad would really be mad
Hey,
if I
Bill!
even...
Stumpy! Over here!
Nice work, fellas. I see you have that fire under control.
Bill, we can't find any people.
Yeah, Bill. There isn't a sign of anybody.
Well, they can't be far away. Let's all fan out and comb this area. We'll meet back here at the wreck in 20 minutes.
Oh, but Bill, we've
Come on,
already...
let's give it another try, Tim. They've got to be somewhere.
From the looks on the faces of those young fellers, they didn't find any passengers, Bill. You're right, Stumpy.
We didn't see a sign of anybody, Bill.
Maybe they just started to hike to town. I think we should start back, too.
Hey, fellows, come over here. Huh? What's on your mind, Bill? Ain't nothing here but this old caved-in hole.
Yeah, my dad told me these caves are dangerous. They're always falling in.
Henry, help me push away some of this dirt.
Oh, sure, Bill. But I don't get it. Nobody could get in here.
And I wonder. This is a fresh cave-in.
Do you think they got trapped in there?
I hope not. It's just a hunch. Hey, what's that you just threw away there, Henry?
Huh? Where?
Here, on this bit of rock. What have you got, old-timer? Well, it's a piece of cloth caught on this rock.
Hey, here's some more.
Hey, it looks like parts of a man's shirt.
Do you think it belongs to someone from the plane?
Well, the plane is about 25 yards from this cave. Since the wind is blowing away from the caves, it's more likely that the passengers would run this way, away from the flames.
Which would be straight this way.
They'd be excited, maybe in shock, wouldn't notice how dangerous these openings are.
And when they got in, the entrance caved in.
And they couldn't get out again?
It could be, fellows. We'll have to check these caves, and fast.
How'd you know about these side openings in the caves, Bill?
Well, this area is mapped out in terrific detail on the Ranger maps, Tim. I told you to come up and look at them sometime, remember?
Say, Tim, You stay at the mouth of the cave and keep a watch. If those folks are in the caves and should decide to try to dig their way out of the front opening, come around here and yell for us.
Okay, Bill.
Henry, you and Stumpy come in with me and we'll split up. Now, be careful. Duck your heads. We don't want another avalanche.
It sure is creepy in here. Can't say I like creeping along, bent over like a circus monkey.
Well, the passage ought to get a lot wider and higher, Stumpy.
Henry, why don't you give a holler for them folks?
Yeah, maybe they could hear us. Hello? Hello?
No answer. If they are in here, they're a lot farther in. Well, we are at a junction. It's good to be able to straighten up.
You can say that again.
Oh, Henry, you and Stumpy take the right turn. Flashlight work okay?
Yeah.
Good thing we have these walkie-talkies. We'll really be able to use them. Now, you two report to me every 5 or 10 minutes. These caves can be treacherous, so watch every step you take.
Sure, Bill. So long.
Now, remember, be careful.
They don't call me Jumpy Jenkins for nothing, Bill. Well, be as careful as a barefoot bird on a high-tension wire.
Hey, what's that dripping I hear?
Could be an underground spring, I reckon. Or moisture on the roof of the...
Huh? I thought I heard something.
I don't hear anything. Except that water somewheres.
Well, maybe I'm just hearing things. Come on. You wouldn't think anyone would go this deep in the cave, would you, Stumpy?
Well, if you're trying to find a way out, you keep walking, I guess. We ought to meet up with them folks if they follow the trail down. And if we don't, why... Hey, young feller, look out!
Wow, that was close.
Sure was close, honey. This here ledge ain't taking too well to being walked on.
Here, Stumpy. Flash the light back. Is it still wide enough for us to get back?
Well, if it don't cave in no more, it looks all right. We'll have to hold our breath going over it, though.
Bill to Henry. Any luck, fellows?
Oh, I forgot about calling. Bill, we haven't seen a sign of them. How about you?
Nope. I have a hunch they're on your side, though, if they're in the cave at all.
How come?
This passageway is really rotted. It's too steep and caved in for a group to come through.
Well, we'll keep going, Bill. I'll report back in 5 minutes.
Okay. Out for now.
There it is now. I do hear something.
Well, you got better ears than I have.
Listen.
Hello? Hello? We're here. Hello?
It's someone calling.
Hello? Keep walking toward our light.
I can't see a thing.
Well, I can't see them either, but they must be able to see our flashlight.
Oh, how wonderful to have a light.
Hey, are you one of the fellers from that plane crash?
Yes, Mrs. Hill and I were on our way downstate to visit our new grandson.
We always have our engine checked over before we start. But we're in such a hurry to get away.
Is this the way out? It's been so nerve-wracking, the crash and then wandering around in here in the dark. There, dear.
Just follow us, folks. We aren't far from the entrance.
Oh, thank God you found us.
This air and sunlight again. Here, sit down, Sarah.
Thank you, dear.
Dr. Hill, this is my friend, Tim. He's been helping us find you folks. Tim, do you know Dr. Hill?
Sure. You took my tonsils out last Christmas.
This is Mrs. Hill, Tim.
Hello, Mrs. Hill. I'm glad you folks are okay.
Oh, hello, Tim. Thank you for your part in helping us. We appreciate it.
Henry to Bill. Henry to Bill. Come in, Bill.
Hello, Henry. How's it going?
Bill, we found him. We're all outside now. The plane belonged to Dr. Hill, and he's okay. And so is Mrs. Hill.
Good work, you two. I'm on my way back, too. This passage came to a dead end.
Hey, what's that noise, Bill?
Henry!
Bill! Bill!
Well, look at the mouth of the cave. It's smoking like a volcano.
That's not smoke, that's dust. The whole passageway is caved in.
Oh, David.
Bill! Bill! Are you okay? Bill!
What do we do? Nobody can get in there now.
We'll get help from town.
Well, come on. We ain't getting Bill out standing around drawing about it. The wagon's parked a piece away. Let's move.
We've been digging for 3 hours. Nothing.
Well, they'd better just keep digging, Sonny. I'm sitting here until I see some results.
It's getting dark, Stumpy.
So what?
Well, I think they're thinking about giving up. They can hardly see what they're doing, and they haven't had any supper.
Well, you don't think Bill's getting a little hungry, do you?
Well, sure, Stumpy. I only meant that...
This is no good, Mr. Jenkins. We've dug as far as we can. There's been 2 more cave-ins with us digging around in there. Now we're up solid rock. Can't move an inch. This takes equipment we just don't have.
Then we'll get what you need.
Well, we'll have to go to Waterford City for that, sir.
Well, that's 80 miles away.
They're blasting out the foundation for a new steel mill there. It's a government project, and all the available equipment's been there for weeks.
Well, how fast could you get it?
Well, if we can get the right people out of bed, first thing in the morning we could be back here blasting.
Morning? You can't just leave a man in there all night.
Oh, Stumpy, what else can they do?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Okay, fellas, pack it up for tonight.
Right, boss.
Can I give you a lift back to town?
No, thanks. We ain't going anywhere, are we, Sonny? You and me are going to keep Bill company right here.
Well,
It's okay. We've got our camping gear in the car.
Well, see you in the morning. I'm sure we'll get him out okay, Mr. Jenkins. I'll get right to work on bringing that equipment up here. Good night.
Night.
Thanks a lot.
Let's go, fellas.
Stumpy, are you asleep?
Of course I'm not asleep.
What time is it?
3 o'clock.
Stumpy?
What now?
You don't think Bill's hurt in there, do you?
I don't know, Sonny. If a ton of dirt fell on me, I think I'd feel it. Wouldn't you?
You do think he's all right?
Well, I ain't no fortune teller, Henry. Of course he's all right. He's the best friend I ever had.
Yeah, me too.
I never knew a man who was so willing to give everything he had to helping folks.
I know. We've talked about it a lot. And Bill always said that the most important thing in his life was being a Christian.
Yep. Sure, no question about that.
he said the Lord Jesus never stopped helping him and loving him. And in the same way, he thought that Christians ought to never give up trying to help folks and love them.
He's a man that walked the way he talked, too.
Uh-huh.
Say, Sonny.
Yes, Dumpy?
What do you say if we pray again?
Yeah, let's.
You start, Sonny.
Okay. Our Father, we thank you again that you're right here with us and know all about the cave-in. And we thank you that everything you do is best for us, even though sometimes it really hurts us, Father. We ask once more that if it is your will, you'll bring Bill out safely. Stumpy?
Father, from all the years of knowing you, we've learned that you never make a mistake. That everything that happens to us is your intent. Right now, we ask that you'll help them workmen to get Bill out of there in the morning. And if it's what you want, Bill will be safe and sound. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Sonny, I feel too restless to sleep. Why don't you try to get a few winks before it gets light? I think I'll go for a walk.
Okay, Stumpy. I'll try. Oh, the flashlight's over there in the kit.
Thanks. See you later.
Okay. That fire's getting low. Oh, maybe I should throw some more wood on. Oh, well. It'll last till daybreak.
Bill to Henry and Stumpy. Bill to Henry and Stumpy. Can you hear me? Bill to Henry and Stumpy.
We've got them out, Bill. There's Dr. Hill. Are you coming out now?
Henry, Stumpy, come in, please. Bill to Henry and Stumpy, come in, please.
What? Bill? Huh? Oh, I must have been dreaming.
Henry, Stumpy, are you there? Henry, Stumpy.
Bill, it is him. Hello? Hello? Bill, is that you? Where are you? Are you all right, Bill?
Take it easy, Henry. I'm back at the station.
What?
My walkie-talkie was smashed in the cave-in. I got out through a tunnel on the other side of the cave.
How'd you get back? Hey, wait till I yell for Stumpy. Stumpy! Hey, Stumpy! Bill, how'd you get back?
Followed the stars. I had no idea you fellas were still out there.
Hey, Stumpy! It's Bill! He got out! He's alive!
I'm so glad to see you, Bill. I don't even care if it is past 4 in the morning.
Oh, Stumpy, I'll tuck you in bed myself as soon as you finish that cup of coffee.
I'll hold you to that. This is making me just warm enough for a good night's and day's rest.
You know, I'll never be able to tell you what it means to have two friends like you. How about it, pal? Ready for bed? Henry?
Ready. Well, at least he don't snore.
And so, boys and girls, we found out that our new walkie-talkie equipment would be very useful indeed, but in a most unexpected way. Since that first test, it's become standard equipment here at Knotty Pine and has been a great asset to the Rangers in many circumstances. But perhaps we've never been as glad for it as we were the first time we used it. Well, see you next week for more adventure with Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute of Chicago.
Leonardo DiCaprio in the network premiere of The Man in the Iron Mask. 8/7 Central on UPN Movie Friday.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on a show and his orchestra, singing glee with a smoothie street. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston. Here's a quiz question, friends, and it'll pay you to know the answer. Ready for the question? All right. What is an easy way to serve the family a swell main course for dinner that costs but a few cents? There's no magic about it. Just open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M, and bake according to the simple directions on the label. Takes only a jiffy, and you'll set before the family a delicious taste surprise that satisfies even the huskiest appetite. That's because Spam is grand-tasting meat, and baked, it certainly makes a hit. The perfect combination of juicy pork shoulder and ham meat, originated by Hormel, gives Spam extra flavor, extra goodness. Try a Spam bake for dinner tomorrow. Just be sure you ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M Spam. And here they are, the stars of our Big Happy's family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very, very much. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, George, where's Gracie?
She's not here. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen...
George, can you do a show without Gracie?
Certainly I can do a show without her. Do you think I need Gracie?
Certainly, Bud. He needs Gracie about as much as Dorothy Lamour needs a sarong.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? Well, listen, I happen to have a lot of talent and... Well, I'll answer you later. Hello?
This is Spam's Meat. Gracie Allen speaking.
Gracie, where are you? We're doing a broadcast, and you're supposed to be here.
I couldn't get down on account of my granddaddy's very sick. He was on the floor all last night, and we're awfully worried.
He was on the floor?
Yes.
What about the bed?
Well, we couldn't use that. We had a party here last night. Where could we put the hats and coats?
Well, Gracie, where's your granddaddy now?
He's down in the kitchen with a temperature of 105, and we're awfully
He has
worried.
a temperature of 105?
Yes, and we're...
Well, why'd you got him in the kitchen?
Well, he's defrosting the icebox.
Your granddaddy's in the Frigidaire?
For 7 hours.
Well, aren't you afraid he'll freeze?
Oh, that's impossible. Every hour we open the Frigidaire and ask him if he's cold. He doesn't answer.
Look, Gracie, we're doing a broadcast.
Really? What station? I must listen in.
Well, never mind. There's a smart idea, putting a man with a temperature in a Frigidaire. I suppose to cure him, they'll put an ice pack on his head and a hot water bottle on his feet.
Oh, George, all they need to use is a can of Spam.
Can of Spam?
Sure, cold or hot, it hits the spot.
Oh, yes. But you're a regular Dr. Kildare. Look, everybody, not that I need Gracie, but I think we ought to go over to Gracie's house and do the broadcast. Might make an old man happy.
Well, if it's going to make you happy, George, let's go.
Oh. Quiet.
Bueno, podemos hacer una cosa. Yo tengo un carro nuevo. Si quieren, yo
back again,
puedo
folks.
llevar.
Yes,
allá.
guitar player, I know. What is it, Senor Lee?
Why don't you drive down in my car? I just got a brand new rooster.
A rooster?
Si, senor. A car made by General Motors.
It's not General Motors, it's General Motors.
Oh.
A mother is, well, for example, when you were a baby, who combed your hair?
That's what I'd like to know. The part isn't straight.
Well, quiet. Come on, everybody. We got to get to Gracie's house. Oh, well, here we are at Gracie's house. I'll ring the doorbell.
George, you better knock on the door. The bell doesn't work.
Well, this is the house, all right.
Oh, hello, George. When did you get here?
Well, I give up.
Hello, everybody.
Gracie, do you know that you're not all there?
I know. I just had my tonsils removed.
Tonsils removed? That annoys me. That's all I've got.
Say, Gracie, what's the matter with your granddaddy?
Oh, he doesn't take care of himself. He inhales cigars.
Well, what's wrong with him?
Well, most people just inhale the smoke.
Look, Gracie, you'll have to excuse me if I run away just before the broadcast is over. You see, I've got a date with a little redhead, and she won't wait.
Well.
A redhead? Say, Poopsie, how do you get all these gals?
Well, why shouldn't he? George is a good dancer, he's a swell dresser, he's romantic, spends lots of money. Continued on next page.
Artie, don't read that part.
Well, come on, everybody.
Say,
Right through this long...
Gracie, what is this? You've got barbed wire on the banisters?
Well, you know my granddaddy likes to slide down the banisters.
Oh, I see, and that stops him.
No, it doesn't stop him, but it slows him down a bit.
I think I know what you mean.
It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Who are they?
Oh, they've been living here for over a year.
Well, who are they?
I don't know.
Gracie, you know, this house is filled with imbeciles.
Well, I better tell Granddaddy you're all here.
Well, never mind that. We better start the broadcast.
What's tonight's program about, George?
It's about Thanksgiving.
What's that?
What's that? Look, Gracie, as far back as you can remember, what always happened in November?
Roosevelt was elected.
Well, I'll try to explain it to you.
All right.
You see, in 1620, the first Americans arrived in a new land to make a fresh start.
Uh-huh.
They decided to build homes. And do you know one of the first things they did?
They applied for FHA loans.
FHA loans didn't come until 300 years later.
Well, you've got to go through a lot of red tape before you get the money.
Anyway, these people were called Puritans.
What's that?
What's that? Did you ever read of those people who suffered and were punished in stocks?
Oh, in 1929, some of my best friends were Puritans.
Well, anyway, these people were so grateful for finding a freedom in a new country that they killed a turkey and called it Thanksgiving.
Oh, what a cute name for a turkey.
And the custom still remains. Even today, we chop the heads off turkeys.
How can you knock off all their heads at once?
A turkey only has one head.
Then where do all the necks come from? Last year, my sister got a neck, my brother got a neck, my uncle got a neck.
Oh, well, this is the end.
That's the part my daddy got.
Look, Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little, will you sing a song while I try to explain to Gracie what Thanksgiving is? Please.
In a dinky honky-tonky village in Texas, there's a guy who plays the best piano by far. He can play piano anywhere that you like it, but the style he likes the best is 8 to the bar. When he plays it's the ball, he's the daddy of them all. The people gather around when he gets on stand, and when he plays, he gets a hand. The rhythm he beats puts the cats in a trance. Nobody there found him to dance, but when he jams with the bass and guitar, they holler, "Beat me, daddy, into the bar." Clink, clank, clink, clank, clink, clank, plucking on the keys. Riff, 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 ripping out with ease. But when he dance with the bass and gets up there, holler. Beat me, daddy, ain't you the boy? Just beat me, please beat me, oh beat me. Just listen to the beat they're playing, ain't to the bar. The looky bug is gonna get you. The hunky style will not upset you. Piano man, now beat it, daddy, ain't to the bar. Oh, rockin' in rhythm, well, alright. And the jock's rockin' with them, well, alright. Beat me 7 to the bar, boy. I want an off-beat kick.
I got the boogie-woogie style and I'm swinging on a gate.
Well, alright.
I got the solid rhythm in me and I got to syncopate.
Well, alright. Now that everybody's happy, there's nothing left to do. So, Mr. Piano Man, we're gonna leave it to you. Well, alright. Beat me, daddy, daddy, beat me. Hey, to the bar.
Gracie, I've never seen a house like this. People walking around and nobody knowing them. And this furniture. What kind of furniture is this?
Well, it comes from the Hollywood Furniture Company.
Yeah, but what about the period?
Oh, pardon me. It comes from the Hollywood Furniture Company, period.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, say, Gracie, where's your kitchen? I want to get a Spam wing.
Oh, Bud, we haven't got any Spam in the Frigidaire.
No Spam in the Frigidaire?
Not in the Frigidaire. Spam doesn't need any refrigeration.
Oh, shucks. I forgot. I'll hate myself in the morning.
Oh!
No. Oh. What's that?
That's my granddaddy. He's sliding down the banister.
He's sliding down a barbed wire banister?
Well, he does it 20 times a day, and the doctor told him to stop.
Well, I imagine he would.
Sure. It's bad for his heart.
Well, I hope the kid makes a 3-point landing.
It is. It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
Gracie, these fellas have been living in your house for over a year and you don't know who they are?
That's right.
Well, why don't you ask them?
I don't talk to strangers.
Well, this is some house.
George, I better go and find Granddaddy and give him his medicine. You see, he hasn't got a nurse anymore.
Oh, he had a nurse, huh?
Yes. And the only way he'd take his medicine was when the nurse would kiss him after every teaspoonful. It was awful stuff.
Bitter, huh?
No, he hasn't any teeth.
Well, let's get this over with. All right, let's find your granddaddy and give him this medicine. Boy, what a house. I've never seen. Hey, Soundman, 4 years in Harvard. Why are you sitting out in the hall all by yourself, sulking?
A big Harvard-Yale game this year, and I won't be there.
Well, why don't you go?
Not after the sad experience I had last year. There I was at the stadium. It was the last quarter. The score was 0-0. Just as Yale was making a touchdown, somebody stuck a gun in my back and held me up.
Well, there were millions of people there. Why didn't you yell?
What? And have them think I was rooting for Yale?
Well, come on, Gracie.
Hey, George. When you meet this little red-headed girl tonight, why don't you take her to the Follies Bergère? It's a swell show.
Ah, those girly shows are all the same, Artie. Take away their feathers and their little umbrellas, and what have you got?
High blood pressure.
Oh, quiet.
Well, here's Granddaddy's room.
Well, look, Gracie, before we all go in, what's the matter with your granddaddy?
Well, we really don't know. In the middle of the night, we heard strange noises, and we ran into Granddaddy's room, and there he was shaking all over.
He was shaking all over?
Yes.
Well, what did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor.
Well, what did the doctor do?
Well, he took the Madame Lazanga record off the Victrola, and we all went back to sleep again.
Kid has probably got rheumatism.
Hiya, Grace.
Hiya, Grandpa.
Well, what's the matter, Grandpa? Don't you feel well?
No, Georgie boy. Say, hand me that picture of Hedy Lamarr and a sleeping tablet.
Well, I can't find Hedy Lamarr's picture. Do you want this one of Van Sheridan?
No, I'm saving her until I feel better. Yahoo!
Well, wait, Grandpa. I'll look in this closet. It is.
It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
I can't say this. Gracie, can't somebody else in your family give him the medicine? I've got a date with that little redhead.
Well, my mother's at her sewing club, and my daddy went downtown to vote, and my
Your
brother...
daddy went downtown to vote?
Yes, and my brother
The
went
election was over 2 weeks ago.
I know, but my daddy's a Republican, and he never gives up.
Listen, Gracie, try to understand this. I've got a date with a girl.
Senor Burns,
I can't stand this.
Senor Burns, look out. Don't get excited. You'll break a blood weasel.
Now, don't worry about me. And besides, you said that wrong.
Oh, perdóname. Don't get excited. You'll break a blood weasel.
Well, that's much better.
Hey, buddy boy.
Well, what is it, Granddaddy?
Buddy boy, would you mind reaching in that coat pocket and getting me a cigar?
Oh, what coat, Grandpa?
The one George is wearing.
There aren't any cigars in my pocket.
You mean you didn't get anything with that suit?
That was a pretty good one, Corny.
Oh, quiet. Even if I did have a cigar, if I did get a cigar with it, why should I give it to you? You're the tightest old man I ever met. You never gave anybody anything.
Oh, Judge, you shouldn't say that to my granddaddy when he's so sick. He gave you something.
When did he ever give me something?
Tonight.
What did he give me?
The measles.
The measles?
Now, Artie Shaw, his clarinet, and his boys will give us Sugar.
But if your granddaddy had the measles, he shouldn't have kept it a secret.
He didn't. He's been spreading it all around.
Why do they ever go into this crazy house? Oh. Gracie, what's that?
She's practicing up in the attic.
Who's practicing?
My grandmother.
Your grandmother? Gracie, will you tell your grandmother to stop? We can't continue talking if she's going to make all that noise upstairs. Why, this is the craziest house. Listen to that. Beat, 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 beat.
Meat, eat. eat meat. I say there, lady, when a shopping you go, here's some news that you should know. Help me out, George. I've gone this far.
I'll beat it out, bud. A to the bar. Spam is the meat that you should buy. Spam is different, and here is why.
We use pork shoulder to make Spam sweet, and the ham it takes for extra good meat.
The extra good flavor that you get in Spam got there, folks, 'cause we added ham.
Hormel started this new kind of meat, seasoned it better, made it grand to eat.
I say, Senor Burns, serve Spam for lunch. This delicious meat is good to crunch.
Look, Senor Lee, it's crunch, not crunch.
Crunch, crunch.
Crunch, crunch.
You'll buy it all the time if you try it once.
To get the real thing to put on your table, look for this sentence on the Spam can label.
Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Proof that Spam is really different. My, that doesn't fit.
Yeah, that's right, Gracie. That's the worst one yet.
Nothing is just like Spam, my friend.
And so with this, our poem ends. When a shopping you'd go tomorrow, ma'am, ask for S-P-A-M Spam.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Look, George, if there's a possibility of your having the measles, I wouldn't keep that date with that redhead.
Well, don't worry about me, Artie. I'm going out right now and get myself inoculated.
Well, why do it tonight? Why don't you wait until New Year's Eve?
Look, Gracie, inoculation prevents sickness. You see, millions of germs can live on the head of a pin.
How can they eat that stuff?
They use a knife and fork.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to get out of this house before it's too late.
Hold on there, mister. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going out, officer. Why?
Oh, no, you're not. Nobody leaves this house. It's quarantined.
But I'm George Burns. I haven't got anything.
I've heard you on the air, brother, and you ain't kidding.
Let me tell you something.
Get back in there.
Well, this is a fine thing. And I've got myself...
Oh, look who's here. Hello, George. Are you back from your date already? Did you meet that girl? Did you kiss her?
Gracie, I was stopped by a cop.
Oh, that's what always happens in those parked cars.
I knew you'd understand me.
Once I was in a parked car with the freshest fella, and you know what he said to me?
Will you be reasonable?
That's what he said to me.
Oh, stop.
That's what I said to him.
Gracie, I didn't even get out of the door. There's a cop outside. He says your house is quarantined.
He's crazy. It's stucco.
Well, never mind. I'll see you later. I've got to keep this date. Wonder where this door leads to. Oh, wrong door. Isn't that silly? The broom closet.
Oh, look who's here. Hello, George. When did you get back? Did you have a nice time with the little redhead?
Gracie, I was in the broom closet.
Oh, her husband came home, huh?
Look, I'm trying to get out of this house of yours.
Well, I've got an idea. Let's do what they do in the movies. Now, I'll tie this bed sheet around you and let you out of the window.
Say, that's not a bad idea. Here, put it on me right here.
Oh, then I'll tie this end to the bed. All right. All ready, George. Climb out of the window.
Well, here I go. Ouch! Gracie! Gracie!
What?
What part of the bed did you tie it to?
The pillow!
The pillow?
Hey, you Burns, I told you the place was quarantined. Now get back in that house.
Well, look who's here. Hello, George. Are you back from the date already? Did you have a nice time with the little redhead?
See, I almost killed myself. I just went through that window.
Oh, her husband came home again, huh?
You know, you could use another ounce of brains.
Not me. I'm overweight now.
No matter where I go, that cop is there. I wish he'd stick to his beat.
Stick to his what?
Beat.
Meat. Spam is the meat that you should eat.
Spam is, I know that. I know. You should try. I know that, but we've done it before. This poetry is going from bad to verse. Oh. It's just a little slip. Look at me. I'm filthy. How can I get washed up?
Just keep on telling those jokes, brother.
Gracie, where's the washroom?
Right down the hall. You can't miss it. It's the one with the gasoline pump in front of it.
gasoline pump?
Sure. My grandmother's a tourist, and we like to make her feel at home.
Well, I'll go in there and get cleaned up.
It is.
It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
It is.
Wait a minute. All you guys have been doing is arguing. What are you arguing about?
I claim this Thursday is the real Thanksgiving, and Joe says it isn't.
Well, it isn't.
It is.
It is.
Oh, keep still. Gracie, I've got to get out of here.
Well, George, why don't you go up on the roof and slide down the drain pipe, and then when you get to the yard...
The drain pipe?
Yeah, when you get to the yard...
The drain pipe?
Oh, pardon me. I was Senor Lee last night.
Oh. Keep on going out with him and you won't be able to speak English.
Senor Burns, when you say that, smile.
Smile?
Yes. S-M-E-L-L. Smile.
That smell.
You're perfect?
Oh, please, everything happens to me. Here I've got a date with a girl, I'm all messed up. I scrape my nose. Huh, what a pickle.
Looks more like a banana.
Oh, yeah? Well, my face happens to be all right. Doesn't bother me.
Maybe that's on account of your standing behind it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I've just got to get out of here.
Mr. Burns.
What does it sound, man?
Just look at this goldfish bowl. It's a rhapsody in glass. It's made of pure quartz silicate.
Time like this, he's got to impress me with his education. There must be some way out.
Say, Soundman, what happened to the goldfish that were in that bowl? Answer me, what did you do with those goldfish?
Forgive me, Miss Allen, I couldn't help it. Once a Harvard man, always a Harvard man.
Well, there must be some way out of here.
Soundman, I don't mind you eating the goldfish, but Tom Harmon is going to get pretty angry.
Why, Tom Harmon is that great Michigan football player.
Well, it's also the name of our cat.
You call your cat Tom Harmon?
Well, yeah, that's on account of every time he gets loose, he makes 10 yards.
Say, wait a minute. Why didn't I think of this before? Gracie, where's the chimney?
Right there.
Well, goodbye, everybody. I'm going up the chimney. What a guy will go through for a woman. Well, here it is. I'm out. There's the blue sky.
Blue sky nothing. That's my uniform, you see. Get back in there.
Oh, look who's here. Hello, George. You back
Quiet,
in the
quiet.
Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Red Bull Flugtag, October 26, Pier 3032, San Francisco Bay. Gates open 11 a.m. First flight 1:03 p.m.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure of payment in full. The Green Hornet strikes again. As Ed Lowry, star reporter on the Daily Sentinel, was having breakfast in a downtown hotel, he saw Jeanette Jeffers, the famous actress, sweep through the lobby. Hurrying to the desk, he waited impatiently until the clerk was free.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to see Miss Jeffers.
I'm sorry, Miss Jeffers is seeing no one.
Well, do you know why she's here?
No.
Well, look, could you tell me...
excuse me, please. Desk clerk speaking. Why, of course. Oh, I'm very sorry, Miss Jeffers. Yes, right away, Miss Jeffers. Front?
Yes, sir.
Miss Jeffers been waiting for breakfast. Tell room service to get up there quick.
Yes, sir.
Now, is there anything else that I can do for you?
No, I think I'll just hang around.
Just as you please.
Lowry trailed the waiter with Jeanette Jeffers' breakfast to the elevator. When they reached the third floor, they both got off.
Now, that breakfast going to Miss Jeffers, Bud?
Yeah.
You want to make $5?
Oh, no, look, mister, I don't want to lose my job.
Oh, you won't lose your job. I'm Lowry of the Sentinel.
You Ed Lowry? I've seen your stuff in the papers lots of times.
I'm trying to get an interview with Jeanette Jeffers.
Oh, I don't know. I might get in trouble.
Make it 10.
Well, okay.
Give me your apron and towel.
What am I going to do?
Well, you just wait around the corner for me. They won't object if you give Jeanette Jeffers a lot of service. Well, guess I'm ready. Miss Jeffers' breakfast.
Oh, yes. Well, just put it in front of that chair.
What is it, Susan?
The waiter with your breakfast.
Shall I serve it, ma'am?
No, that's all.
Nothing else you want?
I said that was all.
Oh, yes, of course.
I thought for a minute that I was going to have trouble getting rid of that waiter, Jenny.
Well, he's gone now anyway.
This looks good. Have you gotten in touch with Scott yet?
Just talked to him. He and the band are making some recordings. He's coming up as soon as he's finished.
I noticed the crack in the movie news about you and that producer.
Well, Scott's reasonable. It was only business.
Too bad it got in.
Yes. Oh, well, I can explain.
Oh, probably the waiter again. Certainly is the most anxious guy.
Hello, Lucy.
Mr. Grafton. Wait a minute.
Hal, what are you doing here?
Why, I've come to see you. What else?
Lucy, you'd better wait in the other room a minute.
Oh, sure, Jenny.
Well, you're as beautiful as ever, Jenny.
What do you want?
Always the good businesswoman. Straight to the point.
You realize that I could pick up this phone and have you thrown out.
But you wouldn't, Jenny. It would make such an ugly scene. Good for the newspapers, too. Former husband molests movie queen. Oh, I could tell them a lot about you and me.
All right. What did you come here for?
Not much, Jenny. Just a couple of $1,000. You could spare that much.
I gave you a settlement once for the divorce. I won't have you bleeding me.
Oh, just a loan. I could pay you back sometime.
No, I won't do it.
Now, don't be so hasty. I have some things you might want back.
You don't have anything of mine.
You've got a bad memory. I should have brought them along.
It wouldn't have done you any good.
You wrote me a lot of letters in those days. I kept them for sentimental reasons.
I wouldn't be interested.
Scott Rainier might be. I hear you're interested in him, all right.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, why not? I need the money in a hurry.
I need it tonight.
I don't have that much money around.
Well, that's why I came early. Looks like I pushed the right button when I said Rainier.
Leave him out of this.
Oh, don't be so touchy, sweetheart. I'll be back later on. Have the money ready. Understand?
I don't know. I want to think about it.
You'll have it all right.
But those letters are old. No one would even care.
Oh, I'm a great one to fix things up, Jenny.
You're bluffing.
Wait and see.
You've said your piece. Now get out.
Sure, Jenny. Only I'll be back.
God.
Goodbye, sweetheart. I'll see you later.
Oh, God, I didn't think you'd get here so soon.
Yes, that's obvious. You can stop acting now. Who is he?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, Scott, please, let's not have a scene.
A scene? I told you once before that I wouldn't stand for a runaround. I came up here to ask you about this gossip column, and I run into another one.
Gossip column?
Looks like everything caught up with you at once.
Oh, I was just out with the producer one evening. I didn't even think it was important enough to mention.
That's not what it says here.
Well, who are you going to believe?
And this other guy, what about him?
Oh, he means nothing to me.
It didn't sound like it when he was leaving.
Oh, you're being unreasonable.
Unreasonable? I can't stand knowing that you're going around with other men, if that's what you mean.
Well, you're jealous of every time I turn around. It's driving me crazy.
What do you think it's doing to me? I can't keep going like this. I'm through.
Scott, you can't mean that. Oh, he couldn't mean it. Oh, good heavens. Who now?
Are you through with the tray, Miss Jeffers?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. You can take it.
I hope I didn't come back too soon.
What? Oh, no. I was finished.
Oh, that was clumsy. I'm sorry.
Are you new here?
No. As a matter of fact, I'm not a waiter. I'm a reporter, Miss Jeffers. I want an interview.
Reporter? Get out of here.
What about this Grafton shakedown deal? How about a statement?
Grafton? Why, you sneaking little eavesdropper.
What's Grafton to you?
Hello, operator. Tell the manager there's a reporter in my room. I want him thrown out.
Okay, sister. Have it your own way now. But I'll be back.
In the middle of the afternoon, Lucy approached the back booth in a small coffee shop where Hal Grafton sat waiting.
Oh, here you are. I didn't see you.
I've been waiting for you, honey.
Is the loan all set?
In the bag.
Hal, when I was in the other room, I had the idea that you were arguing or something.
Oh, at first she needed a little convincing, that was all.
Hal, don't lie to me. Are you blackmailing her?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly.
I told you that I didn't want to be mixed up in anything crooked.
You're in this as much as I am, Lucy. This is no time to get fussy about it.
Then it is blackmail.
Don't talk so loud. I told you that she just needed a little convincing. Now, don't worry about it.
When I went down this morning to fix the service door so that you could get in, I almost ran into the janitor. I don't like it, Hal.
Oh, now, look, baby, you know I wouldn't let you do anything that would get you in trouble.
It seems so risky.
There's nothing to it. She owes me plenty. She's going to pay.
I guess there are two sides to most of those things.
I'll say there are. After all we've been through together, you'd think that it'd mean something to her.
If I thought you still cared about her,
For heaven's sake, you're just jumpy. I do all I can to protect you so she won't be suspicious, and you jump down my throat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hal. I guess I am jumpy.
You do your end, and we'll be on easy street from now on.
You think she'll give it to you without any trouble?
Sure. It's all set. Oh, you better give me the key now and get back.
Well, I thought we might go someplace.
I'm just thinking of you, baby. We can't be seen together yet.
I still don't feel right about it.
Just keep up your nerve a little while longer. Be sure to get out early so you won't be there when I come.
Yes, I'll be gone. Here. Hal, there wouldn't be anything rough about this, would there?
No, of course not. Just a business deal, that's all.
I mean, you wouldn't hurt her or anything.
You don't have a thing to worry about, honey. From now on, everything is going to be swell for you and me.
Early that evening, Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, sat in his private office signing letters when his phone rang. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Reed. This is Gunnigan.
Oh, yes, Gunnigan.
Axford just called. Jeanette Jeffers has been murdered.
What? That is news.
They think that band leader, Scott Rainier, did it.
Better move the theater fire off the first page. Give it a 2-column spread.
Anything else?
Get in touch with Lowry. He was trying to see her this morning.
Okay, Mr. Reed.
A few hours later, Axford, bodyguard to the young publisher and self-styled reporter, was explaining to Reed and Lowry what he knew about the murder.
Suffering snakes, Reed. It's a mixed-up affair, that it is.
Well, why are they holding Rainier?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. This Lucy, sure she don't like Rainier a bit. She's the secretary. She said she was typing some letters
Axford, you ought to be a politician. You're so good at evading the issue.
Sure, Reed, and I'm telling you as fast as I can. She stops typing for a minute, and she hears shouting in the next room. She can tell they're fighting, this Rainier and the girl. And all of a sudden, she hears him shout something, and then the door slams.
Oh, was there anything else?
Suffering snakes, I can't tell you any faster, Lowry. Well, that evening, Lucy is going out. She walks around looking the town over. She wants to buy something or other. Anyway, she looks in her purse, and no money. So she has to go back. She walks up the hall and...
Door's open. Funny. No lights. Anyone here?
Lucy! Lucy, thank goodness you've come.
Scott Rainier. What happened?
She's dead.
Dead? No.
I just got here
You
and
killed her.
No, I swear I didn't.
What are you doing with that knife in your hand?
Knife? I must just have picked it up. I found her like this. Lucy, you've got to believe me.
I'm going to call the police.
Of course.
I heard you threaten her this afternoon. I wouldn't have thought you'd do this.
Lucy, I lost my head this afternoon. I came back to tell her I was sorry. I found her like this. You've got to believe me.
No. No, I don't believe you. She never should have trusted you. I'll see you hang for this if it's the last thing I do.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. And now back to the Green Hornet. Axford continued to tell Reed and Lowry the facts he knew about Jeanette Jeffers' murder.
Sure, and Lucy's got it in for Rainier. That's what I think.
What did Rainier say in defense?
Well, he owned up to the fight with her, that he did. Said he'd lost his head. Then he went out and cooled off a bit, as you might say, and came back to apologize.
Well, where was he all this time?
Sure, and he said he'd just walked around and didn't see anybody.
Well, what'd Lucy say about Grafton, Axford? He'd be mixed up in this.
Grafton? Sure, me ears didn't hear that name the whole time. That they didn't.
Are you sure you didn't miss something? She must have mentioned him.
Say now, and don't be getting so fresh. Me miss something. I heard every word she said.
What is this about Grafton, Lowry?
This morning, when I was trying to get the interview, I hung around her room before I saw her. I didn't want to get tangled with the secretary. Figured she'd give me the brush off. I heard Lucy say hello to Grafton at the door. I know it was her. And then I stood along the hall and listened. Thought maybe there was a story in it.
Well, how about it, Lowry? What did you find out?
Grafton was blackmailing the girl. It was a shakedown if I ever heard one.
Hopper and Snakes, Lowry. Did you get the story?
No, I got thrown out. Been all over town trying to locate Grafton. Since the actress wouldn't give me anything on it, he was my only lead.
And you didn't find him?
Oh, that's right, Chief. He left before I got in to see her. He sure did a good disappearing act.
Sarge ought to know about this.
Yes, Lowry. This might change the whole case.
Sure, and if you don't tell him, you can be called in for criminal negligence.
Negligence, Axford.
Well, sure, that's what I said.
I'll get down and tell him now.
Better stop in and give Gunnigan the story, unless you haven't already done it.
Holy smokes, I didn't think I had enough of a story to bother about, Chief. Yeah, I'll see him right now.
I got to get along, too. Night, Reed.
Good night. I'll call Cato and have him meet me with the Black Beauty. Then the Green Hornet will take a hand in this case.
You think Grafton is murderer, Mr. Brick?
I'm not sure, Cato, but if he is, he'll leave town as soon as he can. I'm going to try to stop him.
You know where Grafton is?
No, but I feel sure that Miss Jeffers' secretary does. She covered up for Grafton. I intend to find out why. Here's the hotel. Turn in the alley, Cato.
Girl named Lucy, secretary?
That's right, Cato.
Grafton perhaps hard to find.
I know. I've got to frighten Lucy into taking me to him.
How you do that, Mr. Brick?
I have a plan. Axford said that her room is in the corner one. When you see the light go out, watch for Lucy to come out the front.
I saw her picture in Sentinel.
Good, Cato. I'll be close behind Lucy. We'll have to be ready to leave here in a hurry.
How you know she'd do what you say?
I don't know, Cato. I'm depending on a hunch that Lucy isn't a professional cook.
Meanwhile, at police headquarters, Lowry reported his information about Grafton to Sergeant Burke.
So you see, Sarge, I'm not saying Grafton did it exactly, but I do think it's funny that the secretary never mentioned him. That doesn't add up right.
Yeah, it's a good thing you were around, Lowry. We'll get to the bottom of this yet. Sergeant Burke speaking.
This is Hopkins of the bank squad.
Yes?
Just checked with the First National. The secretary drew $2,000 this afternoon. She was acting for Jeffers.
There was no sign of any big dough around the hotel. We'll get on it right away. Lowry, your hunch was right. Cassidy, get the squad car and be quick about it. We're going to pick up that secretary, Lucy.
Meanwhile, Britt Reed entered the service door of the hotel and went up the emergency stairway. With a skeleton key, he opened the door to Lucy's room and locked it afterward.
Who's out there? Who is it?
Keep your voice down.
There. You're the Green Hornet.
I want to talk to you.
Oh, gun.
That's right. Talk quietly and you won't get hurt.
What do you want?
I want to find Grafton.
Grafton? I don't know anyone like...
I know better. He was here this morning. Where is he?
I don't know.
You'd better think fast. If you don't, I'll sell my information to the police.
You wouldn't dare go near the cops.
I wouldn't have to. Come on, quick. Where's Grafton?
Why do you want to find out?
That doesn't matter. I'm in a hurry.
He's at a rooming house. I don't know where.
Okay, I'll get...
Who's there?
Must be the police. Is there a back way out? I'm leaving.
This way. To the other room. I've got to get out, too.
I don't think they heard us.
No, come on. They can't see us.
Here's the stairway.
Something must have happened. They said they wouldn't want to see me again until tomorrow.
Right down to the basement. We'll go out the back way.
Not me.
She's going to chance the lobby. I hope she makes it, because I'll be waiting for her. There's Cato. I hope she's not out yet. Have you seen her yet?
No, Lucy not come out.
She will. We can't miss her.
You find out anything, Mr. Britt?
Not much, but I think I accomplished my purpose. Between me and the police, she should try to get to Grafton.
Mr. Britt, look. Coming out of drugstore.
That's her, all right. She probably got to the drugstore through the lobby.
She get in cab.
That's our cue. Don't let that cab out of your sight.
While Lucy and Reed were on the stairway, Sarge forced his way into the former's room.
Gone. I could have sworn I heard someone talking in here.
Yeah, I thought so too, Sarge.
Hey, come here. What is it now?
Look out the window here in the alley. You see that car?
Well, sure. Hey, what are we standing here for?
That's the Hornet's car.
Well, come on, Lowry. He's got a head start as it is.
She stopped cab, Mr. Britt.
Yes, slow down, kiddo. We'll see where she walks.
Not go in any house.
You'd better park. If we follow her as she walks, you'll become suspicious. She probably didn't want to stop the cab too near the police. Fear it will be traced later on. If she'd been very clever, she would have changed cabs.
She turned in now.
Yes. It looks like a rooming house. Go around to the alley, Cato.
You have planned, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. I only hope Grafton is there. Here we are. Wait here, Cato. By more than 5 minutes, you call the police.
Gliding through the shadows, Britt Reed came to a window in the back of the old rooming house which led to the hall. With a flat metal instrument, he manipulated the lock on the window and pushed it up.
Hardly see a thing. Back stairway. That might be handy later on. There she is. If she's going up the front way, I think that the Green Hornet better go up the back. There she goes. I want to hear what goes on in there.
Came right over. He's packing.
That's right.
Sure, to meet me. You never intended to meet me at all.
Right again.
You killed her, now you're running out.
You know too much, Lucy.
I never meant to help a murderer. And then when I lied for you, it was because I thought you loved me.
You're a chump, Lucy. Moonlight and roses. That's only in books.
I'll get even. You'll never get out of here.
You're not going anyplace yourself, sister.
Oh, let go of me.
Think you're going to scream, huh? I'll fix you. There, little wildcat. Bite my hand, will you? I'll get you tied. Good. Now. There. You won't be walking away from any place, Lucy.
What do you mean?
There's only one person in this town who knows that I even saw Jeffers. That's you. I couldn't leave any unfinished business like you behind. Wouldn't be healthy.
I'll do anything you say, anything. Only please don't. Hit me, will you? I lied and cheated for you. Now I'll get back at you if it's the last
See
thing
this gun, Lucy?
You don't dare. They'll hear you. They'll come running in here.
Not in this neighborhood. No one cares.
You won't get away with this.
This is it, Lucy. Too bad I'm in such a hurry. I would have done it right.
Not so fast, Captain.
The Hornet.
That's right.
You're a smart egg. Now, why don't you... Got you that time. I'll get that
Not
gun.
so well, Rat.
Take this.
Not so fast.
You're not going to get me.
Watch it, Rat.
I'll get you.
Miss me.
Let go. You can't take it. Now I'll get you.
Get this, Rat.
Gas. Gas gun.
Oh, please. Wait, Hornet. Take me with you, please.
Sorry, I'm leaving in a hurry. After Cato's phone call, Sergeant Burke and Lowry raced through the city in a scout car to follow up this latest tip in the Jeffers murder.
You think this tip's on the level, Sarge?
I don't know, Lowry, but I'm not taking any chances on missing something.
Well, it must be around here someplace, the rooming house he told you about.
Yeah. You know, I could hardly understand the guy. Talked like his mouth was full of marbles or something. It's only half a block more, Cassidy. Cassidy, up ahead, shooting. Step on it.
Looks like we stumbled onto something.
Sure does. The shooting come from here, all right.
Sarge, look, there's the broken window.
Come on, boys.
Sure is a bad neighborhood.
Right up these steps.
There it is. The room at the front.
Suffering snakes. This is it, all right. Lucy, what are you doing here?
I'm climbing.
Cassidy, better get her out of that chair.
Sure, Sarge. Hey, who's the guy? That's him, Sarge. I couldn't miss that guy any place. That's the one that saw Jeffers this morning, Grafton.
That guy you was telling us about?
Yeah, that's the one, knocked out cold.
I'm going to have plenty to say to him when he comes to. You too, sister.
Sergeant, Grafton killed Jeanette Jeffers.
What? What's that you're saying?
He killed her. I helped him to get in to see her. You see, I didn't know. Well, I didn't know he'd do anything like that.
Well, we'll get a full statement from you at headquarters, sister.
Oh, boy, is that news. Hey, where's the telephone in this place?
Lowry, wait a minute. Look at this, will you? On his hand.
Well, the seal of the Green Hornet. Well, I'll be darned.
That slippery spalpeen.
Wonder what he had to do with Grafton, Sarge. Can't figure out how he'd fit into this setup.
I don't know, Lowry. But whenever anything happens in this town, that's where he is, the sneaking crook. Listen to that, will you? The worst crook of them all, and he's getting away.
Wonder why he takes chances hanging around like that.
You mark my words. Someday that very thing will be the death of him.
Or you, Sarge. Or you.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
I hope you slept well, because now you die. Prepare to meet Iron Skillet.
Oh yeah, Tekken 4 is here. Punish your enemies with new moves, interactive environments, and new fighters. It's a legend so deep, no one just plays it. They live it. Tekken 4, rated T for teen.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the Civil War drew to a close, a new wave of settlers swept into the western United States. Many miners and prospectors were attracted to the Black Hills by the promise of gold. But hostile Indians drove them out, and when every effort to deal peacefully with the savages had failed, the president sent General Custer to make the country safe for the pioneers. That great leader found the masked rider of the plains ready and anxious to help him, and the part which the famous champion of justice played in the expedition is one of the most exciting episodes in the history of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Black Hills. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A pale moon shone down on a solitary rider in a tattered army uniform. The lean, haggard face of the man and the broken gait of the horse were evidence that days and nights had been spent on the trail. Both were on the verge of exhaustion, but still the man urged his mount forward over the broken ground.
Can't be much further, old horse. It can't be. If it is, then heaven help us. Heaven help the army, too. Come on, boy. That looks like it might be the woods ahead. That's where we're told to meet the masked man. Steady, boy. We got to keep going. We got to find the masked man. Steady! Oh. Licked. We failed. Well, there's a limit to what a horse can do. Ain't they, old boy?
Come on, Silver!
That shout. Maybe that's him. Oh, good Lord in heaven, bring that man to me.
Oh, there, Silver! Tonto, that was a horseman you saw from our camp. He's all in.
How bad him hurt?
I don't think he's been hurt. I think he's simply gone to the limit of his strength to reach us. This must be the soldier we were asked by those friends to meet here. Steady, soldier. Here, drink this water. Take a look at his horse, Tonto. Wet a bandana and wipe its nostrils. And try and pour some water from your canteen into his mouth.
Tonto, fix him.
Are you hurt?
Me? I don't count, mister. I had to find a masked man. I can't see so good.
I'm wearing a mask.
I gotta be sure, dead sure I got the right man. There can't be no mistake. My general...
The general who sent you here knew me.
He knew one man.
Take a look at this, if you can. Let me hold you sitting up. Here. These bullets are silver.
The Lone Ranger.
You were to bring an important message for me.
Important, stranger. The whole future of the West may count on you. The general wants help.
You may have anything I can give him. The general who sent you is the one man on earth who knows my identity.
General Custer?
Yes. Where's the message?
It's here. Shirt pocket. Sealed.
Where is Custer now?
To the north of here. Here's the message. I could do with some more water now.
Don't drink it too fast, soldier. Here.
The men with Williams, Colonel Williams, they need you. Custer sent word to Williams. Oh, that water helps me plenty. William should be looking for you.
Very well.
That message will tell you the whole thing. Is light enough for the moon to read it?
Yes. He's addressed me by name.
I wouldn't know.
The general said he would never use my name unless more than his life depended on it.
That's the case right now. The president wants the West made safe. It's the president himself that's needing your help.
The president?
He was told by Custer. Told that he could count on you. Can you make out the message?
I'm reading it.
Your horse be all right soon.
I'm sure glad of that.
This can't be possible. The Indians have rifles.
Oh, they have. They sure enough have. And heaven only knows where they got them.
That's going to make it harder than ever to conquer them.
I don't suppose Colonel Williams know they got them rifles. If they don't, they'll wipe them out long before he can get to Little Bear River, where the white folks need him.
The colonel is supposed to take troops to Little Bear River?
Yeah, that's right. And you got to show him. You got to show him the pass through the hills. If he don't go that way, he'll meet them Blackfeet.
With their rifles?
Yeah. If they didn't have the rifles, he might be able to wipe them out, but he won't have a chance now.
How did Custer learn this?
From Indian scouts. It's on his side.
Soldier, I'm going to take you to our camp. You can stay there until you have your strength back.
I ought to get started right back.
A night's rest and food, and you'll be ready.
I almost forgot when I ate last.
We can supply you with food enough to take you back to General Custer. You'd better sleep till morning, then start.
Is there any reply to the message?
Reply? What could there be? He knows what he wants me to do, and he knows it will be done.
How will I prove I brought the message to you?
Here, take this.
The bullet. The silver bullet of the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto returned to their camp with the messenger and made him comfortable, but they stayed only long enough to pack their horses. Then they started for the garrison commanded by Colonel Williams. Throughout the day and into the night, they raced across the plains, pausing only to water their horses. The Lone Ranger was riding at the request of the one man who knew his identity, riding to carry out the desires of the president of his country.
Come on there, Silver! We're most there now. We'll arrive at the fort soon after sunrise, Tonto. Get him up, Scout. General Custer said that Colonel Williams was going to start for Little Bear River as soon as possible. The Indians know it. They'll try to stop him. I hope we're not too late in reaching him. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
I should think, being the commander of the fort, you could let the other men handle things.
I'm sorry, Sarah, but right now the Indian situation is too critical. I'll have to go with my men when they start for Little Bear River.
Take me with you, Pa.
Not yet, son. You'll be in the Army when you're older.
Can I be a colonel like you?
Well, Uncle Sam will have something to say about that.
Do you think Billy and I will be better off here in the fort than to try and start for the next town east of here?
You'd best stay right here, Sarah.
How long do you think it will take to fix things up over at Little Bear River?
I shouldn't be gone more than a couple of weeks. Where's Captain Mills? I told him to report here first thing in the morning.
But they just sounded reveille.
Well, why isn't he here?
There, you see? You always fret for nothing. Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Sit down, Captain. Have a cup of coffee. Are the plans all made for the movement to Little Bear River?
Yes, sir.
Good.
As it stands now, sir, we leave here at midnight and get to that Blackfoot camp to take them by surprise at about 3 tomorrow morning.
Will you fight them?
We'll take care of them, son.
I wish there was some way to circle them.
And need them to move in on the fort? No, Sarah, they must be wiped out before we go on to Little Bear.
The battle shouldn't be a stiff one, sir. We'll take them by surprise, and it'll be Army rifles against bows and arrows.
Of course. Now some coffee?
No, thank you, sir. I'd like to speak to you privately.
Yes?
A scout came in during the night and brought a message for you.
From whom?
I'd like to speak privately, sir.
Oh, yes. Step this way.
Mom.
Yes, son.
When I get big, I'm going to do something about these Indians.
Bless your heart, Billy. We're all hoping and praying there won't be need for fighting.
What do you mean, Mom?
It's a frightful thing, this fighting and killing. If only there was some other way the Indians could be reasoned with. Our president wishes there were. His heart aches all the time because the soldiers must use force and arms to make the country safe. We hope that by the time you're a man, the Indians and white folks will make their peace just as the North and South made theirs, and all live for the good of the nation.
It's best to keep it quiet for the time, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Sam, what is it? What's happened?
What do you mean?
You look so strange. You've had bad news.
Nothing that directly concerns us, Sarah.
What's that?
Yes?
Colonel, who is this masked man?
I've come for a personal word with you, Colonel Williams.
He wouldn't unmask or hand over his weapon, sir, but he's guarded carefully.
Who are you?
Tell these men to put away their guns.
He said you were expecting him, sir.
That is not true.
Haven't you had a message from General Custer?
Concerning you?
Yes.
I've had no message of that sort.
There, now take off that mask and hand over your arms.
Stand back. Steady there. Steady, Silver.
I've heard that white men were working with the Indians, Colonel Williams.
Yes. State your business at once.
I was given a message from General Custer. He sent me to you. The Blackfeet have rifles, and if you proceed as you had planned, you'll be trapped.
Rifles?
That can't be true, sir. If it were, one of our scouts would have reported it.
Where is General Custer?
He sent a messenger to me. He was moving toward Little Bighorn.
And said what?
That I was to come here and show you a mountain trail that would take you around the Blackfeet, so you could move into Little Bear River without being wiped out in a battle against them. They know your plans and will be waiting for you.
It's my belief, sir, this is a trap.
Where is this letter you say you received?
I've destroyed it.
Destroyed it? The only evidence that you come here in good faith?
General Custer used my name in addressing me, Colonel Williams. He's the only man who knows my identity.
And why do you choose to conceal your identity?
I found that I can accomplish more in helping to build the West if I'm unknown.
Colonel Williams, sir.
Speak orderly. You men keep this stranger well covered.
Yes, sir.
Just before he rode into range, one of the sentries saw him through an opening in the woods to the north. And at that time, there was an Indian with him.
Is this the truth?
It is.
Who's the Indian?
His name is Tonto, and he's my friend. I thought it best for him to stay back so your men wouldn't open fire. All Indians are looked on as enemies right now.
And most of them are.
But this is wasting time, Colonel Williams. If you received the message General Custer was to send you, you must know your orders.
I told you I received no such message.
I've never known Custer to break his promise.
General Custer is dead.
Dead?
The general?
Word came during the night. He was led into a trap. Perhaps just as you're trying to lead me into one.
General Custer.
He met 6,000 Indians, and every one of his men were wiped out. You must have known about this, or you wouldn't have used his name to try and win our confidence.
You chose a man who couldn't deny what you said.
That's why no word from
You
him.
came here hoping to lead us into just the same trap as Custer marched into.
I did not. Colonel Williams, what can I do to prove I'm telling you the truth? Here, these silver bullets, do they mean anything?
Silver bullets? No, why should they?
My horse, Silver, have you heard of him?
No.
Isn't there a man in your detachment who has lived for some time in this part of the country? But no, if there were, you wouldn't have required me as a guide.
Put this man under arrest.
Colonel Williams.
And take off that mask.
You're under arrest.
Wait, stand back.
Put down those guns.
I'm not going to be taken where I won't be able to help carry out the last instruction I received from General Custer.
Hand over those guns or we'll order you shot down.
Colonel, wait just a moment. Oh, I heard about Silver.
Keep quiet, son. Sarah, take Billy into the house. If this man starts shooting...
You needn't be afraid of that, Colonel.
Paul, that's the man old Lefty told about.
Sarah, take the boy away.
Won't you listen to your son? Colonel Williams, the fate of your troops may depend on it.
Give this man 5 seconds to drop his guns, then open fire on him.
I'll not take 5 seconds. Come on, Silver.
Look out!
Stop it!
Stand clear, I'm not being
All right,
taken.
boys!
Come, Silver, away! Come on, Silver, old boy. There's Tonto riding to meet us. We can count on him. Get him up, Scout. Tonto, the general has been killed.
What happened?
The colonel won't trust us. I destroyed that message. Didn't think I'd need it.
What we do now?
We've got to get into hiding for the time, and we've got to find a way to get those troops to Little Bear in safety. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The colonel suspected a trap, and when the Lone Ranger rode away, he gave no order to follow. The day was spent preparing for the march at midnight. The march that would end in death for every soldier under Colonel Williams unless the masked rider could find a way to stop them. That evening in the colonel's home, his wife said,
Billy has told so many stories about the masked man, Sam.
Why did you let the boy talk like that, Sarah?
That old scout you used to have told him about the Lone Ranger. He has an Indian friend named Tonto and a horse named Silver and silver bullets just like that stranger had. Perhaps he was sincere.
I'll take no chances. Custard sent word, all right, well and good. But he didn't. Billy getting ready for bed?
Yes.
I want to say good night to him and goodbye.
Yes, dear.
We leave here at midnight. And if things go according to schedule, I should be back inside of 10 days or 2 weeks.
We'll be waiting, Billy and I.
Well, son, we won't see each other again for a few days.
Put me in bed tonight, Pa.
Why, sure. What's the matter, little soldier?
I don't want you to go away.
What? Now, see here, son. You wouldn't want us to let these redskins make a lot of trouble in Little Bear, would you?
No, sir.
Now, come on.
I'm afraid.
Afraid? Now, what sort of talk is that for a soldier? We're going to make short work of this trip. There now, lie down.
My prayers.
Oh, sure thing.
Now I'll lay me down to sleep. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take. God bless the President of the United States, and God bless Mother and Papa and the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger. I wonder.
At the stroke of midnight, the bugle was sounded, and men and horses fell into the ranks ready to push forward to Little Bear and the Indian trap ahead. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode near the fort, and...
Tonto, the colonel knew those Indians were waiting in ambush and knew they were armed with rifles before he led his men right to the place. He'd have time to sound a retreat.
That's right.
He might be able to find his way through the mountain trail and get past the savages if he were warned.
Him not listen to warning.
He can't help hearing the warning I'm going to give him. But Tonto, it'd be far better if he had a guide to take him through the mountains.
Ah.
That's why we're going to separate here, Kemosabe.
Where we go?
We know about where the Indians are waiting. I'm going to ride a half a mile ahead of the troops. When they get close to the Indians, I'll charge the camp. The Indians will have to start firing, and that'll warn the army men.
What happened to you?
That doesn't matter.
Tonto go, not you.
No, Kemosabe, you've got to stay back. The colonel will need you as a guide.
You stay back. You go, you not come back alive.
Neither would you.
That not matter. Maybe Tonto not...
They might not even fire on you, and they've got to fire to let the army know they have those rifles.
Tonto make them fire.
Tonto, you and I have ridden a long trail together and shared everything. This is one thing I'll not share with you.
Tonto ride to Indian.
There's one thing that can never be changed. You were born an Indian. It isn't justice that you should be the one to be killed by your own people to help the white man.
Them bad Indians.
Not bad, Tonto, not always. They just haven't learned to think and live and understand things as white folks do. They must be taught.
Tonto, go. You not get killed.
General Custer sent that message to me, and I'm the one to go.
Army find way through trail alone.
What?
We go together.
But there's no need.
Only few red men get chance to die to save army.
I understand, Kemosabe.
Long time we ride same trail. Now we go to end at same time.
There's just one way that I could stop you, Tonto. But I can't tie you up and leave you. If you want it so, we'll attack the savages together.
That heap good. Army come this way plenty soon now.
We'll wait right here. Silver.
Scout.
As soon as the horses of the troops are heard, we'll start again and keep ahead of them.
But
if you're determined to go with me, we'll have to tell the colonel how to get through the mountain trail. We'll wait and let him overtake us just before we make the break to attack the savages.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto waited in the saddle, firmly convinced that this would be their last ride together. But both of them were ready to meet the end with the same great courage they had shown through all their travels and adventures. An hour passed. The troops could be heard in the distance. Then the masked man and his Indian companion rode on. Now and then, Colonel Williams, at the head of his column, was able to see the two faint shadows on the trail.
There's that couple again, Colonel Williams.
Yes, I see them.
Curious. I wonder who they are, sir. They seem to keep just that same space between us.
Almost like an omen of some sort.
Do you give any serious thought to what that masked man said about the Indians having firearms?
I've tried to consider his remarks from both angles, Captain. He might have told the truth, but it's equally likely that he was sent to lead us into a trap.
That was my conclusion.
It's hard to say. After the Little Bighorn massacre, however, we can take no chances on following strangers.
Especially those who refuse to show their face.
Exactly.
Those two seem to have halted, sir.
Well, perhaps we'll learn who they are. At our own scouts, I'm sure of that.
It's true.
Huh? Oh, I was a bit lost in thought.
They have halted. They're waiting for us.
If I could only have been sure.
Sure? Sure of what, sir? They have halted.
If he had only had the letter.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Or if someone other than my son knew of him.
You were speaking about that masked man again. And I'm hanged if that doesn't look like him.
A head?
Yes, that horse appears to be white.
It is the masked man. He's holding up his hand. He wants to speak to us. Pass the word to halt. Go there.
Oh, halt!
Halt! Stay there, sir. I've come to speak with you. My friend has two guns in his hands and will fire at the first move to capture me. Oh, boy.
You again.
Colonel Williams, I gave you Custer's message. There are Indians camped in the valley just beyond. They know you're coming and they're waiting for you.
You tried to tell us that before.
They're armed with rifles and have plenty of ammunition. If you'll circle to the south and take the trail through the mountains, you'll get past them and reach Little Bear in safety.
More likely we'll run into the Indians you mentioned on the trail in the mountains.
I'm addressing your colonel.
What you say may be true, but we're going straight ahead.
In case you have reason to change your mind, Colonel, let me advise you about the mountain trail. Due south from here, you'll come to a pile of huge boulders topped by a pedestal of stone. Turn there and break into the mountains heading due west. In 3 miles, you'll hit a stream, and the trail runs alongside this to the top of the range. Then a northwest course will take you to Little Bear River.
This truce is ended. We have no intention of taking your advice.
Colonel Williams, we're riding ahead of you. The firing you'll hear will be the rifles of the Indians. If that doesn't convince you that I've told you the truth, then I'll have done all that's in my power to do.
That sounds big. I suppose you're going to ride in the midst of these Indians and attack them single-handed.
No, Captain.
I didn't think so.
Not alone. Tonto was with me.
Do you mean to
I
say...
mean I've done all I can do, except what I hope would not be necessary. Come on, Silver. Come, Tonto. Get 'em up, Scout. Hi-yo, Silver. Away! Them feller plenty fool. I hope this isn't going to be in vain. Injun in valley. Just had. Make as good a fight as you can, Tonto. Make those Indians fire guns. Let the army know we told the truth. There's the valley. Me not see Injun, but they'll be there. They kept the place dark. We find them. There, look. Oh, no, Tonto see. Help them, Tonto. We made them turn out. And there's plenty Injun. Help them, Silver. Help them, old boy. Injun get horse. They look for an army. We took them by surprise. They're all turning out now. This is it, Tonto. This is the end.
The Indians, routed from their hiding places, were compelled to attack the Lone Ranger and Tonto. But taken by surprise, they barely had a chance to leap to their horses before the mighty Silver was among them. The white horse reared high, then whirled, sidestepped, and spun, using all the tricks the masked man had taught him. The sharp silver-shod hoofs rose high, then lashed down at the enemies who crowded close to him. In such close quarters, the Indians had difficulty bringing their rifles to bear, and many of their shots brought down their own men.
Keep fighting, Tonto. Keep it going as long as we can. Injun all round us now. We've no chance for escape, but let them know they're fighting.
Finally, the savages drew knives and tomahawks and fought close to the masked man and Tonto. The Lone Ranger and Tonto were both wounded. Then, when the end seemed close at hand, a new sound split the night. The clear tones of a bugle, a new burst of firing accompanied by a thunder of 600 horses' hooves, announced the coming of the troops. Colonel Williams had given the order to charge. This was no army taken by surprise. It was a battalion of grim men plunging to the attack and to the rescue.
He's the Lone Ranger! All my boys said was true. Get that man out of there alive! Get to him! Use those swords! Drop your rifles! Men, save the life of that man! He's a friend of General Custer! He's the Lone Ranger!
slashing, hacking, fighting their way to the Lone Ranger and Tonto, the soldiers carried them to safety. Then the fight was short. The Indians realized they were beaten, and those who survived took flight.
Good fight, men. But where's the masked man?
Here he is, sir. He ain't hurt bad, sir. Nothing serious.
Will you accept my apologies?
That's all right, Colonel Williams, but if you were to take the mountain trail...
After I learned that what my son told me about you was true... No, we couldn't leave you to die, thinking the army of the nation you love had let you down.
Tonto, where's Tonto?
Me here.
Alive. Tonto, I didn't think we'd see another sunrise.
My wife and son, I must send word to them.
Your son, sir. He's the one who told you.
He is.
Let me take the message to them. The word that you've met and conquered the Indians.
Billy would be glad, Lone Ranger, if it were you who brought that message.
Tonto, we've kept faith with General Custer.
That's right.
And our president's confidence in us has been justified. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old boy! There's adventure on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Stop scraping your skin with harsh, jagged scrub. Start exfoliating daily with Neutrogena Deep Clean Gentle Scrub. Has smooth, round microbeads. See the difference here. You'll feel it here. Get soft skin every day with new Neutrogena Deep Clean Gentle Scrub.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is tree. T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
I accept the nomination. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Don't even say the secret word. The duck will come down and pay him $100. The word tonight is tree.
We asked for people with interesting occupations to volunteer tonight, and just before we went on the air, these are the two that were selected. Laura B. Winner and William Thomas. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Laura B. Winner, eh?
That's right.
Where are you from, Laura?
I was born in Tazewell County, state of Illinois, near Peoria, Illinois.
Oh, that's where those
but
breweries are.
I was born in Tazewell County.
You were born where?
In Tazewell County. I wasn't born in Peoria County.
Oh, well, is that on the outskirts of the brewery? Or?
Well, there was breweries in our locality.
Uh-huh. Could you give us, I don't like to ask this question, but could you give us an approximate, your approximate age, roughly,
46.
No, that's rough enough, all right. Mr. William Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Got your name backwards, haven't you? Shouldn't your name be Thomas Williams?
No, William Thomas.
Oh. Where are you from? Where are you from, Tom?
I was born in downtown Los Angeles.
You were born downtown?
No, I was born near downtown Los Angeles.
Did your mother get a ticket for parking overtime?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, she played it smart, eh? Parked in a delivery zone, eh? Laura, let's get back to you and that brewery. By the way, are you the one they wrote that song about?
Which song is that?
Well, I was thinking of Chloe, but I'll accept any song. Are you married, Laura?
No.
Well, that's a shame. An attractive, intelligent girl like you. Would you like to get married someday?
Not particularly.
Well, that's a very shifty answer, Laura. What do you mean, not particularly?
Well, I'm not looking for a husband.
No. Why wouldn't you like to get married?
Well, I've tried it 3 times.
Well, so what? The Republicans have tried it 4 times. And they're still punching. Now, Laura, Fenneman says you have an interesting occupation. What is it you do?
Well, I own the Winter PBX Switchboard School in the 6th and Hobart building here in Los Angeles, California.
PBX?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't quite understand. What are you talking about?
Well,
what is a PBX?
A PBX means Private Branch Exchange. That is the operator that handles the calls in the companies where they have a necessity for many phones, many calls coming in. And the PBX operator is the one that receives the calls first.
Do you think there's a good future in it for me?
Well, the PBX work as operators is very good for elderly gentlemen that are not they're not physically able to do manual labor any longer, but they have a great deal of gray matter and they're not ready for the shelf yet. So it really is a good occupation.
How would you like it if I came down to your place and pulled all the wires out of your PBX? Tom, that's you, Bill. What kind of work do you do?
I'm a postman.
Oh, really? Well, it's nice to have you here. A little later, we can all play post office, huh? You're a postman, eh?
Yes.
Postman. I can't think of any postman jokes. Oh, yes. Did you hear about the woman who sued the doctor for operating on her husband?
Was that the one that opened her mail? Yes, I heard that one.
You're quite a card yourself, aren't you? Now, you stay right here and see if you can't win some money. It's been very, very educational talking to you two. I don't know if your name is Tom or Willie now. Which is it?
Bill.
Bill, that's good. And I hope you win lots of our money here tonight. See, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. Right now, I want you to pay attention to something of great importance.
Friends, the car you should own is a DeSoto. DeSoto, designed and built to give you extra comfort, extra safety, and extra performance. Consider these famous DeSoto features. For extra performance, there's the mighty 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine. The sensational new engine that gives you all the power you can use while burning regular fuel, not costly premium fuel. You get extra performance, too, from DeSoto Full Power Steering. Full power steering which lets you turn the wheels with just one finger, even when your car is standing still. DeSoto Full Power Steering works for you all the time, not some of the time. In your DeSoto, you also get the extra comfort of Oriflow shock absorbers, which turn even the roughest roads into boulevards. Of course, you also get famous DeSoto chair-high seats. Talk about extra safety. Huge DeSoto 12-inch brakes give you a safe, sure stop every time. No car in America has bigger brakes. And thanks to DeSoto Power Braking System, these huge brakes are completely effective with just half the pedal pressure. There are DeSoto safety rim wheels, the wheels which materially reduce the danger of loss of control after blowout. Truly, DeSoto is the finest car value on the road. Tomorrow, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and take the 5-mile trial in either the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome V8 or the brilliant Powermaster 6. Convince yourself your next car should be a DeSoto. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected meanings of words. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Oh,
$15. No, $15. Come on.
$15.
15.
All right. If you were loquacious, what would you be?
Talkative.
Talkative is right.
And you're off to a good start. You have $35.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $35 are you going to try this time?
20, 30.
Talk up.
$34.01.
$34.03. 2 cents.
All right. We'll settle halfway
$24.02.
between. $34.02.
All right. If you were emaciated, what would you be?
Thin.
That's right. Thin is right. Don't go any further.
You now have $69.02.
Here you go. Here's your third question. How much are you going to go for? Talk up, kids.
$69.01 then.
Okay.
How much? $69.01. If you were irate, what would you be?
Angry.
Angry man.
Angry is right.
You've now climbed to $138.03.
How much you going to bet? Fast now. Come on.
All of it.
All of it. Here's your lay. All right. You're going to bet all of it. If you were obese, what would you be?
Fat.
Fat is right. Good boy, Laura. Kiss. Don't
Oh,
stand
no.
there. No? You wouldn't kiss each other?
Well,
with all that money?
And you wind up with $276.06.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a man in uniform to be on the show. His name is Private Herb Wiedemann. His partner, also chosen by our audience, is Mrs. Babette Pearson. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word. It's something you see every day. Babette Pearson, huh? And Herb Wiedemann.
That's right.
Man in uniform, huh?
That's
You
right.
must be another political candidate, are you?
No, I'm not.
What are you running for, son?
Nothing.
I see. You didn't accept the nomination willingly, eh? You just preferred to get drafted?
That's what I did.
Where are you from, General?
Boulder, Colorado. I was born in Glendale, California.
Oh. Mrs. Pearson.
Yes.
Where are you from?
I was born in Oskaloosa, Iowa.
Mm-hmm. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your excuse for being here? Are you a candidate?
No, I'm a welcome wagon hostess.
A what?
Welcome wagon.
Welcome wagon? Is that so? I noticed when you walked in here, you were wagging, but I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it meant welcome. Huh? How come you're on the wagon? Did you take the pledge, Babette? And if so, where did you put it? What is a welcome wagon?
Well, I call on people to make them more better acquainted, people when they move new into the community, and tell them about the churches and schools and some of the friendly merchants.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's be specific. Now, suppose I moved into your community. What is the procedure? What's the first thing you do?
Well, after you have moved, then I would call on you with my little basket.
Oh, Red Riding Hood. What do you mean with your basket? Are you an undertaker? What have you got in your little basket besides a Tommy gun?
Oh, some civic material and some gifts, free wash job, bouquet of flowers, a yardstick.
Pretty handy stuff, huh? How does all this strike you, this kind of stuff?
Strikes me just fine, sir.
What does?
This welcome wagon.
Would you be interested in a free car wash and some flowers?
Well, I think the Army provides us with everything we need, sir.
I guess that's true, but once in a while, don't you soldiers yearn for something soft around your neck? Like a car wash and a permanent wave? They use soft soap, you know. What happens when you first get in the Army? Do they meet you with a welcome wagon and a basket of goodies?
No, sir, but we did get a orientation speech from the commanding general who told us what the Army expected of us.
And did you tell the general what you expected of him? What did they expect from you?
Well, they expected us to do our best and learn as much as possible. So if and when we get in combat, we'll be able to do our job well.
Well, I hope you stood right up and told them what you expect of the Army, didn't you? That's right, you know, you can do that now. This is the new Army. You can tell a general off any time you feel like it. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Well, you try it sometime. They don't even get mad. Nothing happens except you get shot the following morning. But it's still very friendly. They use soft-nosed bullets. And you hardly feel it. Well, you make a very charming couple, and my advice to both of you is to take a ride in the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. And you'll live happily ever afterwards. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The postman and his partner won $276.06, and the secret word is tree.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected male and female of the species. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? This is Mr. Fenneman.
How do you do?
This is Bobette. She has a welcome wagon.
$15.
You're going to bet $15?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Are you ready, soldier?
Ready, sir.
You acquiesce? Are you in full accord with this
Positively.
decision? All right. Now, what do you call a male duck?
Gander.
You have to decide on one answer between you now.
Oh.
Duck's a duck, isn't it? Duck?
I'm sorry. It was named after a hotel in Chicago, the Drake.
You dropped down to $5.
Well, that's a shame. That's too bad. Well, remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight, and that's the big money. Now, how much of the $5 are you going to try this time?
$2.
$2. All right. What do you call a male sheep? Talk it over.
Yeah.
A ram?
A ram is right.
Well, you're on your way again. You have $7.
Here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
$3.
Okay.
$3. Oh, this is duck soup. Now, what do you call a male goose?
Gander.
A gander. That's right. It was named after a hotel in Chicago. A gander.
You now have $10.
Now you have $10, and it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet? Talk it up.
$10.
$10 you're going to bet. What do you call a female rabbit?
Doe.
That's right. It was named after the Treasury in Washington. A doe is right.
And you wind up with $20, but I don't think that's enough, is it, Groucho?
No, I don't think so.
No.
I think we ought to give him a chance to win some real money here. I'm going to give you one more question. You get this right, and it'll bring your winnings up to $25. No coaching, please. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho?
Yes?
Before we go on here tonight,
Yes. You are on here tonight, aren't you?
I mean, before we go on with the show.
Oh, before you proceed with the show is what you mean, huh?
Yes, before we proceed with the show, I'd like to mention...
Let's be specific about this.
I'll try to be. Yes. I wanted to mention that I bought one of your record albums.
You did? Well, I appreciate it.
And it's very charming, really.
Well, I'm astonished that you're so surprised, George. Huh?
Yes, I guess I shouldn't be that surprised, should I? I was sort of hoping maybe you'd tell the people here about you.
Very nice of you, George. That's the Decker album that I made with Victor Young's orchestra. We did 6 songs by Calman Ruby, and songs like Captain Spaulding and Omaha, Nebraska, and Dr. Hackenbush, and they're on sale at all the record stores, and I understand they're going very well, and I hope you'll all drop in and buy one of these recordings before they're all gone, because they're going like hotcakes. And some of the songs sound like hotcakes, but I trust you'll all go out and purchase one of these records. Otherwise, I will be a public judge. Now, who is next on the agenda? That's what they always say at the American Legion, the Shrine, places like that.
Well, we have some new...
What do you know what that means, agenda?
Do
I don't know what it means, and I don't want to embarrass you.
List, I think.
Is that what it means?
I'm not sure.
I mean, a boat can have a list without having an agenda, can it?
We invited
Well,
some...
look it up after the show, will you?
We have some newlyweds for you, Groucho.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll take half of them. I'll take the distaff side.
They were selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air, and I'd like to have you meet them now.
Well, how nice.
Mr. and Mrs. Robert Donnelly, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, look at this. Newlyweds, eh? Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And for me, too. Say the secret word and take home $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Bob, where are you from?
Patterson, New Jersey.
Well, how old are you?
30.
30?
Mm-hmm.
And Mrs. Donnelly, I presume that's you.
That's right.
What is your front name?
Ia.
Beg your pardon, what was that again?
Ia.
I thought that's what you said. My ears aren't what they used to be. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Is that named after you?
I don't think so.
Mrs. Donnelly, how do you spell your name?
E-A.
Oh. You write a letter, you certainly can get through fast, can't you? How old are you?
25.
Where are you from, Ia?
It's from Kansas City originally, but I came out here several years ago.
Uh-huh.
I live in California now.
Well, that's life. Here today and gone tomorrow. What made you decide to come to Los Angeles? Was it Ia?
No, I was out here for a while during the war, Groucho, and decided to come out again.
Oh, you were in the service then?
Yeah.
How did you happen to meet Ia?
Well, I was driving along one of the Los Angeles streets, and she was standing on a corner waiting for the traffic light to change in a halter and shorts. And I was watching her.
She sounds like a horse.
I was watching her instead of watching where I was driving, and I smashed into the car in front of me. So a lot of people came around, and I asked her for her phone number, and just in case I needed a witness.
What kind of an impression did Hot Rod Charlie make on you at this first meeting? I know what kind of an impression he made on the car in front of him.
Well, I was very impressed
with
him, yes.
Was it a whirlwind courtship? Did you get married on the corner there?
No.
Well, tell us about it. Was it exciting?
Well, it was pretty exciting.
What took place?
While I was courting her, she had her appendix out. And,
was this on the corner?
No.
Well, what happened?
Well, we both liked movies. We went to a lot of movies together, about 12 a week.
Uh-huh.
And our cat gave birth to 7 kittens in an old tree in the backyard.
Wait! You said cat, and that's the secret word. We've changed it from tree to cat now, and you split $100 between you. You get 50, and he gets 50. Ia, how about the proposal? Was it romantic?
Oh, yes, it was very romantic. It was after dinner, and we were playing beautiful classical music on the record player.
You were pretty shrewd, huh? You really set the scene. Bob, did you get down on one knee when you proposed?
No, I was washing dishes.
Before you were married?
Yeah.
Brother, were you hooked? Well, that scene must have been very romantic. 2 young lovers in front of the sink holding dishpan hands. In a frenzy of passion, Bob squeezes the dish rag and she says yes. And he says, will you be my little Brillo forever and ever? Well, you make a very engaging couple, even if you are married. Now, Bob, do you have any pet names for her?
Oh, yeah, I call her, I call her Squash.
Isn't that romantic? Why do you call her Squash?
Well, every time I lie on the sofa in the front room, she sits on my stomach.
Well, that's logical. I suppose if she sat on your head, you'd call her Cabbage. What kind of work do you do, Bob?
Well, I'm an apprentice glassblower.
Mm-hmm. Now, what does an apprentice glass blower blow? Do you just hang around doing nothing until 5 o'clock and then blow?
No, we make all kind of glass products, neon lighting and medical tubing, vials, goblets, glasses,
You
bottles.
manufacture goblets?
Yeah.
I always thought a goblet was a small sailor filled with wine. Did you like that one, mate?
That was pretty good, but I've heard better.
Well, let's hear the one that cracks them up down at the glassworks. Let's hear it.
There's the standard one about the glass blower that comes to work with the hiccups, and he blew 115 percolator tops before they could stop him.
Well, let's go back to where your wife was sitting on your stomach. Well, you're a very nice young couple, and I hope you win lots of money here tonight. Now, what would you do if you won $1,500?
Oh, I think I'd put it in an account for Deborah.
Deborah? Well, that's very nice. Who's she? Some dish down at the glass factory?
No, Deborah is the name we've decided to give to our first child.
Well, that's a very pretty name, but won't he feel sort of embarrassed on his 19th birthday if he gets a shaving mug with Debbie on it? All right, now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The postman and his partner still lead with $276.06.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected stars of foreign movies. That's a pretty tough one. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? And one answer between you on the answers.
15.
15. Who starred as Hamlet in the Academy Award movie?
Laurence Olivier.
Right. Laurence Olivier.
Off to a good start. You have $35.
I forgot. They saw 12 movies in a week. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of your $35 you going to try this time?
$34.99.
All right. Who was the ballet dancer who starred in Red Shoes and Tales of Hoffman?
Moira Shearer.
Moira Shearer is right.
Really climbing, you have $69.99.
Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
$69.98.
Who played the title role in The Private Life of Henry VIII?
Charles Lawton.
Right.
You now have $139.97.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of this vast sum are you going to bet this time?
Bet it all.
Shoot the works. Who played the lead in Elephant Boy?
Sabu.
Sabu is right. Now, kiss him like you did when you had the halter on.
Now, here's the news. You wind up with $279.94. And that means that you, our young married couple, get the chance in just 1 minute at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Friends, I'd like to remind you about getting your car ready for colder weather.
Be sure to tell them, George, there's a lot more to it than just getting antifreeze and having your oil changed.
Well, that's right. If you expect your car to start on the coldest winter mornings, to shift smoothly, to operate efficiently, then the place for you to take it right away is to a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. First, for easier shifting on even the coldest days, your transmission will get the proper lubricants. For quicker winter starting, your battery will be checked. To handle the increased electrical load of winter driving, the DeSoto Plymouth dealer mechanics will step up the generator and check your spark plugs. The brakes of your car are especially vital in bad weather, so they'll be carefully serviced for safer winter stopping. The master technicians at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers will tune the engine of your car, too, to make sure it will give you economical operation mile after mile. And, of course, you'll get the proper oil, your radiator will be cleaned and flushed, you'll get a good antifreeze, all the things your car needs to give you worry-free operation even in the coldest weather. And believe me, you'll be amazed how little you pay for all this expert service for your car. So drive in for that cold weather checkup tomorrow, wherever you see the famous sign of better service. the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Well, here's our young married couple, Groucho, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
All right, now, nice and quiet. Here we go for $1,500. Give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. So think carefully, and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. I'm sure everyone is familiar with a perennially popular poem which begins with the line, "'Twas the night before Christmas." For $1,500, tell me the name of this children's classic. You got 15 seconds. All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
A Visit from St. Nick?
You're absolutely right. You notice how her attitude has changed since they won the big money, huh? Well, that's right. You win $1,500. You wouldn't kiss him that much on the $169. You won $100 for the secret word?
Yeah, and $279.
Figure the whole thing up, Fenneman, and shove it under my door. Huh? How much? Come on, how fast?
I got it right here. $1,879.94.
Start working on
all right, now what are you going to do with all that swag?
Well, I think we'll put it in a savings account, Groucho.
Well, that's a very
for the future.
way, yes. Well, congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto Fire Dough make tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Slow down at sundown. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.